Welcome back. Go ahead, turn down the lights, settle into a comfortable spot, and let the quiet surround you. This is your time now, a moment to escape into something darker. Tonight's story is not for the faint of heart. It's one of those tales that starts small, quiet, like a creak on the stairs or a knock at the door, but lingers in the mind long after it ends. The kind of fear that grows slowly, patiently. Every sound you hear might not be from the story. It might be the room around you. That's part of the fun. Whether you're here to relax, fall asleep, or just feel that familiar chill down your spine, you're in the right place. If you enjoy these stories and the calm that comes with the fear, feel free to like the video, subscribe for more, and drop a comment letting me know the time where you are and where in the world you're listening from. Now close your eyes and let me tell you a story. When Hannah and I met, she had this calm, grounded energy that felt like a breath of fresh air. We met through friends, and it didn't take long before everything just fell into place. After 4 years of dating, we got married in early spring. Those first months as newlyweds were as close to perfect as I could have asked for. We had a little house on a quiet street outside of Pine Hollow, a small town where not much ever happened, and honestly, that was what I liked about it. Hannah was never the playful or spontaneous type. She was practical, always made lists, always kept our schedules tight. She preferred documentaries over fiction, hated scary movies, and rolled her eyes when I tried to get her to carve pumpkins on Halloween. She wasn't cold, not at all, just level-headed, steady. If you had told me a few months ago that I'd end up terrified of my own wife, I would have laughed in your face. It started with something that seemed harmless. A few weeks ago, I was rushing out the door one morning with a travel mug of coffee in hand, running late for work. As I passed through the hallway, I noticed Hannah just standing near the edge of the living room, peeking at me from behind the corner. Only part of her face was visible, one eye and a lock of hair. I thought it was a joke, some weird new form of flirting. "Morning?" I said, unsure if I was supposed to laugh or react some other way. She didn't say anything, just ducked out of view quickly and scurried into the other room. I called after her, kind of amused. "You're being weird," I told her with a chuckle. She giggled faintly from wherever she had gone, and I left for work thinking she had decided to be quirky for once. I even smiled about it later, telling myself maybe marriage was loosening her up. The next time it happened, I was not so amused. It was just past midnight. I had gone downstairs for a glass of water. The kitchen was quiet, dimly lit by the under-cabinet lights. I turned toward the sink and nearly dropped my glass. There she was again, but this time she was on all fours, peeking out from the other side of the kitchen island. Her chin rested against the floor, her eyes wide and unblinking, and there was this crooked smile on her lips, like a doll's smile that had been carved too deep. I jumped, a chill rolling up my spine. "Hannah?" I asked, unsure what else to say. She didn't respond. She didn't even blink. I just stood there, gripping the counter, frozen by the way she was watching me. Then, just like before, she darted away on all fours, her hands slapping against the tiles as she disappeared into the hallway. I stayed in the kitchen longer than I needed to, staring at the spot where she had been. Eventually, I crept upstairs, half expecting her to leap out again, but she was in bed, asleep, or pretending to be. I couldn't tell. Her breathing was steady. She didn't move when I got in next to her. I lay there for what felt like forever, wondering what the hell that had been about. The air felt strange, like the walls were pressing in just a little tighter than before. The next morning, I brought it up casually over breakfast. "You got me good last night," I said with a light laugh, hoping she would own up to the creepy prank. She just blinked at me. "What are you talking about?" "Last night, you were crawling around the kitchen. You scared the hell out of me." She laughed, a short, genuine laugh. "You must have been dreaming." I stared at her. She seemed sincere, even confused, but her eyes held something else, something unreadable. Later that day, I tried to shrug it off. Told myself it was just sleep-deprived imagination. Maybe I had dreamed it, but that theory died quickly, because it kept happening. I'd find her peeking at me from behind the shower curtain when I thought I was alone. Once, she was crouched behind the curtains in the living room, her head tilted sideways like a curious animal. She didn't speak during those moments, not once. She just watched, sometimes smiling, sometimes not. I began to feel like I was losing it. I started locking the bathroom door. I double-checked windows at night. My chest felt tight constantly, like I was bracing for something I couldn't quite name. Every shadow in the house felt heavier. Every silence was louder. Then came the moment I'll never forget. It was a weekend morning. I got up before her, went downstairs to make coffee. Everything was quiet. The smell of beans grinding was a comfort, but something pulled my attention toward the staircase. That feeling again, that awful sense of being watched. I glanced toward the landing, and there she was, not standing, but curled up inside the old wooden trunk we kept by the stairs. One eye just barely peeking through the gap in the lid. I froze. "Hannah," I said, my voice barely audible. The lid moved a bit, just a twitch. I stepped closer. The eye disappeared. The trunk lid closed with a soft creak. I didn't open it. I couldn't. I just stood there, every hair on my body standing up. When I saw her 20 minutes later, dressed and sipping her tea like nothing had happened, I didn't say a word. I couldn't bring myself to. She looked up from her mug and smiled like everything was fine. Like she hadn't been hiding in a box watching me with the intensity of a predator. That night, I slept with the bedroom door locked. I told myself I needed rest, that maybe work stress was catching up to me, but deep down I knew the truth. Something was happening to my wife. And I was terrified to find out what. The next few days blurred together in a fog of unease. Every hour felt long. I caught myself constantly glancing over my shoulder, checking doorways and dark corners like a kid afraid of monsters. Only now I was not a kid, and I knew the monster was someone I used to kiss goodnight. I tried to convince myself that Hannah's behavior was just some strange attempt at fun, a twisted way of letting loose, maybe something she was experimenting with. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. Something was wrong. It was in the way she stared too long without blinking. It was in the quiet movements when she thought I wasn't looking. Something in her eyes no longer belonged to the woman I married. It all reached a boiling point late one evening when I came home from work and found her nowhere in sight. The house was dark, unusually quiet. I called her name, checked the kitchen, the living room. No answer. The bedroom door was shut, but when I pushed it open, it creaked louder than it should have, like the house was trying to warn me. I stood in the doorway, staring into the room. She wasn't there. The bed was made, the lights off, the curtains drawn. I turned back down the hall and nearly screamed. She was at the end of it. Standing there with her back to me, her posture was rigid. Her arms were stiff at her sides. I called her name, but she didn't move. "Hannah?" Nothing. I stepped forward slowly. The hardwood creaked beneath me. "Hannah, are you okay?" Still, she didn't respond. I was only a few feet away when she turned around. Not slowly, not like someone simply turning to face a voice. She turned fast, sharp, like something jerking on strings. Her head tilted slightly to the left, and her eyes were locked on mine, wide and watery. Her lips were curled into a smile that did not touch the rest of her face. I stepped back, startled. She took one step forward, still silent. "Stop," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Just stop." And she did. She stopped immediately, feet planted, head still tilted. Then she let out this small hiccup of a laugh. It wasn't a real laugh. It sounded broken, like the sound of a doll with a cracked speaker. She turned and walked back into the shadows of the hall without another sound. That night I barely slept. I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling while she slept peacefully next to me, or pretended to. Her breathing was slow and even, but I didn't trust it. I couldn't. I stared at the outline of her body under the sheets, trying to remember the feeling of being safe next to her, but it was gone. That warmth had vanished. I didn't know when. In the morning, I left for work early. I didn't tell her goodbye. I needed space, time to think. I even considered booking a motel for a few nights, just until I figured out what to do. But part of me couldn't bear to leave. Not yet. Around lunchtime, I got a text from her, a photo. It was a picture of me taken that morning standing in the driveway by my car. My back was to the house. I hadn't noticed her watching. I hadn't even known she was awake. There was no caption, just the image. I stared at it for a long time, trying to make sense of what it meant. Was she trying to scare me? Was it a joke? Or was it something worse? That same tight feeling in my chest returned. I didn't reply. I didn't know how. When I got home that night, the house was silent again. I unlocked the front door slowly, half expecting her to leap out from behind it, but she didn't. The living room lights were off, the windows covered, and the hallway ahead was dark. I turned the light on. Still no sign of her. I made my way upstairs, calling her name. No answer. The bedroom door was cracked open. I pushed it slowly and looked inside. The room was empty. I stepped in, heart thudding, and froze. The closet door was open just a sliver, enough to see an eye. It blinked. I backed out of the room without saying a word, without making a sound. I turned and walked down the hall, down the stairs, into the living room. I sat on the couch and stared at the wall, every muscle in my body tight as a wire. A few minutes later, she came down the stairs like nothing had happened. She smiled when she saw me and plopped down next to me on the couch. "You're home early," she said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My mouth was dry, my thoughts racing. She leaned her head on my shoulder, her fingers curling gently around my arm. "You're so quiet lately," she whispered. "Are you mad at me?" I finally turned to look at her. Her eyes were soft, her voice was sweet, but none of it felt real. I shook my head. "Just tired," I mumbled. We sat there in silence, the television playing something neither of us were watching. Her hand never left my arm. Her head never moved from my shoulder, but I didn't feel comforted. I felt trapped. Her presence was no longer something familiar. It was something heavy, something wrong. I told myself I'd leave tomorrow. I would pack a bag, get in the car and go. Call her mother, call a therapist, call someone, anyone. But not tonight. That night, I locked the bedroom door again. She didn't question it. She said goodnight with a kiss on my cheek and climbed under the covers. I lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling once more. My heart was pounding, my hands shaking beneath the blankets. Sometime around 2 a.m, I opened my eyes and looked toward the closet. It was closed, my ears strained in the silence. And then I heard it. A soft scraping sound. From beneath the bed. Just slow enough to be deliberate. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I just lay there, holding my breath, wondering how long I could pretend to be asleep. Wondering what would happen when I couldn't pretend anymore. I did not sleep that night. Not really. I lay motionless for hours, my eyes barely closed, listening to every tiny shift in the room. Every creak of wood, every brushing of fabric, every imagined breath from beneath the bed. I knew something had moved down there, something with a purpose, something that waited. By the time morning light filtered through the curtains, I felt no relief, just exhaustion and an increasing dread that had settled like a weight inside my chest. I got out of bed slowly, trying not to disturb her. Hannah remained still, lying on her side with her back to me. Her breathing was even and soft. For a moment I let myself believe she had not heard the same things I had, that she was untouched by the sickness spreading through our house. But then I saw her eyes. She had been watching me through the reflection in the bedroom mirror. Her eyes were wide open, unmoving. I said nothing. I simply walked out of the room, down the stairs and into the kitchen. My coffee tasted like dirt. I left it on the counter and stepped outside onto the porch, needing to put a layer of distance between myself and her. The air was cold, unusually so for that time of year. Everything around the house felt still, but not in a peaceful way. It was the kind of stillness you feel before a storm breaks loose. The kind where even the birds go silent. I sat there until the sun had fully risen. She never came to check on me. Around noon, I finally returned to the bedroom to get dressed. She was no longer in bed. The sheets were messy but empty, twisted like someone had been tossing and turning for hours. I opened the closet. It was empty too, my stomach twisted into knots. I found her sitting at the kitchen table, dressed in a clean white t-shirt, her hair still damp from a shower. She smiled as I entered, that same too wide, slow, unnatural smile. "Morning," she said, even though it was well past noon. I nodded, afraid to speak. "I made you something," she added, and gestured toward the table. On a white plate sat a piece of toast. No butter, no jam, just plain, cold toast, cut perfectly into 4 squares. I sat down slowly, unsure if I should eat it. She waited, eyes fixed on me. "You didn't sleep much," she said, her voice airy and light, almost cheerful. I shook my head. "No, I didn't." "Bad dreams?" I looked at her then, straight in the eyes. They looked different, almost glassy, too still. "Something like that," I said. She leaned forward, her chin resting on her hands. "Do you think you're losing sleep because of me?" I did not answer. The quiet that followed stretched too long, and she suddenly sat back, her expression unreadable. "I don't want you to be afraid," she said. "I'm not afraid," I lied. "You are." Her voice was soft now. "I see it." I left the toast untouched and stood up. I told her I needed to go out for a few hours. She asked if I wanted company, but I said no. I told her I just needed to clear my head. She watched me as I walked away. When I closed the door behind me, I heard her laughing, quietly, almost to herself. I drove with no destination in mind, just driving to be away. I ended up in the parking lot of an old library, one I had not been to since I was a teenager. I sat in the car, letting the silence of the interior calm me. I thought about calling someone, anyone, a friend, her sister, maybe even her mother. But what would I say? That Hannah had turned into something else? That she crawled on all fours and grinned like a jackal? Nobody would believe me. I barely believed it myself. Eventually I went inside. The library smelled of paper and dust and something old I could not name. I wandered the aisles without purpose, until I found myself in a section filled with books on dreams and psychology. One book caught my eye. It was old and faded, no dust jacket, just a title etched into the spine in gold. I pulled it out, sat down in one of the back chairs, and opened to the middle. The pages were filled with handwritten notes, old underlines, and phrases that made no sense at first. One passage stood out. It talked about something called shadow mimicry, a behavior in which a person mirrors another, obsessively, sometimes without realizing it. In more severe cases, the mimicry becomes twisted, exaggerated. The person being mimicked no longer recognizes themselves in the eyes of the one watching. The notes in the margin were frantic, written in sharp, slanted letters. Words like possession, obsession, fragmentation of identity. I closed the book and put it back. When I got home that evening, I found Hannah in the basement. The door had been left slightly open, something she never did. I called out to her, and she responded with a single word: "Down here." I paused at the top of the stairs, unease climbing my spine like cold fingers. I slowly descended, one step at a time. The basement was dark, except for a single lamp flickering in the far corner. She sat beneath it, cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by Polaroids, dozens of them, spread out in a perfect circle around her. Each one was a picture of me, sleeping, eating, brushing my teeth, all from angles I did not remember seeing her at. "I've been collecting these," she said, without turning around. "It helps me feel close to you." I could barely speak. When did you take all of these?" She laughed. "You'd be surprised what people don't notice when they think they're alone." I took a step back, unsure whether to run or cry or scream. She turned then, slowly, and looked at me with that expression I had come to dread. Her smile stretched far too wide, her hands twitching in her lap. "You're always beautiful," she said softly, "but you're even more beautiful when you're scared." I ran. I don't remember going up the stairs. I don't remember grabbing my coat. But the next thing I knew, I was in my car again, driving fast and aimlessly. hoping that putting miles between us would mean safety. I slept in the parking lot of a 24-hour gas station that night. I did not check my phone. I did not want to know what she had sent, because I knew she had. I did not go home the next day. I could not. Even thinking about opening that door again made my chest tighten like a vice. I spent the morning in the back seat of my car, a blanket pulled around me, watching the sunrise through the fogged-up windows. A gas station employee knocked once, asked if I was okay, and I lied with a nod. There was no way I could explain what I was running from. I drove around with no direction. I pulled into fast food drive-thrus, not because I was hungry, but because I needed some kind of human interaction, even if it was just passing a greasy bag through a window. The sound of normal voices helped, but not for long. The moment I was alone again, the quiet came back like a whisper in my ear. I tried calling her sister Mara. I told myself I would keep it simple. Just ask if Hannah had ever acted strangely as a kid, maybe share a weird story or two. I needed to know if this behavior was new, or just something that had been hidden all along, but Mara never picked up. I called twice, left no message either time. Something told me she would not call back even if she knew it was me. By late afternoon, I gave in and called an old friend from college. Eli had always been the kind of person who took things seriously when it mattered. He did not laugh at people's fears. I figured if anyone would listen to me without telling me I was crazy, it would be him. He picked up on the second ring. "You sound like hell," he said right away. "I feel worse." We talked for a few minutes, meaningless stuff. He asked where I was, if everything was okay with Hannah. I hesitated too long before answering. That silence opened a door, and everything started tumbling out. I told him about the peeking, the grinning, the way she watched me like I was a stranger in my own house. I left out some of the more unbelievable details, like the pictures and the basement, but I told him enough. He was quiet for a long time when I finished. I thought maybe the call had dropped. Then he said, "I don't know what's happening to her, but that's not just a prank. That's something else." I felt a wave of relief. Just having someone believe me helped. I asked if I could crash at his place for a few days, and he agreed immediately. I drove the hour and a half to his house without stopping, looking in the rear-view mirror far more often than necessary. When I got there, I felt safer. His place was warm, full of normal sounds like a radio playing softly in the kitchen, the hum of the fridge, the ticking of a wall clock. He offered me a beer, and I almost cried. I slept on his couch, but the comfort didn't last. That night, I woke up to scratching, not loud, just faint, rhythmic. It was coming from the kitchen. I lay there frozen, listening. I heard nothing else, no footsteps, no voices, just that slow, repetitive scratch. Eventually, I forced myself up. I crept toward the noise, barely breathing. The kitchen light was off, but enough moonlight came through the window for me to see. There was no one there. But on the table, something had been carved into the surface. Just one word: mine. The letters were jagged, uneven, fresh, the wood around them still curling at the edges. I didn't sleep again. The next morning I asked Eli if he had seen anything strange. He said no, he hadn't heard a thing. When I showed him the table, he went pale. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at the carving. "I need to go," I said. "I shouldn't have brought this here." "Brought what?" he asked. I couldn't answer him. I packed my things and left. The ride back toward town was slow. I didn't want to go home, but I had nowhere else to go. Every place I stopped felt like it was already tainted, like something was following me, not physically. Not that I could see, but something lingered behind my thoughts, like a smell you can't quite place, but never forget. At a rest stop just outside the city, I pulled into a spot far from the other cars and shut the engine off. I stared out the windshield for a long time. It was late afternoon again. The sky was that dull color between blue and gray, the kind of sky that promises nothing good. My phone buzzed. I didn't want to look, but I had to. A message from a number I didn't recognize. Just 2 words. "Come home." I dropped the phone onto the passenger seat, breathing shallow and fast. I didn't touch it again. Eventually I drove, not toward the house, but toward a park I used to visit when I needed to think. It was empty this time of day, just a few benches and some crooked old trees swaying in the wind. I walked the path slowly, my hands buried in my pockets, my ears straining for any unusual sound. I was beginning to see her everywhere. Reflections in puddles, faces in clouds, shadows behind trees. I told myself I was losing it. But deep down, I knew better. I sat on one of the benches for almost an hour, trying to steady my thoughts. When I finally stood to leave, I saw something that made me freeze. On the bench next to mine, scratched into the wood just like the table at Eli's, was another word. Waiting. I did not remember seeing it when I sat down. I drove straight back into town after that, not to the house. I couldn't make myself go that far, but I needed answers. I needed someone who knew something. Anyone who might have some clue as to what was happening to Hannah, or to me. I parked outside a small community library I remembered from years ago. It had a local history section, full of old newspaper clippings and weird town legends. I figured if nothing else, I could look for anything that matched what I had been experiencing. The woman at the front desk barely looked at me as I entered. I walked straight to the back, past dusty shelves and forgotten books. I spent hours searching. It felt pointless. I almost gave up. But then I found it, an old journal donated by someone decades ago. Tucked into the middle was a page with a single paragraph highlighted in faded ink. She waits for the eyes to find her. She waits behind the glass, under the floor, inside the skin. When the one she watches runs, she follows, not with feet, not with voice, but with the promise of never being far. My hands shook as I read it again and again, because the last page of the journal was signed by a name I recognized. Hannah's grandmother. I sat in the library until they turned off the lights. The old woman at the front desk tapped her watch and gave me a half-hearted smile as she walked past, keys jangling at her side. I nodded without speaking and waited until I was alone again. The silence in that place pressed in on me like thick cloth. Every breath I took seemed too loud, every step I made echoed too far, but I stayed. I needed to read that journal again, needed to be sure I had not misread the name. It was unmistakable. The signature at the bottom of the final page was written in small, neat letters. C. Renly, Hannah's grandmother's name. I remembered seeing it in old photos around our house, embroidered onto dish towels, engraved on the spine of a dusty family Bible that Hannah refused to open. The paragraph before it, the one that chilled me most, read like something out of a nightmare. She waits behind the glass, under the floor, inside the skin. I could not stop repeating those words in my head, even as I left the library, even as the night air bit at my face. I drove aimlessly again, trying to shake the feeling that had settled in my chest. A weight. A growing certainty that whatever this was, whatever had begun inside my home with Hannah's strange behavior, it did not start with her. It started long before her. This thing had roots. Roots deep in her bloodline. I ended up back in my car, parked across the street from my own house. I turned off the engine and stared at the silhouette of the place. My house, my wife, my life. All sitting in the dark, waiting for me. There were no lights on. I had not been there in 2 days, and yet I could not shake the feeling that someone was home, or something. I did not go inside. I watched from the safety of the car, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles ached. My phone buzzed once, then twice. I glanced down. Unknown number again. No message this time, just an image. It took me a second to understand what I was looking at. The picture was dark, but I could make out the shape of a chair, the one from the corner of our bedroom. The light from the hallway spilled just enough to show the outline of someone sitting in it. Her. I knew it was her. Only she was not smiling in this one. Her head was tilted slightly to the side, mouth slack, eyes vacant, staring straight at the camera. And that was the part that made my blood run cold. She had taken it, That meant she was not the one in the chair. I threw my phone onto the passenger seat and gripped my head with both hands. I sat like that for a long time, shaking, trying to catch my breath. Something was wrong. Something I could not even explain in words. This was no longer about my wife behaving strangely. This was about something wearing her like a coat. I drove to a hotel just outside the city limits and checked in using cash. I gave a fake name, one I had not used in years. The man behind the counter barely looked at me, which was fine. I did not want to be seen. The room was clean but soulless. No pictures on the walls, no clock on the nightstand. The silence inside was different than the silence in my car or the library. This one felt thick, like syrup. It clung to me no matter how loudly I turned up the television or how many lights I switched on. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed with the blankets pulled to my chest, my eyes flicking toward every sound, the heater ticking, the floor settling, the faint hum of traffic outside. Each noise seemed too deliberate, too slow, like something trying to mimic what it thought was normal. Around 3 a.m, I got up to get some water from the tiny sink near the bathroom. As I reached for the cup, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. I froze. It was my reflection, but not. In the mirror, I stood still, but I could see my face was not right. My mouth was open too wide, my eyes too dry. I blinked, and it blinked a second later. A delay, subtle, but there. I backed away slowly, refusing to look away from my own face. My reflection kept grinning, just slightly, just enough. I slept in the bathtub that night, with the door closed and the lights on. The next morning, I knew what I had to do. I needed to go back to the house, not to live, not even to stay for more than a moment, but I had to see it again. I had to find the journal. The rest of it, that one page I found, could not have been the only thing, and if her grandmother had written it, then maybe there was something else. Something she had left behind that could explain what was happening. I waited until the sun was high, just past noon, before I returned. The house looked smaller than I remembered, shrunk somehow. The windows were still dark. The yard was overgrown, though it had only been a week since I last mowed it. I approached slowly, every step deliberate. The front door was locked. I still had my keys. Inside, the air smelled different, damp, rotten, like something had died inside the walls and no one noticed. I moved quickly, keeping to the edges of the room, avoiding the hallway where I had seen her peeking the last time. In the living room, I found the trunk, Hannah's grandmother's old trunk. It had been moved, not far, just slightly off-center, as if someone had opened it recently. I knelt and opened it slowly. Inside, wrapped in a faded red cloth, was a book, leather-bound, old. I recognized the handwriting right away, the same neat, precise letters from the library journal. I opened it. There were dates, notes, observations, scribbled symbols, strange little drawings that looked like people but wrong, twisted. Some of the entries made no sense. Words like mirroring, echo skin, soul shadow, but one phrase kept repeating. She watches until she learns the rhythm, then she copies it. She will wear it until it fits. I turned the pages faster, dozens of entries, all circling around the same idea, something that mimics, something that waits, something that peaks. A sudden creak sounded behind me. I turned toward the hallway. She was standing there. No smile, no expression at all, just watching. She did not move. She stood at the end of the hallway like she had grown out of the shadows themselves. Her eyes were on me, unblinking, locked with mine. I clutched the book tighter to my chest as I backed away from the trunk, never taking my eyes off her. Her face was pale, almost ashen now, and her lips were dry and cracked. She looked thinner than the last time I saw her, like something had hollowed her out from the inside. And yet, despite everything, her shape was still the same. She still looked like my wife, but I knew better now. It was not her. There was no screaming, no sound of footsteps pounding toward me, just her standing there, so still, her head slightly tilted as if confused that I had finally figured it out. I moved quickly, clutching the old journal as I made my way toward the kitchen. I had no plan, just a gut instinct that I needed to get out of that house. She did not follow. She only turned her head slowly, eyes tracking me as I moved past. That blank stare was somehow worse than the smile. It was emptier, deader. Once I was outside, I ran to the car. I did not look back until I had driven halfway down the block. When I did, I saw her through the front window. She had not moved from the hallway. She just stood there, still watching. I drove back to the motel and locked myself inside the room. I placed the journal on the bed and stared at it for a long time, afraid to open it again. But I had to. Whatever this thing was, it had come from that bloodline, from that family, and it had been documented before. I needed to know how it ended back then. I needed to know if it could be ended at all. I spent hours reading. The entries grew more unhinged the deeper I went. Hannah's grandmother had been obsessed with what she called the mimic. A thing that waits behind the eyes, learns your patterns, learns your behaviors, then begins to replace you piece by piece, first in gestures, then in voice, eventually in presence. By the time anyone notices, the real person is already gone. But there was one entry that changed everything. I almost missed it. It was written in different ink, sloppier, as if it had been added in a hurry. It simply said, "She cannot follow her own reflection. She copies, but does not cast. Mirror her, trap her." I read the sentence over and over. Mirror her, trap her. My mind raced. I stood in front of the motel bathroom mirror and looked at myself, searching for anything that might help. And then it clicked. That night, in the motel, when my reflection had been off, slightly delayed, that had not been me, that had been her. She had found me. She had been watching through reflections. But she could not reflect herself. She could copy a person, copy their smile, their voice, their behaviors, but she could not create a perfect reflection. Her image had no soul behind it. I looked again into the mirror. My own eyes stared back, tired but alert. I waved slowly. The reflection matched. This time it was me. So I made a plan. That night, I returned to the house for the last time. I brought the mirror from the motel with me. It was large enough to carry, but not heavy. I left it in the trunk while I went inside and placed a trail of lamps and candles from the front room to the hallway. I knew where she would be. She was there again, just standing, staring, waiting. I did not speak to her. I didn't need to. I left the journal in the middle of the hallway, knowing she would see it. Then I went back to the car, retrieved the mirror, and placed it in the hallway across from the closet door. I set up one of the tall lamps behind it, casting just enough light to illuminate the glass. Then I waited. At first, nothing happened. The house was still, no sound, no footsteps, no breathing. But then the mirror flickered, just once. Her figure appeared behind me in the hallway. I stood motionless, heart pounding, breath shallow. I knew she was there. I could feel her presence like a pressure on my spine. She stepped into the mirror's view. She did not make a sound, but I saw her face twist in a way I had never seen before. Not rage, not fear. It was pain. She could not enter the reflection. Her image warped, her body blurring like smoke, like static on a dead channel. She reached for the mirror, hands trembling, and her fingers hit the glass with a dull thud. She looked into the face staring back at her and saw nothing. Nothing looking back. And then she began to scream. It was not a scream made by human lungs. It was jagged, uneven, layered, like many voices at once, all distorted, all crying out. The glass cracked. I held my ground. I knew now that she was not real. She was not flesh. She was memory and echo and hunger, and the mirror refused her. She kept screaming, clawing at the glass, and with each second her shape faded. Her skin turned translucent, her eyes hollowed out. The mimic could not survive in the truth of her own absence. With a final shriek, her body shattered into light. Like a candle snuffed out, The mirror cracked all the way through. And then there was silence. I stood alone in that hallway for a long time, breathing hard. The journal lay where I had left it. The candles flickered in their holders. There was no more shadow in the doorway. I buried the mirror in the backyard that night, wrapped it in sheets, nailed it inside a wooden crate, and buried it deep. I poured salt around the edges of the yard and lit every light in the house. For weeks, I waited for her to come back, but she never did. Hannah was gone. I had to accept that. Whatever had taken her had done so long ago, and what remained was only the shape of her, a shell, an echo. I moved out of the house, sold it to a couple who wanted to start a family. I did not tell them what had happened. I could not bear to. But I kept the journal. I still have it. Sometimes I open it and run my fingers over the last page. She copies but casts no reflection. That was the key. That was how I survived. And now, whenever I pass a mirror, I always look. I make sure my reflection looks back the same way, at the same time. Because if it ever does not, I will know what is waiting on the other side. My name is Rachel, and I am a survivor. That's what they call us in group. Survivors, not victims. Survivors. Like we've won something. Like we escaped something we were meant to outrun. But most nights, I don't feel like I won. I feel like I stole someone else's place in the world. Like the woman I left behind deserved life more than I ever did. I feel it in my chest every morning when I wake up. And every night, when I try to sleep, I see her. I see Denise. She and I were locked together for 63 days. The only reason I'm writing this down is because Marcus, the group leader, asked us to. He said we don't have to share it, but we need to start facing it. Putting the memories on paper helps pull them out from inside, he says. I'm not sure that's true. I don't think you can ever pull something like that all the way out. But here I am. Denise was already in that attic when I was dragged up there. She was shackled to a ring in the floor, bent forward with her wrists and ankles bound in front of her. The chains didn't allow much room to shift, so she had to lie twisted like a discarded doll. Her mouth was cracked and dry. Her skin was covered in bruises, some of them yellowing, some of them fresh. There were patches of hair torn out of her scalp, and she was missing several teeth. I couldn't stop staring at her when they dropped me on the floor next to her. "Don't talk loud," she whispered, before I could even cry out. "He doesn't like loud." Her voice had this raw rasp to it, like she hadn't spoken in weeks. But it wasn't scared. It was practiced, steady. I asked where we were, what was happening. She ignored that and said, "He'll give you a choice soon. It'll seem small, but it never is. Do what he says, or neither of us eat." I thought she was crazy. I honestly thought she'd lost her mind, until the man came back. He wore an orange ski mask and never spoke. He used flashcards. The first one he showed me said, "Spit on her." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because I couldn't believe it. I thought it was a joke. When I didn't do anything, he stared at me. Then he ripped the card in half, dropped it at our feet, and walked out. I thought it was over, but Denise lunged forward, her chains screeching against the floor, and bit me. Her teeth clamped into my shoulder so hard I could hear the skin tear. I screamed and pulled away, blood pouring down my arm. She didn't say sorry. She didn't even look upset. She just turned away and curled back into her spot on the floor. "That was your warning," she muttered. Later that day, he returned. He handed a card to Denise. It said, "Swallow her spit." She looked at me, then opened her mouth. "Spit," she ordered. I had nothing left in me. My mouth was dry. But I forced whatever I could onto my tongue and dropped it between her lips. She didn't flinch. She swallowed like it was water. My stomach twisted. Then it was my turn. The next card he held was for me. "Break your own hand." I stared at him, hoping he'd switch to another card, tell me it was a joke. But the man never moved. He stood there like a statue, waiting. "Do it," Denise said. "He'll make me hurt you again if you don't." So I did it. I raised my bound wrists and slammed them down on the iron ring in the floor again and again until I heard the wet crack. Pain like fire raced up my arm, but I kept going. I cried. I screamed. My fingers looked like melted wax, but he nodded. He left the room, then returned with 2 trays of food, microwave dinners. Denise devoured hers like she hadn't eaten in days. I barely touched mine. Later that night, as she slept, I realized something. My hand, mangled and swollen, could almost slip through the cuff. I worked it free over the next hour, barely able to stay quiet. My fingers were mush, but I managed to pull my arm loose. Denise opened her eyes and watched me. "You can't escape," she said. I ignored her, crawled across the attic floor, using my good hand to search. There had to be something, anything, that could help me pick the padlock that chained us down. Hours passed. I found nothing. No nails, no tools, just dust and splinters. And then I saw it. A baby rat. I grabbed it without thinking. It squirmed and squealed in my hand. I didn't know what I was doing, not really. My mind was cracked open by fear and hunger and pain, but something in me said the spine. Use the spine. I bit into it. I didn't think. I just knew I needed that thin little backbone. The rat screamed. Its blood filled my mouth. I choked down vomit as I pulled its tiny spine out with my good hand. I don't know how long it took, but I got it. I used the rat's spine to pick the padlock. Click. I was free. That sound still lives in my ears, the sound of hope, of escape, but it wasn't over. Not yet. I'll continue this soon. I have to stop now. Writing this feels like I'm back there, and I need a break before I go back again. But I will. Because I have to finish what I started. My feet were numb as I stood there, unshackled, barely balanced on legs that had not held me for over a week. I was trembling, not just from the cold, but from the weight of freedom. It didn't feel real. The cuffs dangled from my unbroken wrist. My other hand throbbed with pain. I couldn't feel my fingers. The skin was split and raw. Blood soaked the bandage of my torn shirt wrapped around it. I didn't know if I could use it again, but it didn't matter. I was free. Denise hadn't moved. She was awake now, watching me from across the floor. Her face wasn't hopeful. It was tired. Her eyes were sunken in. She didn't even flinch when I approached the chain between us. "You can't take it off," she whispered. "I'm going to try." She shook her head slowly, that same resigned look in her eyes. "I already tried. You'll break your nails before that lock opens again." I ignored her. I knelt down, wincing as my knees pressed into the wood. I pressed the rat's spine into the padlock again, but my fingers weren't working right. My hand wouldn't close around it the same way. I tried anyway. For 10 minutes I picked at the lock. Denise said nothing. She just stared at me like someone watching a rerun of a show they'd already seen too many times. When I finally gave up, she spoke again. "You have to go. I'm not leaving you here." "You have to," she said, her voice firmer now. "He'll be back soon." I looked at her, trying to find something human left in her face, something I could hold on to. "You've been here longer than me. You know more. You deserve to make it out." "That's not how this works," she said. "He doesn't let 2 people go. He only ever frees one." My blood turned to ice. "What?" She didn't answer. She just looked at the door. "If you're going to leave, now is the time." I hesitated, frozen in place, unsure if my legs would carry me. The attic was dark, lit only by the slits of moonlight coming through warped wooden boards in the walls. I looked at the door. It was open. I hadn't noticed that before. Maybe he left it that way. Maybe he wanted me to run. "Please come with me," I said. She didn't answer. I stepped back from her. My stomach twisted. Something inside me knew I was making the wrong decision, but everything else inside me screamed to run. So I did. I stumbled down the stairs, each step shaking under my weight. I didn't know where I was. The house was dead silent. Cobwebs hung like curtains from the ceiling. The wallpaper peeled like old scabs. I passed a cracked mirror and didn't recognize myself. My hair was matted, my skin bruised, my shoulder still crusted with dried blood from the bite. My reflection looked like it had already died. I found the front door. It creaked on rusted hinges as I pulled it open. The air outside smelled damp. The night was cold, colder than I expected. I ran barefoot across the yard, twigs slicing my feet, not stopping until I hit the gravel road. I didn't know where it led, but I followed it. The moon lit the way. My body was breaking down, but I couldn't stop. Every crunch of gravel behind me sounded like footsteps. Every gust of wind in the trees sounded like his breath. Somewhere near dawn I found a house, a farmhouse. I collapsed on their porch and screamed until someone came out. I barely remember what happened after that. I remember the woman's voice calling the police. I remember being wrapped in a blanket, an ambulance, the hospital lights, then silence. They said I was in shock. I didn't speak for 2 days. When I finally told them what had happened, they sent officers to search the house. It was abandoned. No signs of anyone, no body, no chains. Not even blood. They thought I had imagined it, that maybe I'd been on something. Hallucinations brought on by trauma. But I still had the scars. My shoulder, my hand, my wrist. They didn't want to see those as proof. It was too unbelievable. The man with the orange mask, the cards, the commands. They said it sounded like something out of a horror novel. I stopped trying to convince them. I went home, my real home. My parents tried their best, but I wasn't the same. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat unless I could see the full plate. I needed to know no one else had touched it. I'd flinch when someone raised their hand too fast. My dad had to stop wearing orange. I couldn't look at it. Then the nightmares started. Every night, the same thing. Denise's face, her eyes, the way she looked at me as I ran. In the dream, she doesn't cry, she just stares. And every time I wake up before I see what happens to her. Marcus told me that trauma turns guilt into a sickness, that we carry the weight of someone else's death like it belongs to us. But I know better. I left her there. That was my choice. I kept telling myself maybe she escaped too. Maybe she found her way out. But deep down I knew. He let me go because she stayed. A week after I started going to group, I got the letter. There was no return address. Just an envelope slid under my apartment door. Inside was a single sheet of paper, no words, just a picture. It was a Polaroid. Denise. She was sitting on the attic floor, bound exactly as I left her. Only this time her face was different. Her mouth was open, her eyes were lifeless, her skin was gray. At the bottom of the photo, in thick black ink, 3 words were written. Your turn next. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just stared at the door, and the worst part, I wasn't afraid of the jailer. I was afraid of what I might do if he came back. Because deep down, I'm not sure I'd fight him. And that's the truth I haven't told anyone. Not even Marcus. Not yet. I kept the photo. I don't know why. Maybe because throwing it away would have made it feel more real. Maybe I needed to look at it now and then to remind myself that Denise really died, that I walked away and left her behind. Or maybe, on some awful level, I wanted to be punished for it. I tucked it inside the back of my closet, hidden beneath shoeboxes and winter coats. But I knew exactly where it was. I always knew. Marcus noticed something was wrong the next time I came to group. He asked if I was sleeping. I lied and told him yes. Then he asked if I had remembered anything new. I told him no. But I could feel it starting, that itch in the back of my brain, the crawling. The dreams were getting worse. Denise wasn't just staring anymore. In the dreams, she was speaking. And her voice sounded just like mine. Most nights I would sit up in bed with the lights on, pretending I was tired enough to fall asleep sitting up. Sometimes I would make it until morning. Other nights I would doze off, and the dream would return before I even had time to breathe. Denise in the attic, her voice echoing, not angry, just steady, just saying my name over and over. The worst part was, it didn't feel like a dream. 2 weeks after the photo arrived, I started hearing noises in my apartment. At first it was just the usual settling sounds, pipes moaning, floors creaking, nothing new. But then things shifted. The noises were too precise, too controlled. I would hear 3 taps on the wall beside my bed, always 3, then silence. I would call out, ask if anyone was there, and of course there was no answer. The next night it would happen again, always around the same time, always 3 knocks, always followed by nothing at all. I stopped sleeping in my room. I moved to the couch, thinking maybe I had built the fear into that space and needed distance. But the knocking followed. Then one night, it wasn't a knock. It was a scrape, long, slow, like fingernails dragging down drywall. It went from one end of the hallway to the other, then stopped. I stood in the living room, clutching a knife from the kitchen, barely able to breathe. When I finally opened the hallway door and flipped on the light, nothing was there. The wall looked clean. I pressed my ear to it. Nothing. I went back to the living room and sat down. When I looked at the front door, I saw something under it. A card. Just like his. My hands went ice cold. I didn't want to touch it, but I couldn't not. I got down slowly, knees cracking, and slid the card toward me. One word, handwritten in perfect black ink. Spill. That was it. Just that. I sat there on the floor for hours. I didn't understand what it meant. I didn't want to. The jailer was gone. He had to be. But somehow the card found its way into my home, into my hands, and the memories were back. I told myself it was a prank, a cruel joke. Someone had found out, maybe from the group, or an article, or a file somewhere, and they were messing with me. But I knew that wasn't true. No one else knew what those cards looked like. No one but Denise. And me. I skipped group the next week. Marcus left 2 messages on my phone. I didn't answer. I couldn't face him. I couldn't explain. What would I even say? Someone left a card under my door that might be from the man who tortured me and let me walk free after threatening to murder another woman. Even I thought it sounded ridiculous. Then the second card came. It was waiting for me in my refrigerator. I had only left the apartment for 10 minutes, ran to the corner store for some milk. When I got back, it was just sitting there on the top shelf. I nearly dropped the milk when I saw it. No envelope. No message, just a card, a word. Bite. That was the first thing Denise ever did to me in that attic. I left the fridge open, backed away, and locked myself in the bathroom. I sat on the floor with my arms wrapped around my knees and rocked back and forth, trying to stay calm, trying not to scream. My thoughts were spinning, and I realized something horrible. I had left my phone on the kitchen counter. The thought of walking back out into that room filled me with more dread than anything I had felt in months, but I did it. I crawled like an animal, knees and palms scraping against the tile, until I could reach the phone. I grabbed it and backed into the corner. I didn't call the police. Instead, I called the one person who would believe me. I called Erin. She was a woman in my group, about 10 years older than me. She'd been through something different, but just as awful. Her sister died in the house fire Erin had escaped from. She talked about guilt the same way I did, not like a wound, like a person you have to live with. I don't know why I called her. Maybe I just needed someone who wouldn't say I was crazy. She answered on the 3rd ring. Her voice was groggy but alert. Rachel? Someone's in my apartment, I whispered. She didn't ask questions. She just said she was coming. When she arrived, we walked the whole place together. She held a fireplace poker, and I held my knife. We found no one, no sign of forced entry, no fingerprints, nothing out of place. Except the card in the fridge. She looked at it and went pale. She didn't ask what it meant. She just looked at me and nodded. You should stay with me tonight. I didn't argue. That night at her place was the first night I'd slept for more than 2 hours in weeks. The silence in her home felt like sanctuary, until 3 in the morning. 3 knocks. Right outside her bedroom door. We both sat up at the same time. Erin reached for the poker again. I moved closer to the edge of the bed, heart slamming. This time I didn't ask if anyone was there. I already knew. And I had a feeling this was just the beginning. The knock came again, 3 slow taps. Aaron's eyes met mine in the dark, wide and terrified. Neither of us moved at first. We just sat there in the silence, barely breathing. The poker in her hand felt more like a prop than a weapon. She motioned for me to stay where I was, then climbed out of bed as quietly as she could, the floorboards creaking beneath her. I followed anyway. When she opened the door, the hallway was empty. No shadows, no sound. But something was different. The air felt heavy, like it had been sitting still for too long. There was a smell too, faint but sharp, like metal and damp wood. I felt it in the back of my throat. We didn't talk, we didn't need to. Aaron turned on every light in the house. We checked every room, under beds, inside closets, even the basement. Nothing. But when we returned to the living room, there was a 3rd card on the coffee table. Choose. Just that, written in the same crisp, black ink, the same paper. My hand started shaking the second I saw it. I had not spoken to anyone about the cards except Aaron. And I hadn't even said what they looked like, but she believed me instantly. She didn't ask where it came from. She didn't ask who could have left it. She just sat down beside me and stared at it, like it might start speaking. That word stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Choose. It didn't say what. It didn't say who, but I knew what it meant. The last time I was given that word, Denise had died, and I had walked out. Maybe that was the punishment now. A second chance to choose, a second person to sacrifice. I didn't sleep. The next morning, Aaron made coffee, and we sat in the kitchen watching the sun rise through the window. I kept glancing toward the hallway. She told me I could stay as long as I wanted. I said thank you, but we both knew that wasn't really the question anymore. By the time afternoon came, I decided I needed to go back to the house, not because it felt safe, because it was mine, and I needed to face whatever was happening before it swallowed me whole. She insisted on going with me. The drive was quiet. Every turn of the street looked sharper, every building a little more angular, like the world was twisting just enough to feel off. When we pulled up to my apartment, the front door was closed. Nothing looked out of place, but the second I stepped inside, I knew someone had been there. The air smelled wrong again. The lights felt dimmer. There was something on the floor in the middle of the living room, a circle of small bones. I froze. Erin stepped past me and bent down to examine them. She didn't touch them, just studied the arrangement. Each bone was tiny, no bigger than a knuckle. At first I thought they were from an animal, maybe a bird or a rat, but then she looked up and whispered what I already feared. "They're finger bones." My stomach turned. I backed away, trying not to look at them. My eyes landed on the kitchen counter, and there it was. Another card. Time. I picked it up slowly. The letters were smaller this time, more deliberate. Something about the handwriting seemed tighter, more careful, like whoever wrote it was focused, intent. What did it mean? Time for what? Or how much time? Erin looked at me and said nothing. I could see the fear on her face now, just beneath the calm surface. It wasn't the kind of fear that screams. It was the kind that freezes you from the inside out. We left the apartment. That night, I slept in her guest room. She had moved the circle of bones into a shoebox and called someone she knew who worked in pathology. No police, not yet. We both knew they would never believe any of this. Around 3 a.m, I woke up gasping. My head was spinning. The room was dark, but I could feel something near me. I turned on the lamp. There was no one there. But the shoebox was open. And the bones were gone. I ran to Erin's room. She was still asleep somehow. I shook her awake and told her what I saw. She came to the room with me and searched. Nothing. The bones had vanished. We both stood in the doorway, unsure what to do. Then we saw it, a new card, resting on my pillow. Now. This time I cried. I sat down on the bed and felt the panic creep up my spine. It was happening again. I didn't know how or why, but the game was starting over. Only now there were no chains, no attic, no ski mask. Just the rules. Unspoken, inescapable. Erin sat beside me, her hand gently resting on my shoulder. She asked if I remembered anything else, anything about him. I told her no, and that was the truth. I never saw his face, never heard his voice, but I remembered his silence, the kind that filled every inch of a room until it suffocated you. We both sat there for a long time. Then she asked something else. If it came down to it again, would you do it? I looked at her, unsure what she meant. If he made you choose again, if you had to decide between yourself and someone else. I didn't answer, because the truth was, I didn't know. I had already chosen once, and that was what scared me most. Not that I had made the wrong choice, but that I might make it again. We didn't leave the house for 2 days. Erin took off work. I turned my phone off. The world outside faded into something distant, unimportant. We took shifts sleeping. One of us was always awake, always watching the windows and doors. The house was quiet, but the quiet wasn't peaceful. It felt like something was listening, waiting. On the third night, I woke up with a start. I wasn't in the guest room anymore. I was back in that attic, the one with the boards that smelled like mildew and the faint scratch marks along the walls. Only it wasn't a dream. The floor beneath me was solid. The metal cuff around my ankle dug into my skin. The cold air clawed at my ribs. And she was there. Not Carla. That wasn't her name now. It was Evelyn. And she was sitting across from me just like before. Hair tangled, eyes hollow, thin arms wrapped around herself. No chains. No cuffs. She just sat there, watching me. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. My throat was dry. My heart beat hard against my ribs. She didn't look angry. She didn't look scared. She looked tired. She tilted her head slowly and whispered, "You remember now, don't you?" I nodded. I did. It had all come back over the past week. Every command, every card, every moment I thought I had buried. "You left me," she said, not as an accusation but as a fact. "You walked out and left me with him." Tears welled in my eyes. I didn't know what else to do. He said if I stayed, we'd both die. He lied. I wanted to explain, to tell her how I had carried her with me all these years, how I saw her in every mirror, every shadow, how the sound of her voice still echoed in my head when I couldn't sleep. But I knew it didn't matter. Apologies were useless now. She stood up. I backed away until the chain caught and pulled me short, but she didn't come closer. She looked toward the far wall, toward the door I remembered so well. "He's still watching," she said, "still waiting." And then she was gone. I woke up screaming. Erin was already at my side. She held my face, whispering to me to breathe, to focus. My legs were free. My wrists were whole. We were still in her guest room. But something had changed. I could feel it in the walls. The air had shifted. We walked the house together, silent. There were no new cards, no bones, no blood. But on the back of the front door, there was a message, scratched into the wood with something sharp. "The debt is paid." I stared at the words until Erin gently pulled me back. Neither of us knew what it meant. Later that morning, we packed a bag. We didn't discuss it much. We just knew it was time to go. Not because we were afraid, but because we understood something now. This wasn't a haunting. It wasn't about punishment or revenge. It was about memory. It was about what you carry when you survive. We drove 3 hours out to the house where I had been kept. I hadn't seen it in over 10 years. The address was still buried in a police file that never led anywhere. They never found him. But I remembered the trees, the long driveway, the hollow silence that hung in the air like smoke. The house had burned down. Nothing but a foundation and blackened beams remained. Nature had started reclaiming it. Vines and moss had crept up through the floor. It looked like the past was trying to bury itself. But I still walked in. I stood where the attic had once been. I knelt on the cold stone and pressed my palm against it. I didn't cry. I didn't speak, I just listened. And then, from somewhere in the wind, I heard Evelyn's voice. "You came back." I whispered, "I'm sorry." And I meant it. Erin stood a few feet away. She gave me the space. She always knew when to speak and when not to. That was what I loved most about her. She understood things without needing them explained. I took the photo from my pocket, the one that had arrived with no name, no return address. Just a Polaroid of me looking across the street, the one with the words written in blocky ink on the back. "You come with me now." I placed it on the foundation and walked away. We drove home in silence. It wasn't a sad silence. It was a quiet, restful one, like something heavy had been lifted off my chest. That night we slept. No nightmares, no knocks, no cards. And when I woke up, the sky was light and blue. Months passed. I started going to a support group. I never gave details. I just listened at first. Then, slowly, I started to share. Not everything, but enough. Enough for them to understand that sometimes surviving doesn't feel like winning. Sometimes surviving is just the beginning of a different kind of war. Erin kept a notebook. She told me she was writing it all down. Not for anyone else, just for us. So we wouldn't forget. So we could look back someday and know we came through the fire. I kept Evelyn's name in a frame by the window. It's not a shrine. It's a promise. To never pretend it didn't happen. To never forget that she gave me time I never deserved. The last card we ever found was taped to our front door the night before Christmas. We were coming home from dinner, laughing, bundled up in scarves and coats. It was folded neatly. We opened it together. "Live." That was all it said. I keep it now, inside my wallet, not as a threat, but as a reminder. Whatever he wanted, whoever he was, he's gone. But what he left behind, the weight, the scars, the choices, they stay. And so do we. We live. Raising James on my own had always felt like walking a tightrope. From the moment he came into my life a few weeks too early, he made it clear he was going to do things his own way. He was the kind of child who needed his bedtime stories just right, who didn't like the lights too bright, and who always held my hand a little too tightly in crowds. He was my shadow, my anchor, my world. Which is why the night I found him sleepwalking, everything started to shift in a way I couldn't explain. It began with a sound that didn't belong, a soft creak like the floorboards sighing. I remember thinking maybe the cat had gotten in again, but when I peeked down the hallway, I saw James. He was standing completely still, facing the wall, his little body wrapped in his pajamas, feet bare on the cold hardwood. My breath caught in my chest. He didn't even flinch when I called his name. Just stood there like he was waiting for something. I gently led him back to bed, tucking him in and brushing his hair back. He didn't stir once. That first time I tried to brush it off. Kids sleepwalk. Doctors say it's normal, especially for kids under 10. But the next night, it happened again. This time I found him sitting at the kitchen table. He had set the table too, plate, fork, even a folded napkin. But there was no food. Just James, scooping invisible bites into his mouth, chewing at nothing. His lips moved like he was talking between bites, head slightly turned toward the empty chair across from him. Every so often he would pause, listening, and then let out this soft, raspy laugh. I didn't know if I should wake him or not. I just stood there watching, heart thudding with a quiet dread. It was a week of this, always at night, always just out of reach of normal. One night, I was woken by the strangest feeling. I couldn't put my finger on it. It wasn't a noise, not really. It was like the silence had become too loud. I got out of bed and made my way down the hallway. James's bed was empty. The covers were pushed aside, his stuffed bear lying face down on the floor. I checked the bathroom. Nothing. Then the kitchen. Still nothing. I was on my way to the living room when I saw it. The front door was open. I rushed outside. James was standing in the middle of the street, bathed in the glow of the lone streetlight. His arms were moving like he was explaining something, his hands drawing shapes in the air. He was talking, but no sound came out. His face was lit up, like he was delighted. I walked slowly toward him, not wanting to startle him. When I reached out to touch his shoulder, he turned sharply and screamed. He didn't recognize me, not at first. I had to speak to him gently, over and over again, until finally something in his eyes clicked. He whispered, "Mom?" And I nodded, pulling him close. Back inside, I asked him what he was doing out there. He looked confused, like the question didn't make sense. "I was talking with someone," he said. I laughed nervously, trying to mask how unsettled I felt. "Talking? To who?" I asked, kneeling to look him in the eye. He paused, thinking. "Out in the street. You were there, weren't you?" I shook my head slowly. "No, James, it was just you. Who were you talking to?" He smiled, that small, knowing smile children wear when they've done something they shouldn't but can't explain why. Then he ran off, back to his room, laughing softly. My mind would not let me sleep that night. I lay there staring at the ceiling, listening for the creak of his door. Every small sound made my pulse race. It wasn't just the sleepwalking anymore. It was the way he laughed, the way he looked at me like I was the one who didn't understand. I started researching everything I could about sleepwalking and childhood hallucinations. The internet was no comfort. The possibilities were too many, and none of them fit just right. 3 nights later, I heard him talking again. It was around 3 in the morning. The air in my room was heavy, and I woke with that same eerie feeling I'd had before. This time, I grabbed my phone and tiptoed to his room. His voice came through the door, soft, muffled, but definitely his. "Are you going to take me?" he whispered. "Can we play forever?" There was a pause, and then another voice answered. It was low and breathy, and not like any voice I'd ever heard in this house before. It said, "Not yet, not until the time is right." My heart leapt into my throat. I swung the door open. James was sound asleep, the covers pulled up to his chest, his mouth slightly open. There was no one else in the room. I searched it from corner to corner. Nothing. I even checked under the bed, in the closet. Just toys and shadows. I stood there for a long time, trying to convince myself I'd imagined the second voice. Maybe it had been the television from a neighbor's window. Maybe it was nothing. That morning, I didn't say anything to James. He was cheerful, more than usual, humming to himself as he got dressed. It was like he didn't remember a thing, but I couldn't forget. That night, I drove to the store and bought a baby monitor with a camera. The latest model, something that could pick up every whisper, every flicker of motion. I set it up in the corner of his room, angled it just right, and made sure the connection was working. I watched the screen for an hour straight that first night. Nothing happened. But I knew something would. I just didn't know when. I did not sleep for the rest of that night. My body was exhausted, but my mind would not let me drift off. The image of that thing standing in the corner of James's room, motionless and staring with those glowing eyes, was burned into my thoughts. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it again, and each time it looked closer, clearer. I could still hear the voice whispering to my son, that horrible, impossible voice that filled the room without a source. I stayed up watching the baby monitor for the rest of the night, my heart pounding every time the screen flickered. James woke up the next morning like nothing had happened. He yawned, rubbed his eyes, and asked what was for breakfast, like it was any other Saturday morning. I stared at him, my mind struggling to match his cheerful demeanor with what I had seen just hours before. Was he pretending? Had he really forgotten? Or was he just too young to understand what was happening to him? I asked him if he remembered anything from the night before, carefully choosing my words so I would not scare him. He just shook his head and mumbled something about a weird dream. That was all he said. A weird dream. It did not make any sense. I wanted to push him to ask more, but I stopped myself. If something was wrong, I needed to know more before I acted. Later that day, while James was in the backyard playing with his toys, I replayed the footage from the baby monitor. I needed to see it again. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the lighting was playing tricks on me. but the second I hit play, my stomach dropped. There it was, James standing perfectly still on his bed, and that thing in the corner. Its outline was faint, like it did not belong in this world. It just stood there, and then it moved. It did not walk. It drifted. 1 second it was in the corner. The next it was a step closer. I froze the frame. Its body was stretched unnaturally thin, its limbs long and lifeless. Its face, if you could call it that, was a smooth surface with 2 glowing spots where eyes should have been. I tried to scrub forward, and the screen glitched, not like normal tech problems. The whole feed jumped like something was trying to keep me from seeing. When the image returned, the figure was gone, and James was asleep again. The monitor was still recording, and the rest of the night appeared normal, like nothing had happened. I needed answers. This was no ordinary sleepwalking. It felt deeper than that, like James was being pulled somewhere else while he slept. I thought about taking him to a doctor, but what would I say? That my son smiled at something that was not there, and was sucked into some invisible horror in the middle of the night? They would think I was crazy. Hell, I was starting to think I was crazy. I decided to keep the camera running and monitor every night. If it happened again, I would be ready. I made a notebook, writing down every detail I could remember. The time, the voice, what James said. I even started to draw what I saw, trying to make sense of the shape in the corner. The sketch looked more like a shadow than a person, a mess of long limbs and no features. It gave me chills just to look at it. The next few nights were quiet. James slept soundly, and I barely left my room. I watched the monitor constantly. I was afraid to sleep, afraid that something would happen while I rested. I took cat naps during the day, trying to stay alert at night. It was not sustainable, but I did not care. I had to protect him. Then came the 4th night. Everything started the same. James brushed his teeth, gave me a good-night hug, and crawled into bed. He asked if I could leave the door open a crack, and I agreed. He said it made him feel safe, though I was not sure what that meant anymore. Around 2 in the morning, the monitor flickered, just once, enough to jolt me awake. I leaned forward, watching the screen carefully. James was in bed, but he was not asleep. He was sitting up, facing the camera, his eyes wide open. His mouth was moving, but there was no sound. I turned up the volume, but it was dead silent. He was mouthing something. I turned on the audio recorder on my phone and pointed it at the monitor, just in case. Then James turned his head slowly to the side, looking toward the closet, that same closet where I had checked before. The door was slightly open, and as I stared at the screen, something moved inside. My breath caught in my throat. A hand, pale and too thin, reached out and gripped the edge of the closet door. Then another. Slowly, the door creaked open, and a figure began to emerge. It was the same one, the same shadow with glowing eyes, but now it was clearer, more solid. It was crawling out of the closet like some kind of spider, limbs bending the wrong way, its body moving too smoothly, too quietly. James did not scream. He smiled, that same wide, unnatural smile, and then he spoke. This time, I heard him clearly through the monitor. "Are we going now?" The thing in the closet answered, not with a voice, but with movement. It nodded. That small gesture sent a wave of panic through me. I jumped out of bed, grabbing my phone and sprinting down the hall. I burst into his room, and the moment I did, the air changed. It felt heavy, like I had walked into a vacuum. James was lying in bed, eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. The closet door was shut. I stood there, panting, heart racing, unsure of what I had just interrupted. I rushed to him, placing my hand gently on his shoulder. He stirred but did not wake. I whispered his name, and he rolled over, still asleep. I checked the closet again. Nothing, just clothes and toys, the same as always. I backed out slowly, leaving the door cracked open again. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I sat there, notebook in hand, recording every detail. Something was happening to my son, something that went beyond sleepwalking, and whatever it was getting stronger, closer, more real. Tomorrow, I would dig deeper. Whatever this thing was, I was going to find out, I had to, because now I was certain James was not just seeing it, he was listening to it. And soon he might be ready to follow it wherever it wanted to take him. James sat across from me that evening, quietly stirring the macaroni on his plate with a distracted look in his eyes. The bracelet from Sarah still hung loosely on his wrist, the only cheerful thing about him since we got home. He barely touched his food. I was not surprised. My mind was racing too. The conversation with the principal had looped in my head all afternoon. James talking to someone invisible at school was concerning enough, but when paired with his sleepwalking and the strange conversations I overheard at night, it started forming a pattern I could no longer deny. I asked him about it again, just casually. "Did you have fun with Sarah today?" I said, hoping to keep the tone light. He nodded slowly but did not smile. "And anyone else?" I added. That got his attention. He looked up and blinked at me like I had just spoken a different language. "There was no one else," he said softly, then went back to stirring his food. I did not press. I was not going to get anywhere that way. Instead, I nodded and tried to eat, though I barely tasted a bite. That night I made sure the camera was recording. I also downloaded the mobile app so I could watch the footage live on my phone. The thought of what I had seen before still lingered heavy on my chest. I had not imagined it. I knew that, but I needed more proof. When James finally fell asleep, I tucked him in like always. His little hand clutched his pillow as I brushed the hair from his forehead. There was nothing unusual, not yet. I returned to my room and sat in the darkness with the monitor resting on my nightstand. The room was quiet except for the occasional creak of wood as the house settled. My phone buzzed once, a notification. The motion sensor had picked up movement in James's room. I immediately leaned over and turned my full attention to the monitor. James was sitting up. His eyes were still closed, but he looked straight ahead, almost as if something had just spoken to him. Then he nodded once and climbed out of bed. The camera followed him as he walked to the center of the room and stood completely still, my breath caught in my throat. A second later, the corner of the room began to darken again. That same unnatural shape began to materialize. It seemed to flow into place like liquid shadow, tall and impossibly thin, its form vibrating slightly as though it struggled to stay within our world. James smiled. I saw it clearly now. That same strange smile, wide and too knowing. He extended both arms like he was about to hug someone, and the thing stepped closer. I jumped from my bed and ran down the hall. My legs moved faster than my brain could keep up with. I slammed open his door, expecting to find him sleepwalking again, but there was no one there. James was back in bed, covers up to his chin, like he had never moved. The room was cold, noticeably colder than the rest of the house. I stood in the doorway, unsure what to believe anymore. Was it the camera glitching? Was I losing my mind? I stepped closer to his bed and looked down at him. He opened his eyes. His eyes were wide and clear and very much awake. He said, "You're not allowed in here when we talk," James said in a flat tone. Then he rolled over, turned his back to me, and closed his eyes again. I left the room trembling. The next day, I reviewed the camera footage over and over. The figure was there. I could not explain it away. It was not light or shadow. It had form. It had presence. And James was not just imagining it. They were communicating. That evening, I sat James down and tried to ask him more directly. I told him I would not be mad. I told him he could tell me anything. James only looked up at me and said, "He says you are not ready to understand." "Who is he, James?" I asked. James hesitated, his little fingers pulling at the frayed edge of his bracelet. "He lives in the cracks, in the corners. He waits until night when the world forgets. Then he comes out, and we talk." "What do you talk about?" James's voice dropped to a whisper. "How to leave." I felt the blood drain from my face. "Leave where?" I asked, trying to hide my fear. James looked directly at me, and in that moment I did not see a child. I saw something ancient flickering behind those eyes. "This place. He says I do not belong here." I ended the conversation and told him it was time for bed. I watched him go up the stairs, feeling a knot in my stomach I could not untangle. I stayed up late again, the monitor open, the phone in my lap. But nothing happened. James slept soundly. No movement, no figure. It was like the night before had never happened. I started to think maybe whatever it was had finally gone away. I hoped it was over. I was wrong. The next morning, James woke up before me. I found him in the kitchen, pouring cereal into a bowl with precision and care. He looked up and smiled that same unnerving smile. He said soon, he whispered. Then he ate his breakfast like nothing strange had just happened. That day at work I could barely focus. Every time the phone rang I jumped. Every email I read felt meaningless. My mind kept circling back to James and that thing in his room. I decided to call a child psychologist. I was going to take him in. I needed a second opinion. I needed someone to tell me I was wrong, that this was stress or childhood imagination. But before I could dial the number, my phone buzzed again, a new notification. Movement detected in James's room. I checked the app. The live feed showed James sitting on the floor. He was drawing something with a crayon on a sheet of white paper, but it was not just any drawing. The image he was sketching sent a chill down my spine. It was the figure, perfectly captured in shaky child lines. Tall, thin, eyes glowing, and beside it, another shape, smaller. Same smile as James, same eyes. Beneath the drawing, James had written something in wobbly letters. Me and my new family. I dropped the phone. I was shaking all over. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and it was only getting worse. The days that followed were hard to describe. I tried to maintain normalcy for James, but something deep in me had changed. I could feel it in the quiet hours of the morning, in the way the air inside the house felt heavier. Everything inside me was screaming that whatever was happening wasn't done. It hadn't ended that night with the figure in the room. If anything, that was just the beginning. James returned to his usual routine, but there was something off. He was too cheerful. His laugh sounded too rehearsed. When he looked at me, it was like he was reading a script, hitting all the right expressions but missing the heart behind them. I wanted to believe he was fine. That maybe I had imagined everything I saw on the monitor. Maybe it was sleep paralysis or a waking dream. But no matter how many rational explanations I tried to cling to, I could not ignore that James was different. He started drawing more. Before, his sketches were the typical kind of thing a kid his age would do. Houses, stick figures, a dog or cat. But now, his drawings were elaborate. More detailed than any child should be capable of. He filled notebook after notebook with these eerie landscapes, tall spindly trees with roots that seemed to reach out like fingers. Huge eyes that floated in empty skies, people smiling too wide, their mouths stretching nearly ear to ear. Sometimes the people had no eyes at all, sometimes they had too many. The worst one, though, was a drawing he showed me proudly. It was of our house, but instead of windows, the building had gaping black holes, and in every doorway, a thin shadow figure stood, watching. In the yard, James had drawn himself holding hands with one of them. Above their heads was a sun, but it was black, its rays dripping like tar. I didn't know what to say when he handed it to me. He just beamed and said, "They told me to draw it for you." "Who?" I asked, my voice trembling just slightly. He shrugged. "You know, the people from the other place." That night I didn't sleep. I sat in bed with the monitor on, wide awake, staring at the screen. James slept soundly for most of the night, curled beneath his blanket like nothing had ever happened. But at exactly 3 o'clock he sat up, not in a sudden jerk like some movie show, but slowly, like he was being pulled up by invisible strings. His head turned toward the far corner of the room where the darkness gathered thickest. I leaned closer to the monitor, trying to make out anything at all, but the shadows were too deep. Then James began to speak, not loudly, but enough that I could make out the words. "You said soon. Is it soon yet?" Silence followed, and I couldn't hear a response, but James nodded, like someone was speaking to him. "I don't want her to be scared," he said. "She's nice." I felt my stomach drop. I didn't want to wait this time. I threw the covers off and rushed to his room, but when I opened the door, James was fast asleep, his chest rising and falling evenly. No sign of movement, no trace of conversation. I checked the monitor again, still recording, still live, but now it showed exactly what I saw in the room, just James, sleeping peacefully. The next day, I called in sick to work. I needed answers. I needed to know what was going on with my son. I started researching everything I could find about sleepwalking, about hallucinations, about shared delusions. I even looked up paranormal forums, which I had always considered nonsense before. I was desperate, and then I came across something that chilled me. It was a thread on an old message board about children who sleepwalk and speak to unseen beings. The stories were similar, children talking about friends who visited only at night. Strange figures appearing in corners or closets, and the phrase that kept showing up was the same one James had said, "Play together forever." Most of the posts ended with the same grim suggestion that whatever these children were seeing wasn't imaginary, that something was coming for them, something that fed off innocence, that lured children away into a place they called the other side. I closed the laptop, my hands trembling. I didn't want to believe it, but it lined up too perfectly with what James had said, what I had seen. I needed help, but I couldn't go to a doctor or the police and tell them my son was being contacted by shadow creatures in his dreams. They would think I was unstable. Maybe I was. Still, I couldn't ignore the growing dread that sat heavy in my chest like a stone. That night, I set up a second camera, one in the hallway, pointing toward James's door. I needed to see what was happening outside the room, too. I kept both monitors by my bed, the glow of their screens casting faint blue light across the sheets. At 3 o'clock, James sat up again, but this time he didn't speak. He stood, slow and calm, and walked to the door. I held my breath, watching both screens now. On one, I saw him moving quietly through the hallway. On the other, his empty bed. He made his way to the end of the hall, stopped, and turned toward the front door. And then, he opened it. The door creaked just like it had that first time. I fumbled for my robe and raced down the hall. By the time I reached the living room, James was outside, standing in the yard. It was freezing, the grass glistening with early frost, but he stood barefoot in the cold like he couldn't feel a thing. I opened the door and called to him, but he didn't react. He stood there, staring into the darkness beyond the edge of the yard, and then I saw it. Eyes. Just two of them, floating in the dark. Not animal eyes, not glowing, just visible, watching. A shape began to form behind them, long and narrow, almost serpentine, but somehow still human, and it was tall. Taller than any person had a right to be. Its limbs stretched downward like ropes, dragging through the grass. James smiled. I screamed his name and ran toward him. The figure melted into the shadows before I could get close. It was gone. I scooped James into my arms. He didn't struggle, but he whispered something into my ear that nearly made my knees buckle. "They're getting closer, Mommy. They said I'm almost ready." I brought him inside, locked every door and window, and sat with him in my lap for what felt like hours. His breathing slowed, and he drifted back to sleep. But I couldn't. I stayed awake until morning, staring at the hallway, waiting for the eyes to return. Tomorrow, I decided, I would do whatever it took to stop this, because I knew now that whatever this was, it wasn't going to end on its own. And I had the awful feeling the next time they came, they were going to try to take him for good. The morning came quiet and gray, the kind of morning that felt like the world had been holding its breath all night. I had barely slept, just lay there in a fog of exhaustion and dread, while James snored softly beside me. I had carried him to my bed after the yard incident. I could not bear the thought of him being out of reach, not after what I saw. Those eyes, that shape, the way James had spoken, like he had been waiting his whole life to meet whatever that thing was. I made up my mind as I watched the pale light spread across the bedroom walls. This had to end today. Whatever had wormed its way into our lives, I was going to cut it out, even if it meant doing something crazy. Especially if it meant that. I just needed a plan. After breakfast, I told James we were going on a little adventure. He seemed thrilled, like any kid would be. He packed his little backpack with snacks and a stuffed fox he had since he was 3. As we walked out to the car, I felt him reach up and take my hand without saying anything. His grip was warm, steady. It made me want to cry. We drove for over an hour, out past the suburbs and into the wooded hills where I used to hike before James was born. I did not have a solid idea of what I was doing, only that I needed distance. I needed the trees and sky and dirt beneath my feet. I needed to take James somewhere the dark could not follow, somewhere without corners for things to stand in. He hummed quietly in the passenger seat, staring out the window. His fingers fidgeted with the bracelet that little girl Sarah had given him. It felt surreal that just days ago we were worried about school and playdates. Now I was trying to outrun something I could not name. We reached the trailhead by late morning. I parked and gathered what little I had packed: a flashlight, my phone, a thermos of tea, and the camera monitor. I had brought it even though we would be away from the Wi-Fi. Something told me it would still matter, maybe not to see, but to remember, to stay grounded in the truth of what I had seen. James skipped ahead on the trail, following the winding path with the kind of energy only a child can have. I kept close behind. The forest was quiet, only the rustle of leaves and the occasional bird call cutting through the silence. It should have been peaceful. It should have felt safe. But every so often, I would see James stop, not to rest, but to look off the trail, into the trees, like he heard something calling to him. A few times I called out, and he would turn and smile like nothing was wrong, like he had not just been staring into the woods, as if they were whispering to him. We reached a clearing around midday, a wide space where the sun finally broke through the canopy. It lit the moss and rocks with golden warmth. I spread out a blanket and we sat down. James opened his snacks. I pretended everything was normal. After a while, he lay back and looked up at the clouds. They followed us, he said, not turning his head, just stating it, calm as anything. I froze. What do you mean? He pointed to the edge of the clearing. They're here. My breath caught. I turned, scanning the trees. At first, nothing, just trunks and branches and shadows. But then I saw it, a flicker, like a shimmer in the air, bending the light. And then the shape began to form again. Tall, too tall, thin as a wire, with arms that hung like rope, and eyes that blinked slowly in the dark. James stood. I grabbed his wrist. No, I said, stay with me. He looked down at me. His eyes were sad. They said I could play forever. They said you could come too. No one is going anywhere, I said, standing up, pulling him close. I could feel his little heart beating through his shirt. The figure stepped closer, its form clearer now, as if the forest itself was letting it in. And then, without thinking, I reached into my backpack and pulled out the baby monitor. It flickered on. Static buzzed from the speaker. For a second, just snow. But then, a voice. You brought the mirror. I did not answer. I just held it up like a shield between me and whatever was coming. The static grew louder, building into a painful screech. James clutched his ears, crying out. The figure recoiled slightly. Then a different voice crackled through. It was my voice, recorded, a clip from nights ago. James, what were you doing outside? The machine buzzed again. Another clip, this time of James, talking with someone. Then another. You said soon. Is it soon yet? The monitor was spitting out fragments of our life, pieces of everything that had happened. And with every phrase, the figure in the woods twisted in pain, as if the truth of it all burned. I realized then what this was. The monitor, the memory. It was a tether. It had recorded more than just images. It had captured the story, the full, raw truth. And truth, real truth, is not something the dark can handle, not the kind that hides in corners and whispers lies. I turned to James. Listen to me. Look at this. Remember everything. He looked at the screen. His eyes welled up. Mom, I don't want to go. Then don't. The figure let out a noise, a low groan that made the trees sway. It lunged forward. I grabbed James, held him tight, and screamed. Not out of fear, but from somewhere deeper, a scream of defiance, of love, of fury. The monitor burst, not with light, but sound. One last loud pop, like thunder. The world shook, or maybe I just did. When I opened my eyes, the figure was gone. The clearing was silent. James was crying, but he was in my arms, warm, real. We stayed there until sunset. I never saw the figures again. We got rid of the monitor. I threw it into a river miles away. James still sleepwalks sometimes, but never with a smile like that. Never with voices. He always comes back to bed. He tells me he only remembers pieces now. A place with strange skies, children with bright eyes, but it fades more each day. I believe him. And I believe it's over. I hold him tighter now, every night. Because I got him back. And that is more than most could hope for. Day 1. The rain hadn't stopped since I crossed the state line. Thin, persistent drizzle clung to the windshield like film, the kind that never quite wipes clean. I parked the truck where the road choked off into gravel and overgrowth, just past the broken ranger gate. The sign read, "Closed for reforestation." The paint had peeled so much I could barely read it. The forest ahead was dense, hemlocks tangled together like they were whispering secrets to each other. I grabbed my pack from the bed of the truck, cinched the straps, and stepped into the green. This wasn't a vacation. It wasn't even a real hike. It was a dare. Gavin, my older brother, used to talk about the Calderon woods, like they were cursed. He'd tell stories about kids disappearing, about bone piles found after the thaw. It was all tall tales meant to scare me when I was young, but after he died in a car crash last fall, I found his old trail maps in a box in the attic. They were marked up in red ink, his sloppy handwriting circling a specific clearing near the center of the forest. Where it began, he had written in the margin. I wanted to see what he saw. The trail was barely there. The grass had grown waist-high, and the trees leaned low like they were trying to close over it. After an hour, the truck disappeared behind the canopy, and I was alone. My boots squelched through mud that stank of stagnant water. Flies buzzed in clouds, thick enough to taste. I pushed forward, the GPS blinking out after I passed the second ridge. Around late afternoon, I reached a creek that didn't appear on the map. The water ran dark and slow, littered with soggy pine needles. I filled my canteen anyway. Built a fire just before sundown, using the driest pine cones I could find. Cooked a pouch of instant rice over a mess kit. The fire hissed every time a raindrop slipped through the branches above. I set up camp just beyond a cluster of deadfall trees. Something about the shapes bothered me, snapped at perfect angles, as if they'd been cut, not broken. The moss hadn't grown over the breakpoints yet. That meant they were fresh. Sleep didn't come easily. I lay still inside my tent, staring at the nylon ceiling while water pattered endlessly outside. The woods felt too still. No crickets, no owls. Even the wind had died. Somewhere around midnight I heard it, a low sound just past the creek. A dragging noise, wet, deliberate, then a pause, then two slow footsteps, crunch, squelch. I sat up, heart hammering. Nothing moved outside the tent, but I could feel it, like a pressure heavy and slow, shifting the air. I gripped my flashlight and held my breath. Another sound. This time it was higher, like two stones grinding together. It had rhythm, like breathing filtered through bone. I waited. It never got closer. By dawn, whatever had been out there was gone, or hiding. I stepped out into the wet morning, flashlight still in hand. The campsite looked untouched, but the creek, something was different. The rocks were rearranged. 3 large stones placed in a triangle, perfectly balanced. I didn't touch them. Instead, I packed quickly and moved on. My stomach was tight, my thoughts fuzzy. I told myself it had been a dream, that the stones were just coincidence. But the trail ahead had changed. It was narrower, twisted where it hadn't been twisted before. A branch hung low, draped with something pale. I stepped closer. It was a piece of fabric, weathered denim, frayed at the edges, stained dark near the center. It looked like the pocket of a jacket. I looked around, no other sign of anyone. Not wanting to dwell on it, I walked faster, deeper into the woods. By noon, I had passed 3 more structures, branches lashed together in crude triangles, no rope, no vines, just friction and balance, all of them facing east. The forest floor changed too. The moss grew thicker. It squished beneath my boots like sponge cake soaked in oil. It smelled sweet and wrong, like overripe fruit just beginning to rot. I found the clearing mid-afternoon. It matched Gavin's map almost exactly, oval-shaped, trees circling it at regular intervals like fence posts. The grass had been flattened recently, not by animals, by something heavier, wider. I dropped my pack in the center and stood still. Nothing moved, nothing chirped or rustled. The whole forest had paused. I called out, "Hello?" My voice sounded swallowed, muffled by the thick air. I waited. Nothing answered. As I set up camp again, I noticed something underfoot. Bones. Tiny ones. Bird, squirrel, maybe a fox. Arranged in a spiral. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I laid in my bag, knife gripped tight, ears straining for movement. It came just after the moon passed overhead. The dragging returned. Closer this time. Outside the ring of trees. I saw a silhouette, just a blur in the fog between trunks, low to the ground, long arms, no face. It crouched, watched. Then it made the sound again. That awful grinding breath. And then I understood. It wasn't hunting. It was remembering me. Day 2. When dawn came, it was not with warmth or light. The sky remained a dull, ash-colored smear, casting the clearing in a kind of haunted glow. I hadn't slept, not even for a minute. I watched the trees for hours, waiting for that shape to return, for that slow, wet sound of it dragging itself along the forest floor. But once the first bird called just one lonely, uncertain note, the forest slowly exhaled again. I let myself breathe, too. I stepped out of the tent with my knife still in hand. Everything looked just as I'd left it, except for the bones. The spiral from the night before was gone. The space it had taken up was empty. Clean. No disturbance to the grass, no footprints, no scattered pieces, like it had never been there at all. I tried to convince myself I had imagined it, hallucinated from exhaustion or anxiety. But I could still feel it in my gut, the cold knot of fear that only comes when something real, something alive has seen you. I didn't stay long in the clearing. I packed up quickly, barely taking the time to choke down a half-frozen protein bar. It tasted like dust and metal. I forced it down anyway. I needed the energy. The trail eastward narrowed even more. The trees pressed tighter together until they formed a canopy so thick that the light barely reached the ground. Everything was wet, even the air. The damp clung to my clothes, my skin, even my teeth. The silence returned too, heavier now. Even my footsteps felt muffled, swallowed by the moss and wet mulch beneath. By mid-morning, I started seeing the markings. At first, I thought they were claw marks, long, ragged lines running diagonally across the trunks of old trees. But they were too clean, not hacked or torn, scraped deliberately. 5 parallel gouges, always the same length apart, always angled toward the ground like something was pulling itself forward. I stopped counting after the 20th. What unsettled me more than the marks themselves was how high they were. Some started nearly 8 feet up, too high for any animal I knew, too straight to be wind damage. Around noon, I found another object. Not a warning, exactly, more like a message. It was a boot, moldy, the sole split, but unmistakably human. Inside it was a rolled-up sock, stuffed tight with what looked like teeth, not animal teeth, human. tiny and yellowed, baby teeth maybe, packed together like they'd been collected for years. I didn't touch it. I kept walking, faster now, though I could feel every step wearing on me. The terrain was uneven, every other footfall slipping in wet pine needles or hidden roots. My legs ached, and my shoulders throbbed from the weight of the pack. My water was already low. The sun never broke through. By the time I stopped to make camp again, I had crossed a ridge and come to a glade surrounded by spruce trees so tall and narrow they looked like spires. In the center was a stone, flat, wide, shaped like a table. I knew I should keep moving, that nothing about this place felt right, but my body was too tired to argue. I set up camp beside the stone and gathered the driest wood I could find to start a fire. The lighter flicked, sputtered, then caught. The flame flickered weakly, casting long, twitching shadows across the glade. I boiled a small cup of creek water and forced down another handful of trail mix. Every crunch felt too loud. Then I sat in the dark, watching the fire die, waiting for the sound. It came later than the night before. Not dragging this time. Walking. Deliberate, steady, crunching through the brush without fear or care. I held my breath. The footsteps circled wide at first, like it was tracing the perimeter of the glade. Then they stopped. I could hear breathing, raspy, rattling, like it was struggling to inhale. I didn't move. I didn't dare. After a minute, the fire gave its final pop and fell into coals. Then I saw it, just barely. At the far edge of the glade, between two narrow spruce trunks, something crouched low. Its body was the wrong shape, longer than it should be. Arms too thin, head tilted at an unnatural angle. It had no eyes, but it looked at me. And then, it mimicked me. It brought one thin hand to its face, like I had done when I wiped sweat from my brow. Then it crouched lower, just like me. I stared, frozen. It mimicked everything. My posture, my breathing. And then it spoke. The voice was not its own. It used mine. "Help me," it rasped, my exact voice, warped slightly, like a recording played too slow. "I'm lost." My stomach turned. It wasn't just mimicking movements. It was learning. I stood slowly, knife drawn. The thing mirrored me perfectly. As I took a step back, so did it. But then it stopped. Its mouth opened too wide. And it made a sound no human throat could make, a long broken click, like cartilage snapping in sequence. I ran. I left the fire, the stone, everything. I sprinted through the glade into the thicker trees, ducking beneath limbs, slipping through roots and fallen branches. My lungs burned, my legs buckled, but I kept going. I only stopped when I could no longer hear it. I collapsed under a fir, gasping. My chest heaved, my vision blurred. I waited. And just as I began to believe I had outrun it, I saw something in the dirt beside me. Another spiral. But this one was fresh. Made of my footprints. Day 3. The sun never really rose. Just a sickly pale light that seeped through the canopy like it didn't want to be here either. I hadn't slept. My body was beginning to betray me, muscles twitching, stomach cramping, throat dry and tight from breathing too hard and too shallow. I stared at the spiral of footprints beside me for what felt like hours. My own boots, perfectly spaced, forming a circle around where I'd passed out the night before. The impressions were clean. Too clean. The forest floor should have blurred them. Moss and mulch and moisture should have filled them in. But they stayed crisp, deliberate. It wasn't just that something was following me. It wanted me to know it had been there. I moved slowly that morning. Every motion ached. My back screamed when I lifted my pack. My fingers shook when I gripped the straps. I drank the last of my water and stuffed the bottle back in the side pocket with a hopeless flick of the wrist. There was no path anymore. The woods had grown too dense, and the trees were wrong. I don't mean the type or the color. Something about their shape had changed. They leaned toward each other in subtle arches, trunks bowed in unnatural bends like they had grown just to keep something in, or out. I had to squeeze between some of them sideways, bark scraping my jacket and leaving dark smears like bruises against the fabric. Around mid-morning I saw something ahead, something pale dangling from a branch just above eye level. I thought it might be a bird or squirrel at first, but it was too clean, too dry. It was a hand, not real, carved, wood, but not from any tree I recognized. Each finger was long and jointed, strung with moss-like sinew. It had been shaped carefully, hung from the tree by its wrist, with something that looked like vine but was far too thick. I stepped under it slowly, heart stammering. The hand pointed downward, directly at the base of the tree. There, nestled between the roots, was my lighter. The same one I had dropped 2 days ago. I recognized the melted corner from when it fell into the fire pit on my last camping trip. It was clean now, polished. I did not pick it up. Instead, I turned west, climbing a slope that hadn't been on Gavin's map. The trees thinned slightly as I climbed, the air growing colder. My breath fogged in front of my face despite the early hour. The slope ended at a long ridge, where I could just make out a break in the trees ahead, a wide path of scorched earth, blackened and cracked like a fire had torn through it years ago. I followed it, boots crunching through the ash. There were no plants here, no birds, just wind curling through the skeletal remains of what might have been birch or poplar. Their bark was gone, their trunks scorched into dark spires. Something about the ground felt hollow, like there was space beneath it. Each footstep gave a faint, distant echo. I walked carefully. That's when I saw the figure. Ahead, maybe 40 feet, crouched in the center of the clearing, was something shaped like a man, not dressed like one. It wore no clothes. Its skin, or whatever covered it, was pale gray, stretched too tight across its limbs. Its head was bowed, arms resting on its knees, unmoving. I froze. Then it turned. Not its head. Its whole body pivoted, still crouched, like a puppet pulled on a string. Its face was smooth. No eyes, no mouth, just a surface. And yet, I felt it looking at me. Not in the way you feel someone's eyes. This was deeper. It felt like it had always been looking. It didn't move. Neither did I. Then the surface of its face rippled. For a moment, I thought it was going to open, reveal teeth, maybe eyes, but instead, it reflected. My own face shimmered across it, not mirrored exactly, but shone back at me, twisted with fear I hadn't realized I was feeling. It was copying me again, not just my voice, not just my movements. My thoughts. I stumbled backward. The thing rose, slowly, legs unfolding with creaks like old branches shifting in wind. It stood taller than I remembered, taller than any man. I ran. This time I didn't look back. I didn't try to be quiet. I crashed through the brush, breaking branches, scraping skin. I ran until my lungs felt like they were tearing, until my vision blurred, until the trees blurred with them. I collapsed near a stream I hadn't seen before. The water ran quick and cold. I dunked my face in, drank deep, ignored the taste of rust and silt. It burned going down, but it was something. That night I didn't set up camp. I dug a shallow pit beneath an old cedar and covered myself with ferns and moss. I buried my pack beneath me, gripping the knife in my hand until my knuckles locked. The forest was silent again. But now I knew it wasn't emptiness. It was listening. Around midnight, something brushed against the cedar trunk. Not an animal. A hand. Slow, steady pressure. Then breathing. No wheeze this time. It had changed. Smoother, more human. It was closer than before. Then it whispered. Not my voice this time. Gavin's. You're close, it said. Keep going. It laughed, soft and slow, not cruel, not joyful, just imitation. I didn't sleep. I watched the shadows move and wondered if it knew what fear really felt like. or if it only knew how to make it. And if it could learn fear, what would it do with it? Day 4. I woke to the sound of something chewing. Not fast or frantic, but slow, deliberate, like it was savoring the taste. The early light filtered through the trees, cold and gray, and the air smelled wrong, sweet and sharp, like blood mixed with pine sap. I didn't move for a long time. Just lay there beneath the cedar branches, barely breathing, trying to convince myself it was wind, or water, or something far away. But the sound continued, a wet smack, the occasional crunch. I rose carefully, every bone in my body aching from the damp and the cold. My fingers were numb around the knife. I peeked out from my cover and scanned the forest in all directions. Nothing. But 10 feet from where I'd slept, the moss was stained a deep brown, and a small pile of bones, fresh, pink at the joints, lay scattered in a ring. I couldn't tell what they had belonged to. Small animal, maybe, or something pretending to be. It left them for me, I knew that much, like a gift or a warning. I didn't speak aloud. I hadn't in 2 days. The fear that my voice might attract attention was too strong. Instead, I gathered my pack, wiped the knife on my shirt, and moved east. My legs had begun to cramp from the cold. Each step felt like dragging chains. I couldn't tell if I was actually moving forward anymore or just circling the same stretch of cursed forest. Every path looked like the last. The same low branches, the same crooked trees, the same sense of being watched. By noon I found something new. A clearing, wide and circular, filled with stumps, dozens of them, all the same height, as if cut by machines, but they weren't sawed clean. The edges of the wood were frayed, like they'd been clawed through. At the center stood a single tall post, smooth and pale like bone, wrapped in strips of black cloth that fluttered despite the still air. I approached slowly. There were carvings on the stump nearest to me, shapes, not letters, spirals, crosses, jagged stars, and one symbol that looked eerily like a hand with too many fingers. Beneath that, I saw something worse. A name. My name. Etched into the wood in shaky, deliberate strokes. I backed away. The post at the center of the clearing shifted. Not much, just a tilt, as if adjusting to look at me. Then the cloth began to unwind. I turned and ran before I could see what was underneath. I don't know how long I ran, long enough to lose all direction, long enough to forget the pain in my knees or the burning in my chest. The forest blurred past me in streaks of green and gray until finally I collapsed near a crumbling rock wall half buried in moss. It might have been part of an old foundation once, maybe a cabin or fire tower. Now it was just rubble. I hid behind it as best I could and forced myself to breathe slower. My heart still raced, but my body couldn't afford panic. I needed to think. I needed water, food, a way out. That night, I stayed tucked beneath the rock, wedged between the stone and the earth. I didn't light a fire. I didn't eat. I just waited. Around midnight, I heard footsteps again. They didn't come from one direction. They came from all sides, soft at first, then heavier, like something walking in a circle. I pressed my back against the cold stone and tried not to make a sound. Then the breathing returned. But it was different this time. It wasn't one set of lungs. It was many. Staggered gasps, wet inhalations that overlapped like a broken choir. I clenched my teeth so tightly my jaw ached. And then it spoke again. Not my voice. Not Gavin's. This time it sounded like my mother. "Come home," it whispered from the darkness. "Please, you've been gone long enough." I almost responded. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. The voice sounded so real, so warm. Until it laughed. Not the sound of comfort. The sound of something peeling the skin off memory just to see what lived underneath. I gripped the knife tighter and pressed myself deeper into the earth. It didn't come closer. But it didn't leave either. I waited for hours, and the breathing never stopped. Eventually, morning came. I didn't feel relief, only dread, because I knew now. It wasn't just watching me anymore. It was studying me. It knew my name. It knew my voice. It knew how to shape itself into every memory I'd ever loved and twist it just enough to rot. And worst of all, some part of me was starting to accept it, to expect it, to wait for the night to come, to listen for the voice in the dark. Day 5. I woke to ash falling from the trees. Not leaves, not pollen, ash, pale gray flakes drifting down through the branches, sticking to my jacket, clinging to my face like dead skin. I ran my tongue across my lips and tasted soot. Somewhere in the distance, something was burning. My joints barely worked. The pain in my legs had spread into my spine. My feet were swollen, blistered from moisture and friction, my boots stiff with dried mud and blood. The knife handle was glued to my palm with grime and old sweat. I had not eaten in over a day. But I wasn't hungry. I was numb, hollowed out, and somewhere in that emptiness, a strange clarity had bloomed. I wasn't going to outrun it. I was going to finish it. I climbed. It took me the better part of the morning to reach the ridge that overlooked the northern slope of the forest. The land dropped away in rolling waves of green and black. Somewhere in the far distance, beyond the second ridgeline, I saw a slash of gray, maybe a road, maybe a dry riverbed, civilization, but it looked foreign now, like a world I no longer belonged to. Below me, tucked deep in the valley, was a clearing I hadn't seen before. Wide, circular, perfectly symmetrical. At its center stood a structure, something like a stone arch, tall and crooked, with something hanging beneath it. I couldn't see clearly, but I felt it. That was where it had come from. That was where it wanted me to go. I didn't think. I moved. The descent took hours. My body screamed at me with every step, but I ignored it. The trees seemed to lean closer as I passed, watching, listening. No birds, no insects, no wind. Just the sound of my own labored breathing and the occasional creak of something far behind me. By the time I reached the base of the slope, the sun had begun to dim again, that pale imitation of light already fading into a steel-colored dusk. The clearing waited. I stepped into it. The arch was made of stacked stone, each slab covered in growth, moss, lichen, even fungi pulsing with slow light. Hanging beneath it, swaying slightly in the still air, was a shape. A figure. At first, I thought it was a body. Then I saw the ropes were roots, bark-covered tendrils that coiled down from the arch like veins. The thing suspended there was neither alive nor dead. Not human, not fully. Its body was long and gaunt, like it had been stretched too thin. Limbs dangled like vines. The face was a reflection. My own. But wrong. The mouth was too wide, the eyes empty. It watched me not with emotion, but with hunger. A deep, soul-level curiosity. Like it wanted to unzip me and crawl inside my skin to understand why I screamed. I stepped forward. It didn't flinch. The roots that held it pulsed. Behind it, the air shimmered, not with heat, but with pressure, like standing near something massive just beneath the surface of the earth, a pulse, a heartbeat. This was its nest, its altar, its home. I stepped closer. "You brought me here," I said quietly. My voice sounded raw. "You've been pushing me." The thing twitched, once, a slow tilt of the head. I raised the knife. The thing raised its arm. Perfect imitation. I lowered it. It did the same. I understood then. It didn't kill for food. It didn't need to. It was a mirror, a parasite of identity. It hunted meaning, memory, language, emotion. It collected people like thoughts, drew them in one by one until they dissolved into its understanding. That's why it spoke in voices, why it knew my brother's laugh, why it carved my name into the wood. It wanted to wear me, not just my face, my story. I stepped back. Its mouth opened slowly, and it spoke. "Stay," it said in my voice. "Let me remember you." The words carried weight. They echoed somewhere behind my eyes, not a sound, an idea. I thought of Gavin. I thought of his map, of the red ink, where it began. It hadn't started with me, it had started with him. He must have come here too, and he hadn't escaped. But I would. I took the lighter from my pack. The one it had returned to me, the one it had polished and offered like a gift. I held it up and struck the wheel. A flame sputtered to life. The thing tilted its head again, curious. I stepped forward. I touched the flame to the roots at the base of the arch. At first, nothing happened. Then the sap caught. The roots hissed. Flames leapt, slow but growing, licking upward into the coils that held the thing aloft. It began to writhe, not in pain, but in confusion. The face twisted, reforming over and over. Gavin, my mother, my childhood friend, strangers I didn't know, all flickering across the surface like it was searching for the one that would stop me. But I didn't stop. I fed the fire. The moss ignited next. The lichen hissed and peeled away. The arch itself began to tremble. The thing made no sound. Only the forest responded. A deep, groaning wail rose from the trees around me, not from the thing but from the woods themselves, as if the roots of every tree were connected, and something ancient had been disturbed. The clearing began to shake. The fire climbed. The figure sagged. I turned and ran. Behind me, the light grew brighter. Flames cracked and snapped. The air smelled like burning sap and something far older, something dry and rotten that had never meant to burn. I didn't stop running until the sky began to change. Not lighten, just shift. The air thinned, the trees opened, and suddenly I was at the edge. I saw the road, my truck, sun-bleached and waiting. I had looped all the way back without knowing. I didn't ask how. I drove until the woods disappeared in the rear view. I didn't sleep that night, or the next. I still don't, not really. I dream sometimes, not about the thing, but about the woods, about the clearing, about the reflection. Sometimes when I pass a mirror in dim light, I see a second face behind mine. But it's fading now, like it's forgetting me, like I burned something real. And whatever it was, it's dead, or buried, for now. I used to work as a pizza delivery driver. It was supposed to be temporary, a stepping stone while I tried to rebuild after one of the dumbest mistakes of my life. The kind of mistake that sits on your chest at night, heavy and humid like Florida air after a storm. Back then I ran with a rough crowd. Kids who thought rules were suggestions and property lines didn't mean much. I knew better. I had a good family, a roof over my head, and parents who tried their best. But I was stubborn and reckless, always looking for the next thrill, the next escape. We used to sneak into abandoned places, throw parties in half-built homes, and light bonfires in dried-out fields. It felt like nothing could touch us. That illusion shattered one muggy August evening. We broke into my neighbor's garage, not out of malice, just boredom and bad judgment. The place was locked, but the side gate wasn't. We slipped through, stifling laughter, a bottle of cheap vodka making its rounds while the sky melted from tangerine to black. The air inside was thick with grease and mildew, lit by a single flickering bulb dangling from a chain. We sat in a circle, talking trash, smoking a joint that one of the guys brought, trying to pretend we weren't nervous. Someone, probably me, knocked over a stack of metal tools. They crashed onto the floor and landed in a slick of something flammable. 1 second it was just noise. The next, there was fire. Actual fire, snapping and licking up the plywood wall. Screams followed. Everyone bolted. I hesitated, foolishly thinking I could fix it somehow. but all I managed to do was breathe in enough smoke to make my lungs feel like they'd been sanded raw. I got out just as the garage door flew open. My neighbor, Mr. Holland, stood there in a bathrobe, his eyes wide with disbelief. He pushed past me without a word and grabbed a fire extinguisher from a cabinet. By the time the police showed up, most of my friends had vanished into the night. The ones who stuck around made sure the blame landed squarely on me. The cops found the remnants of the joint. They saw the charred mess of the garage. The fire hadn't spread far, but it was enough to wreck his tools, melt the plastic bins, warp the walls. Enough to earn me 4 months in juvie. And because it wasn't just trespassing or possession or property damage, it was all of it together, I didn't get a second chance. When I got out, my parents didn't say much. They didn't need to. My mom sat across from me at the kitchen table most nights, scrolling job boards with the kind of quiet desperation that made my stomach knot. My dad didn't yell. He just got real quiet, like he was constantly watching me from a distance he wasn't sure how to cross. Eventually, we found something. A flyer for a local pizza joint hiring delivery drivers, immediate start. I didn't have many choices. I needed the job to start paying off the repairs for Mr. Holland's garage, a court-ordered debt that hung over my head like a slow leak. So I went in, filled out a wrinkled form on a sticky counter, and tried not to flinch when the owner glanced at my probation sheet. The place was called Vito's Slice. It smelled like burnt cheese and dish soap. The guy who ran it was named Lou, and he looked like he hadn't smiled since the 90s, but he hired me. Said I'd start the next day. Just like that, I was in. The job wasn't glamorous, but it was honest. Deliveries kept me busy, and for a while, that was enough. I drove a beat-up Civic that rattled when it idled, and I learned the local roads like the back of my hand. I memorized shortcuts through alleyways, side streets with no speed bumps, and which houses never tipped. Most deliveries were routine: hand off a pizza, pocket a couple bucks, nod and smile. But every now and then, something weird happened. I saw a guy answer the door in a bathrobe soaked in blood. Turns out he was a butcher, and it was just a weird coincidence. I once delivered to a guy who swore his pizza was whispering to him. Chalked it up to weed and moved on. But there was one night, one delivery that changed everything. And I don't mean in a melodramatic, over-the-top way. I mean something genuinely wrong happened. Something I still don't fully understand. It was a Thursday night, maybe close to midnight. I'd been thinking I was done for the evening when the printer spit out one last order. Lou grunted from the kitchen and waved it at me without looking up. Last one. House out past Creek Hollow, you know it? I nodded, even though I didn't. I figured GPS would handle it. It always did. The address looked weird. The street name was familiar, but the number was too high, like way out there. I punched it into the GPS, and it lit up a path that veered into the outer edges of our delivery zone. Not quite the middle of nowhere, but close. The kind of place where cell reception hiccups and the roads get narrower with every turn. I loaded the pizzas into the insulated bag, grabbed a bottle of soda that had sweat pooling in the cup holder, and climbed into the Civic. The radio buzzed softly with static, and the headlights painted long beams across the empty road. As I drove, houses grew farther apart, trees leaned closer, porch lights disappeared. Eventually it was just me, the car, and the dull voice of the GPS telling me to turn left down a road I'd never noticed before. It wasn't even a paved road, more like gravel with patches of grass growing up between the tire tracks. I slowed down, gripping the wheel tighter. Every instinct told me to turn around. But I didn't. And that was my first real mistake. The gravel crunched under my tires like brittle bones. I slowed to a crawl, watching the headlights stretch across the uneven trail. Trees flanked both sides of the road, their gnarled branches reaching in like claws. My GPS flickered, then froze, the robotic voice cutting off mid-sentence. I tapped the screen, but it had already gone black. I glanced at the paper receipt on the passenger seat. The address was still there, scribbled in a shaky hand. Below it was a phone number, barely legible. The signal bars on my phone blinked once, then disappeared. No service. Typical out here. Still, I kept going. The road narrowed even more, turning into what looked more like a forgotten trail than a driveway. Ferns brushed the bottom of my car, and I had to swerve around fallen branches more than once. Just as I was about to consider reversing and calling it quits, the trees opened up, revealing a clearing. At the far end sat an old one-story house. It looked like it had been there for decades, maybe longer. The paint had long since peeled away, leaving behind raw gray wood. A flickering porch light hung above the door, barely illuminating the sagging roof and the rocking chair that moved, ever so slightly, even though there was no wind. I pulled up slowly, engine idling. My instincts whispered that something felt off, but I'd come this far. The 2 pizzas sat in the warming bag next to me, still letting off faint wisps of steam. I grabbed the order and stepped out into the cool night air. The smell hit me first. Not strong at first, but strange. A mix of mold, wet leaves, and something faintly metallic, like blood and rust. I walked up the wooden steps, which groaned under my weight. There was no doorbell, so I knocked twice. The music inside caught my attention. It was old, scratchy, playing from some vinyl record that kept skipping every few seconds. A haunting tune from another era, drifting through the cracks in the wood. After a long pause, the door opened halfway. A man stood just out of view, only one eye visible. He had a deep, gravelly voice that sounded familiar from the phone call. "You the delivery boy?" I nodded, holding up the pizzas. "Yeah, 2 large pies and a soda, comes to $22.50. "Come in. I got the cash in the kitchen," he said, his voice casual, too casual. I hesitated. Every rule of the job said not to step inside someone's home. Liability, safety, all that. But the way he said it, like it was no big deal, made me second-guess myself. Maybe this was just some old guy who had trouble walking. Maybe he didn't mean anything by it. Against my better judgment, I stepped through the doorway. The inside of the house was even worse than the outside. The air was thick and humid, clinging to my skin. The floor creaked with every step. Wallpaper peeled from the walls, curling like dry skin. The same music kept playing from the living room, the same scratchy song looping over and over. I followed the sound of his voice down a narrow hallway. The kitchen light was on at the end, flickering like a dying firefly. As I passed a side hallway, something caught my eye. Movement. I turned my head and froze. There, under the dim light of a bare bulb, stood a woman. She was completely naked, her back to me. Her skin sagged with age, her gray hair hanging down in loose, greasy strands. But what made me stop cold was how she moved. She was dancing, slowly, to the music, swaying and twisting, her arms sliding over her own body in an almost ritualistic rhythm. Not sensual. Not graceful, just off. She didn't notice me, or maybe she did, and just didn't care. I swallowed hard and turned back toward the kitchen. My heart thumped loudly in my chest. I should have left right then, dropped the pizza on the floor and run. But I kept going, drawn deeper into the house like an insect following a light it doesn't understand. The man stood in the kitchen, partially hidden by the doorway. Only his arm was visible now, motioning for me to come in. I stopped a few feet away, still gripping the pizza boxes. "Money's right there," he said, his voice raspy and strange. I looked past the doorway and saw an envelope sitting on the counter. Then I smelled it. Something foul, rotting, like meat left out for too long. The stench seemed to radiate from behind the door, from whatever part of the house I couldn't see. My stomach turned. "I think I'll just leave this here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But before I could set the boxes down, he spoke again, this time with a different tone, cold, flat. "She likes to dance when people watch." I blinked. "Excuse me?" "You saw her, didn't you?" he said softly, stepping just a bit more into view. I could only see the side of his face, the edge of his mouth curled in a grin. Suddenly, from behind me, I heard footsteps, not slow, shuffling ones like before, but fast, urgent. I spun around. The woman was charging down the hallway, still naked, her arms outstretched and her eyes wide and vacant. Her mouth hung open in a silent scream, and she moved faster than I thought someone her age could. Panic surged through me like lightning. I dropped the pizza boxes, turned, and sprinted for the front door. My shoes slipped on the warped floorboards. The music blared behind me now, louder and more distorted. "Get him!" the man bellowed behind me, his voice suddenly full of rage. I threw the door open so hard it bounced against the wall. I leapt down the stairs 2 at a time, nearly twisting my ankle on the gravel driveway. I yanked the car door open, dove inside, and jammed the key into the ignition. The engine stuttered. My breath caught. The woman was at the top of the steps now, arms flailing, her mouth open wider than seemed possible. The engine roared to life. I slammed my foot down and peeled out of the driveway, tires spitting gravel as I sped away from that nightmare of a house. In the rearview mirror, I could still see the porch. The man stood there, unmoving, watching me leave. The woman crouched beside him, twitching slightly, like an animal that had lost its prey. My hands were shaking. I drove without stopping until I reached a gas station 15 miles away. I parked under the bright lights, locked the doors, and sat in silence, listening to my heart thud in my chest. I never went back to that area again, never told my boss the full story, but something about that house stayed with me. And the worst part? That music. It kept playing in my head. I didn't sleep the night after it happened. I didn't even try. I just sat on the floor of my room with the lights on, the door locked, and a baseball bat across my lap. The silence of the house should have felt familiar, but instead, it pressed in from all sides. Every creak of the walls, every groan of the floorboards felt amplified, deliberate. And always, underneath it all, I swore I could still hear the scratchy notes of that old song looping in my head like a broken lullaby. The next day, I called out sick from work. I didn't care about the paycheck, and I definitely didn't care about the job. I just needed time to figure out if what I had experienced was real. I kept replaying it in my mind, second by second, trying to convince myself I had misunderstood something. Maybe they were just a couple of weirdos with bad hygiene. Maybe the woman had dementia. Maybe it was all just some twisted misunderstanding. But that smell, that laugh, the speed of the old woman barreling toward me with inhuman energy, the man's face, half hidden behind the kitchen door, his words soaked in malice. I couldn't explain any of that away. By the 3rd day, my boss was texting me nonstop, saying if I didn't show up, he was going to have to let me go. I ignored the messages. I hadn't touched my car since I got back. It still sat parked a few blocks away at a gas station where I'd abandoned it after that night. I walked over there in the morning, squinting in the sunlight, and got in like I was approaching a crime scene. There was nothing obviously wrong, just some cold pizza boxes still in the back seat and the faintest trace of something metallic hanging in the air, like the smell had followed me even after I escaped. I rolled all the windows down and drove with the wind whipping in my face, trying to blow the memory away. I told my parents I had quit the job, which wasn't technically true yet. My mom asked why, concern knitting her brows. I didn't answer. My dad looked at me over the edge of his newspaper and said that maybe I just wasn't cut out for working nights. I didn't argue. Let them think what they wanted. I didn't know how to explain what had happened without sounding insane. A few more days passed. I tried to return to some kind of normal. I applied for a few jobs online. I cleaned the house to keep my hands busy. But something wasn't right. I started noticing small things. At first they were easy to ignore. A scratching sound at my window at night that I told myself was just tree branches. My phone ringing with no caller ID, only for the line to go dead when I answered. The faintest hum of old music when everything else was still. Then I started dreaming about the house. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back on that gravel driveway, staring up at the porch with that crooked light and that rocking chair that moved on its own. I'd be holding the pizzas again, feeling the warmth seep through the boxes and into my hands, only for it to turn ice cold by the time I reached the door. In the dream, I always opened the door. I stepped inside, the music grew louder, and the hallway stretched longer. The smell was worse, the air thicker. And no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't reach the front door again. Something would grab me before I got there, always. After a week of broken sleep and dreams that left me drenched in sweat, I finally told someone. Her name was Claire. She was a co-worker from the pizza place, someone I trusted just enough to risk sounding crazy. We met at a diner late one night, and I told her everything over cold fries and a bottomless cup of coffee. She didn't laugh. She didn't mock me. She just listened, her brows furrowed, her lips pressed into a thoughtful line. When I finished, she leaned back and crossed her arms. "You're not the first one," she said softly. That made me sit up straighter. "What do you mean?" "There's been stories," she continued, keeping her voice low. "Old drivers used to talk about a weird address out past the edge of town. Most thought it was just a creepy local legend, a house that doesn't show up on maps, and a couple that gives off major horror movie vibes." I blinked at her, trying to wrap my head around it. "None of them ever went back," she added. "Some even quit right after, just like you." I asked if anyone had reported it. She shook her head. What would they say? That they delivered a pepperoni pizza and got chased by a naked geriatric banshee? Come on. She had a point. I left the diner that night more disturbed than comforted. If this was some local horror story, why did no one do anything about it? Why were deliveries still going out there? Was it just a joke? Some initiation for new drivers? That night I couldn't sleep again. I kept staring at my phone, half expecting it to ring. And it did. At 2 a.m. The screen was blank. No number. Just the word unknown. I didn't answer. I let it ring out and fall silent. But then it rang again, and again. Each time I let it go. The fourth time, I couldn't help it. I answered. Nothing at first, just static. Then faintly, that same old song, the one from the house, the one that looped endlessly in my head at night, playing through the speaker in broken, distorted fragments. I hung up and turned off my phone. I tossed it into the drawer and locked it. But I could still hear the music. Not from the phone. From outside. I went to my window and peered out. The street was empty. The lights flickered above the quiet road. Everything looked normal. Except for the figure standing across the street. It was a man, thin and still, his head tilted at a strange angle. I couldn't make out his features in the dark. He didn't move. He didn't make a sound, but I could feel his gaze on me. And then, just as suddenly, he was gone. A blink, and the spot was empty. I stepped away from the window and closed the curtains. That was the moment I realized something had followed me. The house wasn't just a place. It was a door, and I had walked through it. I stopped sleeping altogether after the figure appeared outside my house. Every time I closed my eyes, even for a second, that same music would start humming in the back of my mind, like a record needle slowly dropping onto warped vinyl. I began to feel like it was seeping into my bones, into the floorboards, into the very air around me. Every shadow felt like it had weight. Every reflection showed things that shouldn't be there. My sense of what was real and what wasn't started to crumble, and I couldn't tell if the fear was getting worse, or if I was just finally waking up to something that had always been there. I tried to talk to Claire again, but her tone had changed. She didn't want to hear more. It was like just speaking about it again scared her, like I had opened a door she had desperately tried to close. She told me she didn't want to get involved, and that was that. I didn't blame her. I wouldn't have wanted to hear any more either if I hadn't lived through it myself. Still, I needed answers. I couldn't go on just waiting for the next call or sighting. I felt like prey. So I did what any dumb, desperate person would do. I decided to go back. Not to the house, not yet, but to the road. I needed to know if the house was even real, if it existed in daylight, or if it was one of those places that only opened when the sun went down and common sense went with it. I filled the tank and drove back out past the last traffic light, then kept going. The town fell away behind me. Fields gave way to trees. Trees turned to woods. And eventually I found it again, the turnoff. The same gravel road, the one with the broken mailbox, shaped like a rusted red truck, and a tire swing that looked like it hadn't moved in decades. But the house wasn't there. There was no structure at all, just a clearing in the trees, overgrown with waist-high grass and scattered with moss-covered stones. I parked and got out, walked the whole lot. There were no foundations, no wood planks, not even broken glass or a rusted hinge, nothing to show that anyone had ever lived there. I stood there in the clearing for a long time, the silence of the woods wrapping around me like a damp blanket. But something was off. The air felt wrong, heavier. The trees seemed to lean in just slightly, and I swear, even with no wind, the tire swing began to creak back and forth like something had just stepped away from it. I turned and walked back to my car without looking back. I didn't need to see anything else. That night, the dreams got worse. This time, I wasn't just in the house. I was strapped to a chair in the kitchen. The old woman, eyes blank and mouth hanging open, was swaying inches from my face, humming along with the record player. Her hands twitched and jerked, her fingers brushing over my cheeks, my throat, my chest. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. Behind her, the man just stood in the hallway, peering out from behind the wall like always, watching, smiling. When I woke up, my mouth was dry and I was drenched in sweat, but worse than the dream was the smell, that same cloying, sweet, rotting scent. It was in my room, lingering in the air like something had been standing over me while I slept. I checked every corner of the room, even under the bed and inside the closet. Nothing, but the feeling stayed with me that I wasn't alone. By the next evening, I had convinced myself it was time to go to the police, not because I thought they would believe me. I knew they wouldn't. But if something happened to me, I wanted there to be some kind of record. I wrote everything down, every detail. The address, the delivery, the smell, the music, the naked woman in the hallway, the man's voice. I typed it all out, printed it, sealed it in an envelope, and slid it under my mattress. Then I drove to the station. The officer at the front desk barely looked up when I came in. When I told him I needed to file a report, he handed me a clipboard like it was routine. I filled out what I could, omitting the supernatural parts, but keeping the core of the story intact. He read it slowly, then raised an eyebrow. "This sounds like a prank," he said, his tone skeptical. I nodded. That's what I thought too, but it wasn't. He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "We can check it out, but if there's no address and no visible residence, I doubt there's much we can do." "Just log it," I said, "please." He promised he would, but I saw the way he glanced at the clock, like he couldn't wait for the end of his shift. As I left the station, my phone buzzed, no caller ID. I stared at the screen for a long time, heart thudding in my chest, then let it go to voicemail. A minute later, I listened. Static again. Then breathing. Then the song. Always that same song, like it had burned itself into the fabric of the universe. But this time, something new. A whisper. Low, broken, almost like a gurgle. "You shouldn't have come back." I dropped the phone. It clattered to the sidewalk. The screen cracked, the song still playing. I was losing it, or maybe I wasn't. Maybe I had stepped too close to something that was never meant to be understood. Whatever lived in that house, or pretended to live, wasn't done with me. And now, I wasn't sure if I could ever really escape it. After that last call, I did not answer my phone again. I turned it off, stuffed it into a drawer, and left it there. I stopped sleeping in my room, too. Something about the way the smell had crept in, like it was watching me through the cracks, made the place feel invaded. I started sleeping on the couch with all the lights on, the TV humming static all night long. I didn't care. As long as I stayed awake and stayed in the light, I felt like maybe I had a chance. The next few days were silent. No music, no calls, no dreams. At first, it almost felt like peace, like maybe I'd finally done something right. But deep down, I knew it wasn't over. It was the kind of silence you hear right before the thunder breaks. A pause, a breath, the feeling that something is waiting. Then came the knock. It was just after midnight, a single soft knock at the front door, not a pounding, not a frantic hammering, just one knock, then silence. I didn't move at first. My breath caught in my throat, and I stared at the door from across the room, frozen. It felt like the air itself had thickened. My heart was pounding so loud I could barely hear anything else. I stood slowly, grabbing the fireplace poker with one hand. I crept toward the window and pulled the curtain back, just a sliver. Nothing. Just the porch bathed in pale blue moonlight. No figures. No shadows. But I knew something was there. I backed away. The silence dragged on for what felt like hours. Then the knock came again. 3 times this time, a little louder. I did the only thing that made sense. I ran to the kitchen and yanked open the drawer. The envelope I had stuffed under my mattress with everything I had written, my confession, my warning. It was already there on the counter. I didn't put it there. Something had been in the house. I grabbed the envelope and my car keys and didn't even put on shoes. I just ran. Out the door, into the car, down the street without looking back. My tires squealed as I sped through the empty roads. I drove without thinking, heart pounding, every turn guided by instinct and fear. I wasn't going home again. I wasn't waiting around for something to crawl through the cracks. But I wasn't running either. I was going back. Back to that road, back to the clearing where the house used to be. By the time I got there, the sky was a dark bruise and fog clung low to the ground like it was waiting for me. I parked, killed the engine, and stepped out with the envelope in one hand and the poker still gripped in the other. The clearing looked the same, still no house, just wild grass and scattered rocks. But I walked forward anyway. About 10 steps in, I stopped. There, right in the center of the field, stood the front door. Just the door, no walls, no frame, no house. It stood upright in the grass, slightly ajar, like it had always been waiting for me to come back. I should have turned around, but I didn't. I walked toward it, one slow step at a time. When I got close enough to touch it, I reached forward and pushed it open. The air that came out wasn't cold, it wasn't warm, it wasn't anything I could describe. It felt like walking into a memory that wasn't mine. On the other side of the door was the hallway, the wallpaper, the creaking floorboards. The record player was spinning, but the music hadn't started yet. I stepped through. As soon as I crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind me and vanished. I didn't panic, not this time. I'd been here before. I walked through the hallway. The kitchen glowed faintly at the far end. The cast iron stove flickered like it always had. A shadow shifted in the living room. I turned. The old woman was there, standing still now, not dancing, just staring at me. And the man stood beside her, taller than I remembered, more solid. His eyes burned with something that looked almost human. Almost. "You came back," he said. His voice was calm again, like it was the first time I'd called the number. "I didn't have a choice," I said. "You wouldn't let me leave." He smiled. "You could have left, but you needed to understand. You needed to finish the delivery." I held up the envelope. "This is what I brought." He stepped closer. "Then give it to her." I turned to the old woman. Her eyes were glassy, empty. I reached out and placed the envelope into her hands. She looked down at it like she didn't recognize the object. Then slowly, her fingers closed around it. The music started. A scratchy, slow tune from another time. She didn't dance. She just closed her eyes. The man sighed. "You've seen us now. You know what we are." "What are you?" I asked. He looked down the hallway. "We were a family once, a mother and her boy. We stayed too long. We wanted someone to remember." "And now?" "Now you've remembered us." I didn't know what that meant, not fully, but I felt it, deep in my chest. The house had needed something, a witness, an echo, maybe even forgiveness. Whatever it had been trying to say through music and rot and whispers, I had finally listened. The man stepped back into the shadow. The old woman opened the envelope, and the pages turned to ash in her hands. And then the house let go. The walls peeled away like smoke. The floor vanished beneath my feet, replaced by grass and moonlight. I was standing in the clearing again, alone. The door was gone. No house, no figures, just me and the wind and the whisper of leaves. I turned and walked back to my car. I never saw that place again, never heard the song again, not even a breath of it in the static of a late-night call. It was over. The kind of over that feels like a grave has been filled, and the earth no longer remembers what it covered. I went home, got rid of my phone, took a new job, a new town. The pizza days were done. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear the creak of a floorboard or a tune just out of reach. But it fades, and I remind myself that I did the job. I delivered what they needed. And they let me leave. That's all I ever wanted. To be let go. I worked the night shift at a 24-hour laundromat in Portland. It's one of those places that never really sleeps, with the hum of machines and the flicker of fluorescent lights keeping things just alive enough to make the hours feel less empty. Most nights are just quiet, filled with the steady rhythm of washers spinning and dryers tumbling. But Thursdays are different. Every Thursday at exactly 1:11 in the morning, she shows up. I remember the first time I saw her. It was dead quiet except for the buzz of the machines. She walked in wearing a bright yellow raincoat, the kind that looks like it's straight out of a children's storybook. She didn't carry any laundry, no baskets, no bags, just that raincoat and a book clutched in her hands. She never said a word, never looked me in the eye. Instead, she sat down at one of the plastic chairs along the wall and started humming a soft, almost lullaby-like tune. The humming was strange because it was a song I knew well but hadn't heard in years. It was something my mom used to sing to me when I was little, a kind of bedtime song that was supposed to make the dark less scary. But hearing it there, in the middle of the night, with the machines whirring and the fluorescent lights casting long shadows, it was eerie in a way I couldn't shake. What caught my attention next was the book she always carried. I thought maybe it was a diary or a novel, but when I got curious and looked closely, the pages were completely blank. I mean, not a single word, not even a doodle, just empty paper. I asked myself if maybe it was a trick of the lighting or if the pages were stuck together. But every time she showed up, she had that same book, open or closed but always blank. She never interacted with anyone. No other customers seemed to notice her much, or at least they never mentioned it. She was always there, humming that same song, flipping the pages as if reading, but never turning a word. And she never stayed long, usually just 20 or 30 minutes, and then she'd leave as quietly as she came, disappearing into the damp night. I started paying more attention, mostly because it was the only thing that made my night shifts feel less monotonous. Sometimes I'd watch her in the security footage, hoping to catch a glimpse of who she was, or maybe see her face a bit clearer. But the footage was just as strange as the real thing. In every clip, she was soaked, completely drenched, like she'd just stepped out of a storm. And that was the weird part, because the nights she came, it wasn't raining at all. The weather reports confirmed dry conditions, no storms, no drizzle, nothing that would explain why she was always dripping wet. I mentioned it once to a coworker, joking about how maybe she was some kind of ghost. They laughed it off, said I was working too many graveyard shifts and letting my imagination get the best of me. Maybe they were right, but there was something about her presence, about the song she hummed, that stuck with me. It was like she was trying to say something without words, like she was trapped in some loop and could only communicate through that haunting melody. Then one Thursday she didn't show up. The chair where she always sat was empty, and the hum of her song was gone. I was relieved at first, thinking maybe it was finally over. But then, as the night wore on, the humming started again. It wasn't coming from anywhere a person could be. It was inside the walls, the pipes, the vents, the machines themselves. The sound was soft but unmistakable, like the ghost of her song echoing through the building. I checked the security cameras obsessively that night, looking for any sign of her, any movement, any disturbance. But the footage was clean, empty, except for the usual cars passing by outside and the blinking lights of the machines. No one came in, no one went out. Yet the humming persisted, filling the laundromat with a chill I couldn't explain. I almost didn't want to believe what I was hearing. Maybe it was just the hum of the machines playing tricks on my ears. Maybe the loneliness of the graveyard shift was making me hear things that weren't there. But no matter how hard I tried to convince myself, that lullaby my childhood, lullaby kept floating through the air, soft and steady, like a beacon in the dark. The mystery of the girl in the yellow raincoat stayed with me long after that night. I kept wondering who she was, why she came every Thursday, why she carried a blank book, and why the humming had taken over when she was gone. Was she a spirit tied to some forgotten tragedy? An urban legend come to life? Or was it all in my head, a trick of exhaustion and loneliness? Whatever the answer was, I knew one thing for sure. The laundromat wasn't just a place to wash clothes anymore. It was a place where the past lingered, where the quiet hum of machines mixed with the soft song of a girl who never really left. And every Thursday, I still find myself waiting for her to walk through the door, raincoat dripping, book in hand, humming that lullaby that never fades. The nights after she stopped showing up were the hardest. The laundromat felt hollow without her presence. I kept expecting to see her yellow raincoat glistening under the flickering fluorescent lights, but the chair she always sat in remained empty. It was strange how quickly her absence turned the place colder, as if her ghost still lingered, refusing to leave. Then, the humming started soft, distant at first, like a fading memory, but it quickly grew louder, filling every corner of the building. The sound wasn't coming from any machine or vent, but seemed to crawl beneath the walls and settle into the very floorboards. It was the same lullaby she always hummed, the one I remembered from my childhood, but distorted, echoing as if trapped inside the building itself. At first, I thought I was imagining things. The night shifts made the hours drag, and loneliness warps the mind. I tried to rationalize the humming as just the machines working in a strange rhythm, or the building settling after the cold day. But the sound was too deliberate, too melodic to be just noise. I'd find myself freezing mid-task, listening for it, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. There was no mistaking that lullaby now, and it didn't stop. It seeped into the silence, looping softly, haunting me long after the machines powered down. I watched the security footage obsessively, hoping to catch even the smallest hint of her return or some sign that someone else had been in the laundromat. But the cameras showed nothing unusual. The night was quiet, The streets outside empty, the parking lot devoid of any visitors. Not a single soul crossed the threshold, yet the humming persisted, a phantom melody wrapped around the very walls. It was like the building itself was trying to communicate, using the song as a language only I could hear. I started noticing other strange things around the laundromat. Occasionally, machines would switch on or off by themselves. The washers sometimes stopped mid-cycle, or the dryers would whir at odd intervals without a coin inserted. Once, I found a single yellow raindrop-shaped sticker stuck to a dryer door. It wasn't mine, and no one else worked those shifts. The place felt alive in a way I had never felt before, like it was breathing beneath the surface. I was no longer alone during those late hours, even if no one else was there. I reached out to coworkers and asked if they'd ever noticed anything strange. Most of them brushed it off, chalking it up to overwork or a tired mind. But one of the older guys admitted he'd once heard a faint humming while closing up one night, a tune he couldn't place but that sent a chill down his spine. He didn't say much more, but I caught the unspoken agreement we both sensed something we couldn't explain. Desperate for answers, I started researching the laundromat's history. The building had been there for over 50 years, changing hands a few times. Nothing obvious came up about tragedies or hauntings, but local folklore hinted at a girl who died on a stormy night years ago. According to some stories, she'd drowned after getting caught in the rain, her yellow raincoat sticking to her as she vanished into the storm. Some whispered that her spirit never left the place where she'd last been seen. I wondered if this was the same girl, if somehow the laundromat was her tether to the world. I spoke with an elderly neighbor who remembered the laundromat's early days. She told me about a little girl who used to hang around the neighborhood, always wearing a bright yellow raincoat, no matter the weather. They said she was sweet but quiet, always carrying a book that no one was allowed to see. The neighbor shivered when she mentioned how, on certain nights, you could hear her humming a lullaby as she wandered the streets, even when no one was around. It was exactly the song I heard. As the nights dragged on, I started keeping a journal. I wrote down every instance of humming, every machine that acted strangely, every shadow I caught out of the corner of my eye. I recorded the times she should have appeared and the empty chair that waited. Writing helped me hold on to reality, but it also made the mystery feel heavier. It was like I was piecing together a story I didn't fully understand yet, a story that was part ghost tale and part memory. The humming seemed to come from different places on different nights, sometimes near the washers, other times by the folding tables or the vents. Once, I even heard it outside, carried on the wind as I closed the door. It was almost as if she was everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving through the laundromat like a thread connecting the past and the present. I thought about the book she always carried. Why was it blank? Was it a symbol, a placeholder, or something I wasn't meant to see? I found myself wondering if the laundromat was a kind of waiting room for her spirit, a place stuck in time where she replayed the same moments over and over, humming that lullaby to keep the darkness at bay. Some nights I'd catch myself humming the tune back to the empty room, as if calling to her, trying to reach through the silence. It became a strange ritual, a way to keep the connection alive. I don't know if she heard me, or if it even mattered. What mattered was that the song was no longer just a sound, but a presence, a ghostly thread pulling me deeper into a story that refused to end. The laundromat had become more than a job. It was a place where the boundary between the living and the lost blurred. Every Thursday at 1:11, whether she appeared or not, the humming would rise again, a haunting lullaby echoing through the machines and walls, reminding me that some stories never really end. And I, for better or worse, was a part of hers now. The humming stayed with me, a constant companion that refused to be ignored. It was there when I arrived at the laundromat and lingered long after I left. Some nights it was so soft I thought I was imagining it, but other times it filled the air like a quiet song meant just for me. I started to realize the sound was more than a simple noise. It was a presence, a message, or maybe a call for help. I found myself listening for it everywhere, in the hum of the machines, the rustle of the fluorescent lights, even in the wind outside the windows. It felt like she was there somehow, woven into the fabric of the place. I began keeping a journal, writing down every detail I could remember: the time she usually appeared, the exact note of the humming, the way the light flickered when the song got louder. I tried to find a pattern, something to explain what I was experiencing. Each entry felt like a step deeper into a mystery I was barely equipped to solve. Still, the more I wrote, the clearer it became that this was not just about a girl in a yellow raincoat. It was about a story I had stumbled into, a story that blurred the line between the living and the lost. One night, as I was closing up, the humming became louder, almost urgent. It filled the room and seemed to wrap around me, pulling me toward the back corner near the dryers. I followed it, heart pounding, until I stood before the old rusted dryer that hadn't worked for years. The humming faded the moment I reached out to touch it. I pulled the door open, half expecting to find something inside, but it was empty, except for a small puddle of water that hadn't been there before. The cold wetness seeped through my fingers, and I shivered. I took that moment as a sign. Maybe she was trying to reach me, to show me that she was still here somehow, trapped between worlds. I started bringing small things to the laundromat on Thursdays: a folded blanket, a book, sometimes a cup of tea. It felt silly, but I hoped that if she was watching, she might know I was trying to help. On one of those nights, I found a yellow raindrop sticker stuck to the wall near the dryers. It wasn't mine, and no one else worked those hours. It was a tiny piece of evidence that made me believe she was more than just a ghost story. I reached out to an old friend who studied folklore and the supernatural. I explained everything: the girl in the raincoat, the humming, the blank book, the wet clothes, the handprint on the wall. She listened patiently, and then told me about spirits tied to places of transition, especially spots where people had experienced sudden or tragic deaths. According to her, these spirits sometimes replay moments from their lives, trapped in a loop until someone helps them move on. She said the humming could be a way to communicate, a bridge between the past and present. The idea both comforted and terrified me. If she was stuck, if she was trying to tell me something, what could I do? Could I really help her, or was I just inviting more shadows into my life? I wondered if the laundromat was a kind of purgatory for her, a place where time stood still and the rain never stopped falling. The thought made me feel closer to her, but also more alone. On one particularly cold night, I noticed something new on the security footage. For a brief moment, the yellow raincoat appeared, flickering like a flame in the dark near the entrance. It was so faint and fleeting that I almost missed it. The camera showed no one else entering or leaving. I rewound and watched the clip again and again, my heart racing. She was there, or at least something wearing her raincoat. It was a silent confirmation that she hadn't left, that she was still bound to the laundromat, waiting for something or someone. I tried to talk to other night shift workers, but most just laughed nervously or said they didn't want to believe in ghosts. Some shared their own stories of strange noises or flickering lights, but no one had seen her or heard the humming the way I did. It was like the laundromat was a secret world only I was part of, a place where reality bent and the past whispered in melodies. The nights grew colder as winter approached, and the humming became a fixture of my routine. I found myself humming back, a soft echo in the silence, hoping to connect across the divide. I imagined her sitting there, reading the blank pages of her book, waiting for the rain to stop, or for someone to understand her story. I wondered about the night she first appeared, what had led her there in that yellow raincoat, soaked to the bone. Was she lost, searching for something or someone? Did the song she hummed mean more than I could grasp? I thought about the people who had passed through the laundromat over the years, how many of their stories had been forgotten, swallowed by time like her. One night, as the humming swelled around me, I felt a sudden warmth, a soft, glowing light near the folding tables. I turned toward it and saw, for a brief second, a silhouette in the yellow raincoat standing in the corner. She looked at me with eyes full of sadness and hope, a silent plea to remember her. Then she was gone, leaving behind only the lingering melody of her lullaby. The laundromat had become more than a place to wash clothes. It was a threshold, a bridge between worlds where the past met the present in whispers and songs. And every Thursday at 1:11 in the morning, I still wait for her to walk through the door, raincoat dripping, book in hand, humming that lullaby that never fades. The deeper I got into the mystery, the more the laundromat felt less like a place I worked, and more like a threshold to something I could not fully understand. Each Thursday, I found myself waiting for the moment she would appear, the moment when the yellow raincoat would materialize through the door and the humming would start again. Even when she did not show up, the lullaby seemed to seep from the walls and floors, filling the empty space with a presence that was impossible to ignore. It was a haunting that I could not shake, no matter how much I tried to focus on the mundane tasks of washing and folding clothes. I started keeping a small altar near the corner where she always sat. It was simple, a folded yellow scarf, a candle, and a small notebook where I wrote down everything I noticed. Each Thursday, I added something new, a pressed flower, a folded paper crane, a photo of the laundromat taken at dusk. It felt silly to some, but for me, it was a way to connect, a gesture of hope that maybe she could feel it. Sometimes when I lit the candle, I swear the temperature in the room would drop, the flame flickering as if responding to an unseen breath. The humming became more than a sound, it became a kind of language. I would hum back, softly at first, unsure if I was making it worse or better. The lullaby was familiar but warped, stretched thin like a memory on the edge of fading away. Sometimes it seemed playful, other times desperate, like a call across a vast and empty space. I wondered if she was trying to reach me, to tell me something important she could not say with words. One night, I stayed after my shift ended, sitting alone in the laundromat with only the humming for company. I lit the candle on the altar and closed my eyes, letting the sound wash over me. Suddenly, I felt a soft touch on my shoulder, like a feather brushing my skin, I spun around, but no one was there. The room was empty except for the machines and the quiet hum of the air conditioner. I wanted to believe it was her, reaching out to say she was still there, but the doubt lingered like a shadow. I began researching the lullaby, trying to trace its origins. I found old recordings of folk songs and lullabies from the Pacific Northwest, songs sung by mothers to calm their children during storms. The melody was similar, but never quite the same, as if it had been twisted through time and memory. It made me think about the stories the laundromat held, stories of people who had passed through, lives touched by loss and hope. Maybe she was one of those stories, a memory trapped in the rhythm of the machines. As the seasons changed and the nights grew longer, the laundromat took on a new kind of life. I started seeing other things, faint footprints appearing on the wet floor near the entrance, the sound of small footsteps echoing in the empty aisles. Once, I found a yellow glove folded neatly on a folding table, its partner nowhere to be found. These small details felt like breadcrumbs, clues left behind by someone or something that wanted to be remembered. The community around the laundromat began to whisper too. Some of the regular night workers talked about the girl in the raincoat, about the humming that haunted the walls. They shared stories of strange sightings and unexplained chills. A few even said they had heard the lullaby softly while doing laundry alone late at night. It was becoming a shared experience, a local legend born from the fabric of the place. One elderly man who frequented the laundromat told me about a stormy night decades ago when a young girl had disappeared near the river that ran behind the building. He said she was last seen wearing a yellow raincoat, carrying a book, and humming a lullaby that chilled everyone who heard it. The story matched perfectly, but no one had ever found a trace of her. The man's voice was heavy with sadness as he told me, and I felt the weight of that night pressing down on the laundromat like a wound that never healed. I started to wonder if the laundromat was a kind of crossroads, a place where the living and the lost met. The humming was more than a ghostly sound. It was a thread connecting past and present, a reminder that some stories never really end. I thought about the girl, about what she might want or need. Was she trapped in a loop, replaying the moments before her disappearance, or was she waiting for someone to help her find peace? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that the laundromat wasn't just a place for cleaning clothes. It was a space filled with memories, echoes of lives touched by time and tragedy. The yellow raincoat, the blank book, the humming lullaby, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was slowly learning to see. And even though I couldn't fully understand the story, I felt honored to be a part of it. On a cold, rainy Thursday, the laundromat was quieter than usual. The rain tapped steadily against the windows, and the machines hummed softly. I sat by the altar and lit the candle, watching as the flame flickered and danced. For a moment, I thought I saw a flash of yellow in the corner of my eye, a shimmer like a raindrop catching the light. I turned quickly, but the room was empty. Then the humming began again, gentle and steady, weaving through the air like a soft embrace. I closed my eyes and listened, feeling a strange calm wash over me. It was as if the laundromat was breathing, alive with the memory of the girl who never left. The lullaby was no longer just a song, it was a promise, a connection that reached beyond time and space. And in that moment, I knew she was still here, not as a ghost to fear, but as a presence to remember. The laundromat was her home now, a place where the rain never stopped and the song never ended. And I, for better or worse, was its keeper. The weeks after that rainy Thursday felt different. The laundromat, once just a place to pass the night and wash clothes, had become a place full of stories, echoes, and questions that I could not ignore. The humming lullaby continued, sometimes barely audible, other times filling the entire room with its strange, gentle melody. It was like the song carried the weight of years, a story of loss and longing that I was slowly learning to understand. I found myself drawn deeper into the mystery of the girl in the yellow raincoat. I searched for old news articles, spoke with longtime residents, and scoured archives, hoping to find more clues about her life and disappearance. The stories I uncovered were heartbreaking. She was a child who had vanished on a stormy night many years ago, a girl who loved to read and spent her days wandering near the river behind the laundromat. No one had ever found her, and her memory lived on in whispered stories and a few faded photographs tucked away in old family albums. Sometimes I imagined her sitting in the laundromat, turning the blank pages of her book and humming that haunting lullaby. I thought about how lonely she must have been, waiting for someone to notice, to listen, to understand. The laundromat became a kind of shrine to her memory, a place where she was not forgotten but remembered and cared for. The humming seemed to respond to me, growing louder when I felt particularly alone, and fading when I was surrounded by others. It was like a fragile thread connecting us across time and space, a reminder that some bonds never truly break. I started to hum the lullaby myself, softly at first, then louder, hoping that my voice might reach her and offer some comfort. One night, the humming led me to the back room where the old machines were kept. The air was thick with the smell of damp metal and aged wood. As I stood there, the sound surrounded me, wrapping around me like a protective cloak. I felt a sudden rush of cold air and saw, just for a moment, the shimmer of yellow near the corner. It was as if she was there, watching, waiting, offering a quiet presence that both comforted and unsettled me. I took to leaving small tokens behind on Thursdays, a scarf, a book, a small bouquet of wildflowers picked from the edge of the riverbank. I hoped these gifts might reach her, might ease the loneliness of the place. Sometimes I found the gifts disturbed or moved, as if someone had touched them in the night. It gave me hope that she was still there, still connected to the world in her own way. The laundromat's other workers started noticing the changes too. Some talked about the strange feeling that hung in the air on certain nights, the way the lights flickered or the machines seemed to whisper. Others spoke of hearing a faint song when they thought they were alone. No one could explain it, but they all agreed the place was different, alive in a way that was both beautiful and eerie. I continued to study the lullaby, trying to trace its origins and meaning. It turned out to be a blend of old folk songs, melodies passed down through generations to soothe children during storms or times of hardship. The song's words were simple and soothing, but when hummed softly in the dead of night, it took on a haunting quality that stirred something deep inside me. I thought about the blank book she always carried. Maybe it was a symbol of the story she wanted to tell but could not, a silent plea to be seen and heard. The pages were empty, but in their emptiness was a kind of freedom, a space where memories and emotions could live without being trapped by words. It was a reminder that sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones left unwritten. As time went on, I realized the laundromat was no longer just a place of machines and cycles. It was a space where the past and present intertwined, where the living and the lost met in whispers and songs. The girl in the yellow raincoat had become a guardian of sorts, a presence that watched over the building and those who passed through its doors. Some nights I would catch glimpses of her flash of yellow, the soft rustle of fabric, the faint outline of a figure just beyond the edge of sight. Each time my heart would race, torn between fear and longing. I wanted to reach out, to touch her, to tell her she was not alone. But she always slipped away, leaving only the lingering melody of her lullaby behind. The laundromat had become a place of healing, a refuge where memories were honored and the boundaries between worlds blurred. It was a reminder that even in the darkest places there is light, and even in silence there is a song waiting to be heard. I still work the night shifts, and every Thursday at 1:11 I find myself waiting, watching the door, listening for the soft hum of a lullaby that never fades. The girl in the yellow raincoat may never return in the way I hope, but she is there in the song, in the shadows, in the heart of the laundromat, and I will keep waiting, humming back and remembering. The nights grew colder as winter crept in, but the laundromat remained a strange beacon in the darkness, a place where the ordinary met the mysterious. Each Thursday, I found myself there at 1:11, waiting for the girl in the yellow raincoat, for that soft humming lullaby to fill the air again. The place was still, empty except for the hum of the machines and the flicker of the fluorescent lights, but beneath the surface it felt alive with a presence I could not see but deeply felt. It was as if the walls themselves remembered her, holding onto her song like a secret shared between us. That night, the air was thick with moisture, and the rain drummed steadily on the roof. I was alone, finishing the last load of laundry before closing up. The machines hummed rhythmically, their sounds blending with the soft patter of rain outside. I sat in the usual chair by the wall, the same spot where she would have sat. I closed my eyes and let the quiet wash over me. For a moment, I was somewhere else, somewhere where time did not move and the rain never stopped falling. Suddenly, the lullaby began soft and hesitant at first, then growing stronger, filling the laundromat with its gentle melody. I opened my eyes and saw her just a flicker at first, a shimmer of yellow in the corner of the room. The girl in the yellow raincoat was there, standing near the entrance, her figure translucent and glowing softly in the dim light. She held the blank book in her hands, turning the pages slowly, as if searching for something she could not find. I wanted to reach out to her, to tell her that she was not alone, that I had been waiting all this time, but my feet felt rooted to the floor, and my voice caught in my throat. She looked up, and though her face was blurred and ethereal, I felt her eyes meet mine full of sadness, hope, and something I could not quite understand. The humming grew louder, surrounding us both in a cocoon of sound and light. Then, without warning, the figure moved closer, reaching out a hand that shimmered like mist. I wanted to take it, to hold on and never let go, but the moment slipped away like water through my fingers. She smiled, a small, bittersweet smile, and the room seemed to sigh. The rain slowed, the machines quieted, and the glow faded until she was gone, leaving only the faintest trace of her lullaby hanging in the air. I sat there long after the last notes faded, the silence heavy but not empty. For the first time in months, I felt a sense of peace. It was not closure, not an end, but a beginning, a moment of connection across time and space that felt like a promise. The girl in the yellow raincoat was still here, still a part of the laundromat's story, and maybe, just maybe, waiting for someone to keep her memory alive. The next morning, I found something new on the folding table, a small folded paper crane made from yellow paper. It was delicate and perfect, and I knew it was from her. I placed it carefully on the altar I had made, alongside the scarf and the flowers. It was a sign, a message, a gift from the past that told me I was not alone in this. As winter turned to spring, the humming lullaby became a part of my life. It was no longer a haunting, but a reminder of the fragile beauty of memory and the enduring power of hope. I kept working the night shifts, always ready for the moment when the girl in the yellow raincoat would appear, carrying her blank book and humming her song. The laundromat became more than a place to wash clothes. It was a sanctuary for stories, a bridge between worlds, and a home for a song that would never end. And as long as I was there, I knew the girl in the yellow raincoat would never be forgotten. Sometimes when the rain falls softly and the night is still, I hear the lullaby drifting through the air, a gentle, haunting melody that carries the weight of years and the promise of tomorrow. It is the song of a girl who vanished but never left, a song that lives in the heart of the laundromat, waiting for anyone willing to listen. And I will always listen. The laundromat had become a part of me, and I a part of its story. Every Thursday at 1:11, whether the girl in the yellow raincoat appeared or not, the place held a quiet expectation. That lullaby, the soft, haunting song that tied together time, memory, and loss, seemed woven into the fabric of the building itself. It was as if the laundromat and the girl were locked in an unspoken conversation, one I was privileged to witness. That final night began like so many others. The machines hummed steadily, the fluorescent lights flickered just slightly, and the rain drummed gently against the windows. I sat near the folding tables, a candle burning softly beside me, casting warm light over the worn floor. I was alone, save for the memories and the lingering presence that had come to mean more than just a ghost story. I listened carefully, waiting for the first notes of the lullaby. It came slowly, a whisper carried on the cold air, almost hesitant, as if unsure it would be heard. The melody wound through the room, wrapping around me like a soft embrace. I closed my eyes, letting the sound fill every part of me, drawing me closer to the invisible thread that connected past and present. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it a shimmer of yellow, the faintest outline of a raincoat, delicate and ethereal. The girl appeared, translucent but radiant, standing quietly near the entrance. She held the blank book in her hands, turning the empty pages slowly, her movements graceful and calm. I felt a rush of emotions, sorrow, hope, and something deeper I could not name. I stood up slowly, stepping toward her, feeling the floor beneath my feet and the candle's warmth in my hand. Our eyes met, though hers were hazy and shifting. There was a spark of recognition, a silent acknowledgement that we had been waiting for this moment. The humming grew louder, the lullaby rising to a gentle crescendo, filling the space between us. The girl reached out, and though her hand passed through mine like mist, I felt the weight of her presence, the gravity of her story. It was a story of loss, of loneliness, but also of love that transcended time and space. She was not trapped, but freed, no longer bound to the laundromat or the endless loop of the song. In her smile, there was peace, a release from the shadows that had followed her for so long. As the lullaby faded, the girl's form began to dissolve into the air, scattering like golden leaves caught in a breeze. The raincoat shimmered one last time before disappearing, leaving the laundromat quiet and still. The candle flickered gently, then settled into a steady glow, as if the room itself was sighing with relief. I sat back down, tears streaming silently down my face. I felt a profound sense of closure, a connection that had been forged through months of waiting, listening, and believing. The laundromat was no longer just a place haunted by a song. It was a sanctuary of memory and healing. The next morning, I found a single yellow flower resting on the folding table. It was fresh, vibrant, and unlike anything I had seen before. I took it as a gift, a sign that the girl's story had reached its end, but also that it lived on in the hearts of those who remember, and in the soft hum of the laundromat's machines. From that day forward, the humming lullaby became a quiet comfort rather than a haunting echo. I continued to work the night shifts, carrying the memory of the girl in the yellow raincoat with me, honoring her story by sharing it with anyone who would listen. The laundromat had become a place where the past and present met, where stories were told without words, and where love endured beyond the bounds of time. Sometimes when the rain falls gently and the night is calm, I still hear the faintest notes of that lullaby, a reminder that some songs never truly end, and that every story deserves to be heard. I adopted her a week ago, a quiet, gentle dog with soft brown eyes and a coat that felt like worn velvet. The shelter had named her Daisy, but I started calling her Luna. It seemed to fit. She was calm, watchful, and had a way of moving that reminded me of moonlight slipping through clouds. The first few days were uneventful. She followed me from room to room, always at a respectful distance. She didn't bark, didn't whine, didn't chew on furniture. She ate her meals slowly, as if savoring each bite, and slept curled up at the foot of my bed. I began to think I had lucked out, that maybe this was the start of something good. Then, on the 7th night, everything changed. It was around midnight. I was in the living room reading a book when Luna stood up abruptly. Her ears perked, and she stared down the hallway toward the closet. At first, I thought she had heard something outside a car door, perhaps, or a raccoon rummaging through trash. But then she started to growl. It was a low, rumbling sound, one I hadn't heard from her before. Her body tensed, muscles coiled like springs, and her eyes never left the closet door. The growl grew louder, more insistent, and then she began to bark. Not the playful bark of a dog wanting attention, but a sharp, frantic barking that echoed through the apartment. I tried to calm her, speaking softly, reaching out to touch her, but she wouldn't budge. Her focus was absolute, her entire being directed at that door. And then she started to scream. I've never heard a dog make a sound like that. It was a high-pitched, keening wail that sent shivers down my spine. She lunged at the closet door, slamming her head against it with a sickening thud. Again and again, she threw herself at it, each impact more violent than the last. I rushed to her, trying to pull her away, but she was relentless. Blood began to smear the white paint of the door, and I could see a gash forming above her eye. Desperate, I flung the closet door open. There was nothing inside. Just coats, shoes, and a few boxes stacked neatly on the shelf. No intruder, no animal, nothing that could have provoked such a reaction. Luna stopped immediately. She stood there, panting, blood dripping from her forehead, and stared into the empty closet. Then she turned away, walked back to the living room, and lay down on the rug. She hasn't made a sound since. I've taken her to the vet. They stitched up the wound and gave me some painkillers for her. Physically, she's healing, but something in her has changed. She doesn't follow me anymore. She doesn't respond to her name. She just lies there, eyes open, staring at nothing. I've tried everything, treats, toys, gentle coaxing, but it's like she's not there. Like whatever she saw, whatever she experienced, took something from her. I don't know what to do. I've started sleeping with the lights on. I keep the closet door open now, as if to prove to both of us that there's nothing to fear. But sometimes late at night, I catch her glancing toward it, her eyes wide and unblinking. I wonder what she saw. I wonder if it's still there. I wonder if it saw her first. The vet said she was fine. They checked her eyes, her hearing, her blood. Everything came back normal. The head injury wasn't serious, they said. A few stitches, some rest. She'd be back to herself in no time. But they didn't see her lying there, didn't see how quiet she had become. She didn't flinch when they poked around her face. She didn't whimper when they cleaned the wound, just stared past them, through them, like she wasn't fully in the room anymore. I brought her home and laid a blanket out near the heater, trying to make her comfortable. She didn't move. I brought her food in a ceramic bowl, the kind with rubber on the bottom so it wouldn't slide. She didn't touch it. I sat with her on the floor for what felt like hours, hand resting lightly on her side, hoping the contact would do something. But she didn't lean into it. She didn't pull away either. Just lay there, still breathing, still blinking, but blank. By the next day, she still hadn't barked, not even once. I tried to keep things normal. I worked from home that day, answered emails, sat on video calls, even made myself lunch like usual. Every so often I glanced over at her, half expecting her to be gone or to be standing in front of the closet again, but she never moved. That night, I couldn't sleep. The house was too quiet. There's a kind of silence that isn't peaceful. It's not restful or calm. It presses in on you, makes every little sound feel exaggerated. The soft tick of the thermostat, the wind brushing against the windows, the creak of wood settling in the walls, none of it loud, but all of it felt too sharp, like something was just under the surface, waiting. Around 2 a.m, I got out of bed and walked into the hallway. The closet door was open, still nothing inside, just the same jackets, the same shoes. I reached out and closed it slowly. Not sure why. Maybe part of me thought she'd respond, that the act of closing it would snap her out of whatever this was. Nothing happened. When I turned around, she was sitting up. She hadn't made a sound. I hadn't heard her pause, but she was there, just behind me, watching me. I knelt down, spoke her name quietly. Still no response. Her head was tilted slightly, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning I tried to walk her. She wouldn't move past the front step. I had to carry her back inside. I called the vet again. They said it might be psychological. That shelter dogs sometimes carry trauma you won't see for weeks. That maybe something had triggered an old fear. But they didn't explain the barking, the screaming, the blood. They didn't explain the way she was watching the closet, or how she wouldn't even eat. That night, I moved her bed to my room. I didn't want her alone, and truthfully, I didn't want to be alone either. I left the closet door open again. I didn't trust it shut. At around 4 in the morning, I heard something. Not barking, not scratching. A thud. I sat up immediately. She was no longer in her bed. I walked out into the hallway. The closet door was wide open. She was standing in front of it, her head turned toward the inside, not moving, just staring. I called her name, no reaction. I flipped on the hallway light and stepped closer. There was blood on the floor again, a small smear, just a few inches wide leading up to the closet. I checked her head. The stitches were intact, no new wound, but the blood was fresh, still glossy in the light. There was nothing inside the closet. I checked every inch, pulled out the coats, opened every box, moved my shoes, just wood and dust and old receipts. Still, she wouldn't move. I picked her up, brought her back to my room, and closed the door. She lay back down, head resting on her paws, and stared at the wall. I didn't sleep. The next day I put a chair in front of the closet door. It wasn't locked, just shut, but the chair made me feel like I was doing something, like I had control over the situation, like I was keeping something out, or in. The blood was gone in the morning. Not dried, not smeared, gone, like it had never been there. I don't know what's happening. I've started leaving my lights on again. I've started checking every window before bed, even though I know this isn't coming from outside. It's in the house. And I don't mean that in some dramatic way. I mean it in a practical, grounded way. Whatever this is, it's not about ghosts or demons. It's about something real, something that's here. Something she knows and I don't. She hasn't barked in 5 days. And now, when I walk past the closet, I find myself holding my breath, just in case it hears me. I kept waiting for her to come back to herself. I thought maybe one day I'd wake up and she'd be sitting by the door again, tail flicking, ears perked up, waiting to be let out. I imagined hearing her soft little huff she used to make when she wanted a treat, but she never did. Every day was the same. She lay near the radiator or under the table, silent and still, like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. By the end of the week, I was avoiding the hallway. I kept all the lights on in the main room, and even moved my coffee and breakfast into the living room. I pretended I was just mixing things up, but really I didn't want to walk past that door again, even with the chair in front of it, even knowing it was just a closet. Something about that space felt wrong now. I tried to tell myself it was all stress, that maybe I'd taken on too much lately. Work had been rough. Moving into a new place had me constantly on edge. Maybe I was just feeding off her behavior. Or maybe she was feeding off mine. It became this endless loop. She was tense, so I was tense, and the more I tried to fix it, the worse it got. I told a friend about it. I didn't go into all the details. I didn't talk about the screaming or the blood or the closet. I just said she had changed, suddenly, and that I was worried. He suggested a behaviorist, said it might be trauma from her previous home. That made sense, but something about it still didn't feel right. I felt like I was lying just by agreeing. The behaviorist came on a Friday afternoon. She was kind, calm, gentle with her words and her movements. She sat down near Luna, spoke in soft tones, and didn't force contact. She spent about an hour in the apartment, asking questions about the adoption, the layout of the place, the routines we had developed. She wrote things down in a small notebook. At the end, she stood up and looked toward the hallway. "She's avoiding that door," she said. "Not a question, just a statement." I nodded. "Yeah, that's when it started. She was barking at it. Then she hurt herself." She didn't say anything for a long time, just stood there, staring at the closed door. "Do you keep anything in there she might have reacted to?" she asked. I told her it was just coats, shoes, boxes. No cleaning supplies, no chemicals, nothing with a strong smell. I shook my head. Nothing like that. She walked over, gently moved the chair, and opened the door. We both stared inside. It looked exactly the way it always had, dim, a little dusty, nothing out of place. She stepped in and looked around, then reached up and pulled the chain for the overhead bulb. It flickered on. A weak yellow light filled the small space. She crouched down, ran her fingers along the baseboards, then stood and looked at the ceiling. When she came back out, she closed the door carefully and turned to me. "She's scared of that space," she said. "I don't know why, but something happened there, something that set her off." I asked her if she thought it could be a scent, or maybe a sound. Dogs hear things we can't. That's what everyone says. "Could be," she said, "but if it was just a sound, she'd have gone back to normal by now. This looks more like memory. Something triggered her, and she's stuck in it." "Stuck?" She nodded. "It happens, especially in dogs that have been through trauma. It's like a switch flips, and they can't switch back. They're frozen." "Can I fix it?" "Maybe, but not by forcing it. You'll have to let her lead." I didn't know what to do with that. Let her lead where? After she left, I sat on the floor next to Luna again. I kept hoping maybe she'd snap out of it. Maybe just hearing a new voice had jolted something loose. But she didn't move, didn't blink. She just watched the shadows shifting on the floor, like they meant something I couldn't understand. That night I left the closet door open again. I sat on the couch until late, lights off, just waiting to see what she would do. Nothing happened. But just before I turned in, I noticed something strange. One of the coats inside the closet had moved. It was swaying slightly, just a few inches, like it had been touched. There was no draft, no windows open. I got up, heart pounding, and slowly walked down the hallway. I stopped in front of the open closet and stared inside. The coat was still now. I reached out and touched it. It was cold. Colder than everything else in the closet. I backed away and closed the door again. The next morning, Luna was gone. Not missing, just not in the same place. She had moved to the hallway. She was sitting directly across from the closet. Not facing it, not watching it. Just sitting, like she was waiting. I stood there for a while, just watching her. She didn't react to my presence, She wasn't trembling or growling or doing anything dramatic, just sitting, calm, focused on something I couldn't see. I called her name softly. Nothing. I reached down and gently touched her back. She blinked, but didn't look at me. Her whole posture was stiff, not tense exactly, but rigid, alert in a way that made my stomach turn. Like she was waiting for something she already knew would happen, something she had seen before. The behaviorist said to let her lead, so I didn't pull her away. I just sat down next to her, legs crossed on the hallway floor. We stayed like that for maybe half an hour. I kept trying to read her expression, but dogs don't give away much unless they want to. Her ears stayed forward. Her eyes never shifted. Every few minutes she would breathe out hard through her nose like a sigh, like she was steadying herself. Eventually I got up. I left the closet door closed and walked into the kitchen, made coffee, tried to act normal. I needed something to ground me. Even just the routine of boiling water and pouring it over the grounds helped. When I looked back down the hallway, she was still there. I don't know what I expected. For her to snap out of it, for something to lunge out of the closet and explain everything. Instead, the day passed slowly. I worked on my laptop from the kitchen table, answering emails, half listening to online meetings. Occasionally I'd glance at the hallway and see her still sitting, still watching. She didn't eat, didn't drink, didn't lay down. It started getting dark around 5. The apartment has these long windows that stretch from the floor up to the ceiling, and the light fades fast once the sun starts dropping behind the buildings. By the time I thought to turn on the lights, the hallway was already almost completely shadowed. She was still there. I flipped the switch. Light filled the hallway. She didn't move. Something about that unsettled me more than anything else. The way she stayed rooted in that one exact position, like she couldn't leave even if she wanted to. Like some invisible line had been drawn across the floor, and she wasn't allowed to cross it. I tried coaxing her back into the living room, offered a treat. Nothing. Just that same blank focus. At some point I started feeling like maybe this was more than trauma. Or if it was trauma, it wasn't hers. I kept thinking about the coats in the closet, the cold fabric. The way that one jacket swayed slightly on its hanger. Maybe it was air currents. Maybe it was just the weight of memory playing tricks. But the room didn't feel right anymore. Around midnight, I decided to open the door again. I stood in front of it for a long time. Luna didn't move. Her breathing was slower than usual. I reached for the handle and paused. I felt something. Not physical, not even emotional really, more like a shift, like the air itself had changed. I opened the door. The light was still on inside. The single bulb hanging from the ceiling cast shadows in sharp angles. I stepped in slowly, checking every inch again. Moved the coats, opened the boxes. Felt along the walls and under the shelves. Nothing. But the cold was stronger this time, like walking into a space that hadn't been warmed in years. I looked up and saw that the ceiling panel, the one that covers the crawl space, had shifted slightly, just a crack, barely noticeable. I grabbed the step stool from the kitchen and climbed up. There was no ladder, just a panel that slid sideways. I pushed it open and pointed my phone light into the crawl space. Dust, cobwebs, a few old wires. And something else. A single dog collar. Not Luna's. This one was older. Leather, cracked, faded red. I reached up and pulled it down carefully. The tag was rusted, but I could still make out the name. Juno. I stared at it for a long time. I had never seen that name before. I checked with the shelter records. They had nothing about a dog named Juno in her file. No history of previous owners. Nothing to suggest she had been in a house like this before. But shelters can be messy. Paperwork gets lost. Dogs get renamed. Still, it felt like something important. I brought the collar into the living room and set it on the table. Luna hadn't followed. She stayed in the hallway, watching, unblinking. I thought about calling someone, maybe the behaviorist, maybe someone from the shelter, but what would I say? That my dog found something I didn't know was hidden? That she reacted to a name I had never spoken? I sat on the couch, just watching her. I said the name out loud once, softly. Juno. Luna's ears twitched. Not much, just the smallest flicker. I said it again. She blinked. Her gaze moved slightly, not to me, but to the space just to my left, as if something had shifted, as if something had heard. She didn't bark, didn't growl. She just got up, turned, and slowly walked back toward her bed, lay down, closed her eyes. And for the first time in days, I heard her sigh, a real one. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway instead, back against the wall, watching the closet, watching the dark, trying to remember if I had ever heard that name before. I didn't say the name again the next morning. I was afraid to. Not because I thought something would leap out of the closet, or that Luna would start screaming again, but because I didn't know what the word meant to her. I didn't want to break whatever delicate thread had formed between her and that moment last night when she finally moved, finally blinked, finally lay down like something had passed. She still wasn't herself, but something had shifted. She followed me to the kitchen in the morning, slowly, cautiously, but she followed. She didn't touch her food, but she sat nearby while I ate toast and stared at the dog collar on the table, the cracked leather, the faded red, the rusted metal tag. I'd put it on a paper towel to keep it from sticking to the wood. It looked like it had been up there for years. I checked the crawl space again. No other items, no markings, just dust and insulation and silence. Whatever this collar was, whoever Juno was, it was the only thing someone left behind. I didn't know what to do with that. There was no obvious message, no backstory, no context, just a name and a feeling. I tried looking it up, just in case. Searched Juno and my address. Juno and the neighborhood. Nothing specific. Too many false positives. Mostly mythology pages and dog name lists. It didn't help. So I sat with it, kept the collar on the table like an object in a quiet museum. Luna would glance at it sometimes, but never approached. She never sniffed it, never barked. Just noticed it the way you notice a shadow that shouldn't be there. That afternoon I called the shelter. I didn't say much, just asked if there was any chance Luna had been picked up near my address before. I tried to sound casual, like I was just curious about her background. The woman on the phone said she'd check and get back to me. I could hear her clicking through files, then typing, then a long pause. She was found near your street, she said. Actually, just a block over, brought in by animal control 3 months ago. No collar, no microchip. Any note on her behavior? I asked. When she came in? Another pause. It just says, withdrawn, underweight, fearful of closets. I stopped breathing for a second. Sorry, she said. That sounds odd, but sometimes intake volunteers write the environment they found them in. It could mean she was hiding in a closet when they picked her up, or that she avoided them. I'm not sure. I thanked her and hung up. Luna had been found near here, near this building. She had been hiding from something, and now, months later, she was back, in the same hallway, in front of the same closet. Was it possible she had lived here before? That Juno was her old name. I tried saying it again that night, just once. Juno, I whispered. She didn't look at me this time. But she did get up, walked slowly to the closet, sat down in front of it, not tense, not frozen, just quiet. I stayed a few feet back, heart thudding, trying not to spook her. She turned her head slightly, like she was listening, not to me, to the closet. I crouched beside her. The air felt cold again. Not freezing, just a few degrees lower than the rest of the apartment, like something forgotten, left in a closed room for too long. I didn't open the door. She didn't bark. We just sat. Eventually I moved to the living room, brought her blanket over, and folded it neatly in the hallway. She laid down on it, still facing the door. I slept on the couch. When I woke up, she was back in the kitchen, curled under the table. I almost didn't believe it at first. It was like the old her. Not completely, but close. Her eyes followed me as I walked by. Her ears perked up when I filled her bowl. She didn't eat, but she watched. That was enough. Later that afternoon, I got a knock at the door. A woman stood outside, older, maybe in her late 60s, wind-chapped face, coat zipped high. She looked nervous, like she had debated coming here and was still second-guessing herself. "I'm sorry," she said. "This is going to sound strange. But did you adopt a dog recently?" I hesitated, then nodded. Luna stood behind me, not barking, just watching. The woman looked past me, then down at the floor. I think that might have been my neighbor's dog, a few months ago. She introduced herself, her name was Eileen, and said she used to live 2 floors up. Said there had been a woman in the unit across the hall who had a small brown dog. Quiet, well-behaved, scared of loud noises. She said the woman left suddenly, in the middle of the night, no explanation. Just packed a few things and vanished. They found the dog alone, she said, in the hallway closet. That part stopped me cold. She didn't know the dog's name. She never asked. But she remembered the woman once saying something about Juno, thought it was a friend at first, later realized it might have been the dog's name. I asked if she knew why the woman left. She shook her head. She was quiet, kept to herself, but she was scared of something. I could feel it. We stood in the doorway for another minute, not saying anything, just letting the cold air drift in around us. Finally she said, "I saw your light on last night. Thought maybe, never mind." She left without finishing the thought. I closed the door, went back to the table, looked at the collar again. The dog who had been left behind, found in the closet, terrified, with no name anyone remembered. Now back in the same building, in front of the same door, and suddenly I was more sure than ever. Juno was her name. After the woman left, I stood in the hallway for a while, watching the light shift across the floorboards. It was late afternoon again, that quiet part of the day when everything starts to feel a little hollow. Luna Juno was lying under the kitchen table, her head resting on her front paws, eyes half closed. There was something calmer about her now. She still wasn't quite the same, but whatever had been holding her in that frozen place seemed to have let go, just a little. I walked back to the closet, no chair in front of it this time, no resistance in my chest, just the door and the knob and whatever silence lived behind it. I opened it slowly. Inside, everything looked the same. Coats, shoes, boxes. The bulb above still buzzed softly, casting that same weak yellow light over the shelves. I reached up and touched the ceiling panel again, slid it aside. I didn't go back up. I didn't need to. I had seen enough. Instead, I pulled out the boxes, one by one, and opened them on the hallway floor. They were full of old papers, manuals, receipts, a few photos of the previous tenants that must have been left behind. I flipped through them without much purpose, half looking, half waiting. Most of it was junk. In the last box, there was a small notebook. It was thin and soft-covered, the kind you'd pick up from a gas station. Inside were a few pages of cramped handwriting, mostly grocery lists, a couple of notes about bills. One line near the back caught my eye. Juno scratched again last night. Still won't go near the closet. Tried treats. No change. That was it. Just a single line in a notebook no one had seen in years. I closed it and sat down on the floor with it in my lap. I didn't feel scared, just tired, like I had walked in circles long enough that the edges of the story had finally begun to smooth out. No big reveal. No hidden door behind the coats, just traces, scattered pieces that all pointed to the same thing. She had been here before. She had been afraid. And now somehow she was back. Maybe by accident, maybe not. I put everything back in the boxes. I left the collar on the table, and I closed the closet door gently, like I was saying goodbye to something I didn't fully understand. That night, Luna came into my room on her own, first time since the incident. She didn't curl up on the rug at the foot of the bed. Instead, she rested her head against the side of the mattress. I reached down and let my fingers rest against the soft fur on her neck. She closed her eyes. For a long time I didn't move. I didn't sleep either. Not because I was afraid, but because I felt like I was witnessing something that didn't need to be interrupted. There was a quiet between us now that felt different than the silence from before. Not absence, not fear, just space, something lived in. In the morning, she ate, not much, but enough. Then she walked over to the closet and sat, not frozen, just still. She sniffed the edge of the door, then turned away and walked back to the kitchen like it had never held power over her at all. I knew then that whatever this had been, it was ending. Not because I solved anything, not because I had proof, but because the person who had been left behind, dog or woman or both, had finally been noticed, finally heard. I took the collar outside that afternoon, not far, Just to a park a few blocks away. There was a cluster of trees along the back edge of the lot. I found a quiet spot, dug a small hole beneath one of the oldest ones, and placed the collar there, wrapped in the soft towel I had used when Luna first came home from the vet. I didn't say anything. I just covered it gently and sat there with my hands in the dirt. A breeze passed through the branches above me, and I let it move over my face, slow and cool and steady. When I got home, Luna was waiting by the door. She wagged her tail once. It was the first time I'd seen her do that. Now, weeks later, she still won't go near the closet. But she doesn't stare at it anymore, doesn't sit in front of it like she's waiting for something to appear. She just walks past it. Sleeps in the sun, eats her food, noses my leg when she wants attention. Some days, I still catch myself watching that door. I wonder if there's still something behind it. Not a ghost, not a shadow, just memory, imprint. Whatever it is that lingers when something important happens in a place and no one's left to acknowledge it. But then Luna looks at me with those calm, steady eyes, and I remember that it's over. It ended when I said her name, when I let it matter, when I listened. I almost didn't say anything. That's how this kind of thing starts, right? You see something weird, and your brain does that polite little trick where it just files it away and decides not to make a fuss. Probably nothing, it says. You're tired, it says. And to be fair, I was. I work overnights managing a food prep facility just outside Tampa. It's not glamorous, but it's steady. Commercial kitchen stuff, bulk orders. We do pre-chopped veg, pre-cooked meats, that kind of thing. Our place supplies a bunch of small restaurants around the area. Most people only work part-time hours, usually split shifts. And I'm the one keeping the wheels turning at night, making sure everything gets cleaned, labeled, logged. Anyway, it was a Monday morning when I first noticed it. I was doing end-of-week reporting, just double-checking shift logs before they got sent to corporate. We use a pretty basic scheduling system. Names, in-out times, job role. Nothing fancy. I usually skim it fast, just looking for missed punches or anything that might cause an issue with payroll. But this time, something caught my eye. Sunday's overnight shift had a new name listed. Brian. No last name, just Brian, scheduled from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m., logged in under the cleaner role. He was listed like anyone else, with a valid badge number and everything. Except, and here's the part where I paused, we never hired a Brian. I know that sounds like a dumb oversight, but I've been doing this long enough to know our roster inside out. We're a small crew. We haven't hired anyone in over a month, and I personally processed the onboarding forms. I would have signed off on his background check, set up his badge, added his contact info, but there was nothing. At first, I figured it had to be a clerical error. Someone fat-fingered a name or reused an old badge ID. So I checked the ID number. It pulled up an empty profile. No email, no phone, no assigned login. That's when my stomach started doing that weird, hollow thing. I stared at the screen for maybe a minute longer than I needed to. Then I opened the CCTV archive. Every room in the building has a camera not hidden, just the usual mounted domes in the corners. Mostly we use them for safety or in case something gets reported. I filtered down to Sunday overnight, kitchen footage first. Nothing strange in the early hours. I saw Lisa from the prep crew wrapping up around 11:45 p.m., locking the cold storage. She left through the back door, keyed out as expected. Then, at 3:26 a.m., something changed. A man walked into frame, white uniform, cap, the standard kitchen getup, except I didn't recognize him. Short hair, medium build, could have been anybody, but he didn't do anything. Didn't pick up a mop or start organizing shelves. He just stood there, facing the microwave, for over an hour. I wish I could say he looked agitated or sick or even confused, but no, he was perfectly still, like statue still, not touching anything, not pacing. Just standing there like the microwave had personally wronged him, and he was waiting for it to apologize. At 4:47 a.m., right before the shift would have ended, he moved. He turned toward the camera, slowly, directly, no hesitation. And then he reached up and covered it with his hand. That was the end of the footage. I mean, I can still see the time code running for a bit, but all you get is a palm, then a dark screen. I checked the other cameras, hoping maybe I could catch him leaving or catch a side angle of what he was doing. Nothing. The hallway footage cut out right before 48 a.m. and picked up again just after 5, right as Tim came in for the morning prep. There was no footage of Brian leaving. I closed the laptop and just sat there, listening to the hum of the walk-in fridge. It was 5:30 a.m. by then. The sun was starting to come up. I didn't tell anyone right away. I told myself I needed more info. Maybe it was some system glitch. Maybe someone was doing maintenance and didn't tell me. Or maybe I was being overly paranoid. So I tried to rewind the footage again. I wanted to go back to the beginning, to 3:26 a.m., and watch it more carefully. I clicked back, same camera angle. But this time, nothing. The kitchen was empty. No man, no movement. Just the hum of the appliances and the dim glow of the emergency exit sign. I blinked a few times, rewound again. Still nothing. Same timestamp, same angle, but no Brian. It's not like he faded out or glitched. He was just never there. I tried scrubbing forward to 4:47 a.m. again, hoping I'd see the moment the camera got covered, but it never happened. The footage now just ran straight through, no interruption. No covered lens, no palm. He was gone, like completely erased. I sat back in my chair and felt this weird cold sweat break out across my back. Not panic. Just that moment your body realizes something isn't adding up, and it doesn't know which part to trust. I thought maybe I was misremembering. Maybe I imagined the whole thing. But then I opened the scheduling app again. Brian was still listed. 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. Cleaner shift. And that's when I printed the page. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. I folded it and slid it into my notebook, just in case. By the time the day crew came in, I'd already decided I wouldn't say anything. Not yet. I didn't mention the schedule or the footage to anyone that first day. I had every intention of just letting it go, seriously. I figured if something was really wrong, something obvious, someone else would bring it up. And maybe I was just overthinking everything, right? Lack of sleep, long hours. One too many true crime podcasts in my ears during inventory. But then Tuesday night came. I was back on the late shift again, just me and the sound of the industrial dishwasher hissing like it was alive. I was doing supply checks in dry storage when Lisa came in early to grab a clipboard she'd left. She's been with us for over 2 years, knows the place better than I do most days. We chatted for a minute, and I don't even know what made me ask. I said, "Hey, you were here Sunday night, right? You see anyone new?" She furrowed her brow like she was trying to remember. Then she said, "Oh, the guy in the white hat." That made my stomach flip. I asked what she meant, casually. She shrugged and said, "Just some guy standing by the back wall when I was locking up. I thought he was new. I waved, but he didn't respond, just kept staring at the microwave." That same line, staring at the microwave. I asked if she told anyone. "No," she said. "Figured he was one of yours. Looked like he belonged. Uniform and all." I nodded and changed the subject. I didn't want to get into it there. After she left, I sat in the break room for a long time, just staring at the schedule again. Brian was still there, still logged for that single shift, still no last name. Still no login data, no employee file. And now at least 2 people had seen me on the footage, her in person, and he still didn't officially exist. Around 2 a.m., I decided to pull the footage again, just to double-check that I hadn't imagined it disappearing. I logged into the camera archive and jumped to the kitchen view from Sunday night. Same time, 3:26 a.m. Still nothing. No man, no motion, no palm covering the camera. But the timestamp was still running, and I remembered that first time I watched it, remembered it clearly, because I'd paused it and rewound it a dozen times. I even remembered the moment he looked straight at the lens. That tiny shift in posture, the hand rising, gone now, like it never happened. But Lisa saw him, which meant I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep after my shift. I just went home and lay in bed with my eyes open, listening to the hum of the ceiling fan and thinking about how many ways this could go. If this was someone sneaking in, then why? If this was some glitch or mix-up, why just one shift? Why just Sunday? And why did he cover the camera? That part felt personal, not hostile exactly, but direct, like he wanted to be seen and then erased. Later that morning, I called our regional HR rep, said I had a name show up on the shift log that didn't match any of our hiring records. She was polite but distracted, probably juggling 5 things at once. She asked for the badge number and said she'd look into it. I didn't mention the video. I wanted to see what she'd find first. She called back 2 hours later. "There's no record of that name or number in the system," she said. "Not even archived. Are you sure it was our location?" I told her I was positive, gave her the exact date and time again. "Well," she said after a pause, "sometimes the badge system can autofill if a deactivated number gets reused. Could be a glitch from an old profile." That would have made sense, except I knew we never had a Brian in the past either. I've handled every badge in the last year. I thanked her anyway and hung up. Then I did something stupid. I printed the CCTV stills, not even full screenshots, just some paused frames I had taken from the footage that first time. I had copied them into a draft email, not sent, just saved. And I printed them out on the office printer and took them home. 3 grainy images, one of the man standing by the microwave, one with him turned toward the camera, and the last one, the one that no longer exists, where his hand covers the lens. I taped them to my fridge. My partner was out of town for the week, and I don't know, it felt like something I needed to physically look at, like proof that I wasn't losing it. That night, I slept on the couch. The bedroom felt too far from the front door. The next morning, I noticed something strange. The middle photo, the one where he was staring at the camera, looked different. Not by much, just slightly off. His eyes. I remembered them being slightly downcast, almost neutral. But in the printed version, they were looking directly into the lens. I stared at it for a solid 10 minutes, tried to convince myself I was remembering wrong. Maybe I never paused it at exactly that moment. Maybe the printer just messed up the contrast or whatever. But the longer I stared, the more certain I became. His face had changed. And when I flipped the photo over, there was something written in pencil on the back. Just one word. Again. I did not write that. I live alone right now. No one else has keys to the place. I checked every window, every lock, nothing disturbed, no sign of a break-in. I took the photos down and shoved them in a drawer. I told myself I was being paranoid. I went to work that night like everything was fine. But deep down, I knew something had shifted. And I couldn't shake the feeling that someone else, maybe not new, had been using the building all along. By Wednesday, I started keeping my phone in my hand more than usual. Not because I was scared exactly, but because I felt like I might need to document something again, or call someone, or just prove something to myself. I didn't bring up the altered photo to anyone. I told myself I could have smudged it or stared too long and just convinced myself it was different, but I did check it again, several times. And the pencil on the back, the word again, was still there, still faint, like someone pressed lightly while writing it fast. My handwriting, maybe, but I don't remember writing it. And that's not something I do as a joke to myself. Not with everything else going on. I started double-checking the overnight shift schedule obsessively. No new names, no Brians, just the usual staff, the regulars. A part of me hoped someone else would say something weird. Anything that might mean I wasn't the only one feeling it. But no one did. That Thursday, I ran into Marcus in the loading area. He's one of the delivery guys, only comes in a few times a week for early runs. We made some small talk, and just as he was heading out, he paused and said, "Hey, were you messing with the radios the other night?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" "You know, the headset intercom things. I left one on charge by the cooler, and when I picked it up the next morning, it was broadcasting static, like someone had keyed the mic and just left it open." I asked if he heard anyone speaking. "No," he said, "just this buzzing, like someone breathing near the mic. Didn't sound like interference, though. Sounded deliberate." I tried to laugh it off. Maybe it got knocked loose. "Maybe," he said. Then he added, "It just felt weird, that's all." After he left, I checked the radios. They were all sitting neatly in their chargers, fully powered. I turned one on and listened. Nothing, just silence. Later that night, I did a full walkthrough of the facility. I don't normally do that. I'll check the kitchen, the cooler, the break room, but I rarely bother with the upstairs offices or the old staff locker area, since no one really uses them anymore. But this time I did, just to be sure. Most of the lights up there are motion activated. As I walked past the accounting office, the overhead flickered on, not smoothly though. It stuttered, like it didn't want to stay lit. The hallway smelled faintly of burnt paper, not strong, just enough to notice if you were paying attention. The old locker room was quiet, same scuffed benches, same half-broken mirror, but one of the lockers was ajar. Not wide open, just cracked. I walked over and gave it a gentle pull. Inside was nothing. Just a folded piece of white cloth on the top shelf. I reached up and unfolded it. It was a uniform shirt, our kitchen whites, crisp, clean, no name tag. It looked brand new, like it had been ironed. And inside the folded fabric, something fell out, a small badge card. Just the plastic insert, no clip. It had one word printed in all caps. Brian. No last name, no employee number, just Brian. I didn't touch it. I don't know why. I just stared at it like it might do something if I got too close. Eventually, I put the shirt back, carefully, closed the locker. I didn't take the badge. Back downstairs, I tried to act like nothing had happened. I kept telling myself that someone was playing a joke. Maybe someone found an old blank badge insert and wanted to mess with me after I asked HR about that name. But there was no one who would have known. No one who had access to both the shift logs and the locker room, not unless they had been watching me very, very closely. Friday, I finally told Claire about it. She doesn't work with me, she used to, years ago, but now she's in retail. We meet up every few weeks, grab lunch, vent about dumb coworkers or rent or whatever. I told her everything. From the shift log to the footage that disappeared, to the man covering the camera, to the shirt in the locker upstairs. She didn't laugh, didn't roll her eyes. She just said, "You need to stop going in there alone. I'm the overnight manager." "I know," she said, "but you don't get paid enough to deal with this kind of thing." We sat there for a while in silence. She took a fry from my plate, stared at it, then said, "You remember those stories from a few years back? The ones about people living in walls?" I gave her a look. "What? Squatters?" "Yeah, kind of. But there was this case where a guy had been living in the attic of a fast food place for months. He would come out at night, steal food, leave notes. No one noticed until a cook caught him on camera, eating cold fries at 4 in the morning. I tried to laugh. "You think Brian's living in our vents?" "I don't know, but something's off. And if you're not imagining it, then someone's using that place like it still belongs to them." I walked home after that feeling half comforted and half worse. I kept thinking about that badge, about how clean the shirt was, how folded, like someone had prepared it, like they were waiting for their shift to start again. And this time, they wanted to be remembered. I thought about quitting. That sounds dramatic, but it honestly crossed my mind more than once. I'd never had that kind of thought before, not seriously, not even on the worst overnight shifts. But now I was coming into work feeling watched, checking corners like I was waiting for something to jump out. It made everything feel off, even the sounds, even silence. Still, I kept showing up, partly because I didn't want to look weak, mostly because I needed to understand what was happening, and maybe, deep down, I hoped it would all just stop on its own. Like a fever breaking. Saturday night started out quiet. Just me, a skeleton crew, and the usual humming of machines in the background. I spent the first hour reorganizing some shipment logs and double-checking the next week's supply orders. Then I walked the main floor like I always do. Everything was clean. No missed labels. No lights left on in storage. But when I passed the break room, something caught my eye. The microwave door was open. No big deal, someone probably forgot to close it, but something about it stopped me in my tracks. I looked inside. A single paper napkin was folded neatly on the glass tray. That's it. Just one white napkin, perfectly square, like it had been pressed flat with care. I reached in, expecting it to be blank. It wasn't. There was something written on it, in blue ink. 2 words. Clock in. I held it between my fingers for a long time. I wish I could say I was scared, but it was more confusion than anything. Not confusion like, what does this mean? But confusion like, who left this for me? The only people in the building that night were Marcus, who had clocked out already, and Dana, who was currently on cold storage inventory. I walked to the back and asked her if she'd been in the break room. She shook her head. Not since lunch. I didn't mention the napkin. I just nodded and told her to take her time. Back in the office, I checked the access logs. Every door and badge use in the building gets logged in the system. That's how we track who's where and when. There was a new entry. 11:15 p.m. Badge number, Burn 07. The system listed it as active. There was no such badge in circulation. We don't use letter codes like that. And I checked again, no profile, no name, no metadata, just the time and the tag, break room entry. I took a screenshot of the log and emailed it to myself. Then I did something I hadn't done before. I stayed in the break room. I sat at the small metal table with my arms crossed, watching the microwave like it might do something. The lights buzzed overhead. The vending machine clicked once. Nothing else moved. Midnight came and went. And then I heard footsteps. Not loud, just 1 or 2 slow steps from the hallway outside. They stopped right before the doorway. I stood up and waited. No one came in. I walked over to the door and looked out. The hallway was empty. But one of the lockers down the hall, the same locker where I had found the uniform shirt, was open again. Wide this time. I walked over and looked inside. The shirt was gone. In its place was something new. A pair of kitchen gloves, neatly placed together, fingers interlocked like 2 hands at rest. On the inside of one glove, someone had written a message, same blue ink. Still here. I didn't touch them. I backed away and went back to the break room, shut the door and sat down again. I didn't know what I was waiting for anymore. An explanation? A confrontation? Around 2:30 a.m., the lights in the hallway flickered once. The motion sensor in the corridor pinged. But no one was there. I stood up slowly and walked back to the office. Pulled up the security feeds again. 3 of the cameras were fine, but the hallway cam, the one near the break room, showed only static. I refreshed the feed, same thing. Then I rewound to 2 minutes earlier. And there he was. Brian, standing just outside the break room door, facing away from the camera, not moving. The footage played for 20 seconds, then it cut to static. I hit pause, zoomed in. His uniform looked freshly ironed, the name tag still missing, but I could see something in his right hand. A pair of gloves. I went cold. I tried refreshing the feed again, jumping forward in the timeline. Nothing. When I returned to the hallway 20 minutes later, the locker was shut again. Gloves gone. I called Claire the next morning, told her everything, every detail this time, even the napkin, even the badge log. She was quiet for a while. Then she asked something that stuck with me. "What if this isn't someone pretending to be on shift?" she said. "What if they think they still work there?" I don't get it. What if they were fired, or let go, or just forgot, and now they're showing up like nothing ever changed? That theory hit harder than I expected, because it didn't feel violent. None of it did. It didn't feel like someone trying to scare me. It felt procedural. Like whoever this was just following a routine they believed still existed. But how do you forget being fired? How do you get deleted from every system? How do you vanish from camera footage? And why now? Why come back? That night, I left the microwave napkin where it was, just in case he needed it. By Sunday, I'd started locking the office door during my shift. It wasn't standard protocol or anything, there's usually no reason to, but I told myself it was just a safety thing. Just in case someone wandered in. Just in case I imagined all of this and needed to feel in control again. I kept telling myself that part, just in case. The napkin was still in the microwave when I got in, folded exactly the same way. I hadn't touched it since I found it. I just checked to see if it had moved. It hadn't. I didn't do my usual walkthrough that night. I stayed mostly in the office, eyes on the monitors. The hallway camera feed was back, but I didn't trust it anymore. Not after what I'd seen disappear. Not after I watched him vanish in real time. Around midnight, the building got that heavy silence again, like everything was holding its breath. That's always the worst part about working overnights, the way normal sounds feel too loud, and the quiet ones feel planned. I got up to refill my water bottle and paused by the break room again. The napkin was gone. Just gone. No crumbs, no paper, no trace. I walked the hallway slow. The lights hummed. I passed the locker area again. The door that had been shut for days now hung open. Inside was a folded piece of paper. Not a napkin this time, printer paper, folded perfectly in half. I looked around before reaching in, took it out and opened it. No words, just a hand-drawn map. It was crude lines and angles drawn quickly, but with clear intent. It showed the layout of our facility. Kitchen, cold storage, break room, loading dock. But there was an X marked in a place that didn't make sense. Behind the dry storage, the back wall, A spot that, as far as I knew, was just a dead end where some cleaning supplies were kept. I checked the badge log again. Nothing since the night before. No burn 07 showing up. No recent entries, just silence. I stared at the map for a long time. Then I got a flashlight and went to check. Dry storage is just a long room lined with metal shelving units and stacks of sealed bulk containers. I walked past the usual pallets of flour and bulk onions, then reached the back wall. There wasn't anything marked, no door or hatch, but when I shined the light lower, something caught the beam. A smudge. At the base of the wall, just above the floor, was a patch of slightly cleaner paint, like something had been moved. I pushed on it. Nothing. I crouched and pressed my fingers along the seam, and there it was, a groove, barely visible, a small panel that gave way with pressure. It opened inward, just enough to crawl through. I didn't go in. Not then. I stood there, crouched in that narrow gap, heart pounding like it was trying to warn me off. The air coming through the opening was colder, not frigid like the cooler, but still wrong, still stale. I marked the panel with chalk. We use it for temporary labeling sometimes, and closed it again. I didn't sleep that day. Couldn't. I called Claire and told her about the map, about the wall, about the panel. You didn't go inside? No. She paused. Good. Do you think I should? No. I think you should call someone, but I also know you won't. She was right. Because there was still no crime. No break-in, no real evidence of anything, unless you counted missing footage and disappearing napkins. And I wasn't about to call the police to report a strange drawing and a vent-sized hole in the wall. Still, something about that space gnawed at me. That night, I brought a second flashlight. I didn't even plan to use it. I told myself I just wanted to confirm the panel was still there. But when I got to it, something had changed. The chalk mark was gone. The panel was open. Not wide, just slightly ajar. I stood there staring at it, not moving, listening. And then, from somewhere deep inside, I heard it. A beep, like a microwave timer going off. Once, then silence, then again. I stepped back slowly, closed the panel, pressed it shut until it clicked again. I went back to the office and sat down, just breathing. I thought about Brian, about how he just stood in front of that microwave, never moving, like he was waiting for something. And now the sound was coming from behind the walls. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't just ignore it, but I also wasn't going to crawl in there alone, so I compromised. I set up a small sensor near the panel. Nothing fancy, just a motion detector meant for storage rooms. It was supposed to ping my phone if anything moved nearby. Then I waited. Around 3:10 a.m., it buzzed. I stared at the alert for a solid minute. Motion detected, dry storage west wall. I got up, walked the hallway again, slower than usual. The panel was closed this time, but there were fresh smudges on the wall. Like fingers, grease-streaked, 4 of them near the edge. I checked the floor and saw them there too. Bare footprints. Not full prints, just heel smudges and the balls of feet, like someone with no shoes had been crouching. I followed them a few feet, then lost them near the cleaning cart. Back in the office, I tried to check the hallway camera again. It glitched. Just that one feed. The rest were fine. At exactly 3:26 a.m., the screen froze, then flickered, then showed the hallway. Empty. But for a split second, maybe, a frame or two, I saw him. Brian, facing the wall, not moving, not turned toward the camera this time, just waiting, like he knew the shift was almost over. I didn't go back in after that night. I finished my shift. I stayed until dawn like I always do, but something in me changed. It wasn't fear exactly. It was like the air in that place wasn't mine anymore. Like I was intruding. Like someone else had claimed it first. I didn't say anything to my boss, not really. Just told her I needed to swap to a day shift if one ever opened up. I blamed it on sleep issues and personal stress, and maybe that wasn't a lie. By the end of that week, I was shadowing the early shift, answering emails, doing supply counts in sunlight instead of under flickering fluorescents, and I kept my mouth shut. But I didn't forget. The panel in dry storage never opened again. I checked once, on my last overnight. It was sealed like nothing had ever moved. I ran my hand along the wall just to be sure, cold and still. The badge number BRN07 never reappeared in the logs. The system updated overnight and wiped out old errors. Or maybe it just gave up trying to catalog something it was never designed to hold. I pulled the motion detector, took it home. It sits in a drawer now, batteries out. I keep telling myself I'll use it someday in a garage or for storage or something normal. I never did figure out what I was supposed to do with the map, or with the word again, or with the feeling that Brian had once been real, not a ghost, not a monster, just a person who had been forgotten in a place that didn't need him anymore. A few weeks later, I asked around carefully, not direct questions, more like small talk with the older staff. Anyone remember someone named Brian ever working here? Most of them said no. But one guy, Carlos, paused. He's been around longer than anyone, pushing 10 years now. He squinted, thinking, and then said something that stuck with me. There was a Brian, real quiet guy, worked overnight, didn't last long. I asked why. He shrugged. He just stopped showing up. One night, he was here. Next, gone. We figured he quit. I asked what year that was. He thought about it. Maybe 5 years ago? Could be more. Why? I just said I saw the name on some old logs. Wanted to make sure it wasn't a mistake. He nodded and changed the subject. That night, I went home and looked through my notes. I hadn't kept much. I didn't want a full-on paper trail, but I had the screenshots. I had the napkin with clock in still folded in my kitchen drawer, and I had the gloves, the ones from the locker, sealed in a zip bag, like I thought they might matter someday. I kept thinking about how everything he did felt like a routine. How he showed up, stood in the right place, followed the schedule. How he covered the camera like he was clocking out. What if that was all it was? What if this wasn't about haunting or revenge or scaring anyone? What if he just didn't realize he was done? That thought hit me harder than anything else. Because I've known people like that. People who stayed too long in places that stopped seeing them. People who kept showing up because it was all they knew. I kept going over that final glimpse from the hallway cam. The way Brian stood facing the wall, still and calm, like he was waiting for a door to open, or like he was ready to leave but didn't know how. And the beep, the one I heard from the panel, I started to wonder if that was his last signal, his sign out, the end of the shift. Claire asked me once, "What do you think he wanted?" I told her the truth. I think he wanted someone to notice. After that, I let it go. I stopped checking the cameras. I deleted the badge screenshots. I threw away the gloves, not out of fear, out of respect maybe, or closure. I'm not sure. The only thing I kept was the napkin. I don't know why. Some nights, when I get home late and the house is dark, I look at it, that little blue message. Clock in. It doesn't feel scary anymore, just quiet, just like a reminder. Of what? Maybe of all the invisible work people do, all the places they go without being seen, all the ways we fade from systems and schedules and still leave footprints behind. I still work there, by the way. Days only. The overnight role stayed vacant for a while. No one filled it. And then last week, I heard someone ask about it again. Some new manager wondering if we should repost the listing, reopen the shift. I didn't say anything. Just looked out at the hallway. And for a second, I thought I saw something move past the break room door. But it was just a reflection. Or maybe not. I don't know what Brian was. A man who got overlooked. A memory replaying. A routine still echoing through the walls. But I do know one thing. That shift was his. And now it's over. I hadn't talked to Craig since high school, and even then, talked was generous. He was more of a peripheral person in my life, a friend of a friend, someone who was always around but never central. We had a couple classes together, maybe a few mutual parties. I remember him mostly as that kid who laughed too loud, always had something to prove, and somehow knew everything about everyone. So when he messaged me out of nowhere, nearly 10 years later, I was surprised. It was one of those casual Facebook messages, the kind you glance at and almost ignore. Craig T. Hey man, I think we used to run in the same circles. You still in town? I didn't see any harm in replying. I had just moved back to my hometown after years away. Work fell through in the city, rent got ridiculous, and I figured coming back would give me a chance to regroup. I was between jobs doing some contract design work from home. Most of my old friends had moved on, or at least moved out, so I was open to reconnecting. We grabbed a beer that Friday, some dive bar off Main Street I hadn't been to since college. Craig was different than I remembered, or maybe just older. He still talked a lot, but now there was a weird kind of charm to it, like he'd been through things and come out with stories. He was intense, sure, but he was funny too. Charismatic in that way people are when they seem completely unfiltered. We talked for a few hours about jobs, relationships, old classmates, the usual surface-level stuff. He said he was working in private logistics, which sounded vague, but I didn't push. He asked if I still saw anyone from back in the day. I told him no, not really. He nodded, grinned. Then I guess I'm your oldest friend now. It was a joke, but something about the way he said it stuck with me. Over the next few weeks, we started hanging out more. Nothing crazy bar meetups, backyard beers, occasional dinners when I felt like cooking, and he didn't feel like eating alone. He always brought something, a six-pack, takeout, once even a bag of steaks he got cheap from a guy at work. I appreciated the company. Living alone, especially in a town that used to feel like home but didn't anymore, gets heavy fast. But after a while, I started noticing things. He'd show up unannounced. Not often, but just enough to be unsettling. Once on a Sunday morning, I opened the door in my boxers thinking it was a delivery, and found Craig standing there, holding 2 coffees like we had plans. "Figured you'd be up," he said. "Didn't want these to go to waste." I hadn't heard from him in 2 days. Another time I came home from the grocery store and found him in my backyard, feet up on the patio table, smoking a cigarette. "I was in the area," he said, grinning like this was normal. And maybe it would have been if we were tighter friends, but we weren't. He started asking more personal questions too. What time I went to bed, if I still locked the windows upstairs, what I did when I couldn't sleep. I laughed some of them off, gave vague answers, but I was starting to feel observed. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to assume anything. People drift in and out of your life all the time. Maybe he was lonely too. Then came the night he stayed over. We were drinking more than usual. He brought some whiskey he said he'd been saving, and we polished off most of the bottle between the 2 of us. I offered the couch. He accepted. Around 2 a.m., I crashed in my room. He was still up, watching something on TV. I heard the volume low through the wall. When I woke up the next morning, he was gone. At first I thought nothing of it. The blanket was folded on the couch, the empty bottle left on the counter. But then I noticed my spare house keys. The ones I kept in the drawer near the front door were missing. I texted him, casually. Me. "Hey, good seeing you last night. You grabbed my spare keys by accident." Craig. "Nope, didn't even know you had those. Maybe check your coat pockets. I thought I saw you digging through them." I checked. They weren't there. I didn't press the issue. Maybe I misplaced them. But something in his reply felt rehearsed. That was a week ago. 3 nights later, around 3:15 a.m., I woke up to a sound. Not loud, not obvious. Just a shift in the air, a creak, something that pulled me from sleep with that cold, slow dread that wraps around your spine before you're even awake enough to understand it. I lay there in the dark, listening. Nothing. Then the next day, I decided to check my security camera footage. I'd set up a cheap indoor cam 6 months earlier, mostly because of porch pirates. It wasn't fancy motion alerts, cloud saves, night vision. One angle, straight from the bookshelf across the living room. I pulled it up on my laptop. There, at 3 a.m., motion triggered. I pressed play. The footage showed my front door slowly opening. Craig stepped inside. He didn't flick on the lights. Didn't hesitate. He just walked through the living room, slowly, scanning, looking around like he was taking inventory. He didn't touch anything. Didn't take anything. Just stood in the center of the room, hands in his jacket pockets. Then, after maybe a minute, he turned and walked back out. I watched the clip 3 times. Each time my heart pounded a little harder. I didn't remember dreaming anything that night. Didn't remember waking up, but he'd been there. In my house. While I slept. That was 3 days ago. I haven't heard from him since. And now, every night, I hear something. A door settling. A floorboard shifting. A whisper of air from a vent that suddenly feels like breath. Nothing in the house is out of place. Nothing is missing. But I swear, something's watching me. From inside. Since I watched the footage, I haven't been the same. I keep the lights on longer, double-check the windows, triple-check the doors, and still I don't sleep. That first night after seeing Craig on the camera, I sat in the living room with every lamp turned on, back to the wall, just watching. I didn't even realize I'd been holding a hammer in my hand until I dropped it out of sheer exhaustion around 4 in the morning. It's not that I'm afraid of him in the he might hurt me kind of way. At least, not yet. It's the not knowing what he wants, the intrusion. The fact that he walked into my house like he belonged there, not to steal, not to confront, just to be inside. Like he was inspecting something he already owned. The next morning, I texted him again. I kept it neutral. Me. Hey man, weird question. Did you stop by the other night? No response. 4 hours passed. Me. Craig? Still nothing. I stared at my phone all day. The text turned from delivered to read, and he never answered. By afternoon, I'd had enough. I called the non-emergency police line. I explained the situation. A man entered my house without permission. Didn't take anything, but I had footage. I emailed it in while the officer on the phone took notes. His voice was calm, but I could tell he thought I was overreacting. Technically, if he had access to a key, and there are no signs of forced entry, it's murky. Still, someone will follow up. Do you know him well? No, that's the problem. Do you feel threatened? I paused. I don't know. I just feel watched. He told me someone would be in touch. That was it. The next night, I didn't wait to see if Craig would return. I left the house around 7 and checked into a cheap motel off the interstate. The kind where the front desk doesn't ask questions and the curtains don't quite reach the edges of the window. I used a fake name. Paid in cash. It felt paranoid, but the longer I sat in that room, the more I realized how far this had gotten under my skin. I sat on the edge of the bed, scrolling through the camera app again. Nothing new. I flipped back to the night Craig entered, pausing frame by frame. And that's when I saw it. In the background, barely visible, the hall closet door. It was open a crack when Craig walked in, closed when he left. I rewound, watched again. Open at 3 a.m. Closed at 5. But he never touched it. I watched his hands the whole time, They stayed in his pockets, never moved, not once. I rewound again. Open. Then closed. And something else. The faintest flicker, maybe a shadow, maybe a trick of the grainy feed, but I could swear something moved behind that door. I didn't go back to the house the next day. I called in a locksmith, had the entire system replaced, all the doors, all the locks, even the garage. I wanted no trace of the old keys, no chance of access. I watched from my car as they worked. The locksmith didn't ask many questions, just gave me a receipt and told me to stay safe. Nice guy. But he looked at me a little too long, like maybe I was the problem. I didn't care. That night, I returned to the house. And I brought a friend. Ryan was an old co-worker from a job I'd had years ago. We'd stayed in touch, and I trusted him more than anyone else. He was practical, calm, and most importantly, believed me. We walked the whole house together, checking every door, every window, every closet. When we got to the hallway, I stopped in front of the closet. This is where I think something's wrong. Ryan opened it slowly. Just coats, old shoes, a box of wires. But I stared at the back wall. Something felt off. I leaned in and knocked. It sounded hollow. Ryan noticed too. Together, we pulled the coats out, moved the box. And that's when we saw it, a panel, not a door, not exactly. Just a thin rectangle of drywall, not quite flush with the rest. Barely noticeable unless you were looking for it. He looked at me. You want to open it? I didn't, but I nodded anyway. He used a screwdriver to pry the edge. It came away with a soft pop. Behind it, darkness. A crawl space, narrow, maybe 2 feet deep, running the length of the wall. Ryan shined his flashlight inside. And then we both stepped back at the same time. Inside were wrappers, empty water bottles, a blanket, a phone charger, and worst of all, a pair of socks. Mine. Ryan whispered, Jesus Christ, man. I didn't speak, couldn't. Someone had been living inside my house. Not just breaking in, staying, watching. The thought made my skin crawl. I backed away from the opening, bile rising in my throat. We called the police right then. They showed up within 20 minutes, took photos, bagged the items. They said they'd review prints, though warned that if he wore gloves, there might not be much to go on. One officer, an older guy with a tight jaw, pulled me aside. You said he was a friend? Someone you let into your house? I nodded. He sighed. That's how they get close. Make you feel like you're the one who's overreacting. But this guy, he crossed a line. I want to press charges, I said. If we can find him, you'll have your chance. He handed me a case number and promised to follow up. That was last night. Now I'm sitting on my couch again, staring at the hall closet. It's sealed, boarded, taped, locked. But I can still feel it, that presence, that watching. And when I check my phone, new notification. Motion detected. Timestamp 3:12 a.m. This time the camera's facing the closet. And the footage? The panel shifts. Just a little. Just enough. After I watched the panel shift in the footage, just that half-inch tilt, like someone inside was pushing against it, I sat in the living room with every light on, my back to the front door and my eyes locked on the hallway. I held a crowbar in my lap. I don't know why I grabbed it instead of a bat or a kitchen knife. Maybe because it felt heavier, more permanent. I didn't call the cops right away. What would I even say? That I saw a board move? That I think someone is still in my house, maybe in the walls? I played the footage back again, slowed it down, frame by frame. At 3:11:47 a.m., the hallway was still. At 3:12:02, the panel lifted, maybe a few centimeters. A shadow shifted behind it. And by 3:12:15, it clicked back into place. No one came out. No one went in. And yet someone had moved it. Ryan called at 8 a.m., his voice groggy. "I couldn't sleep, man," he said. "That crawl space, I keep thinking about how small it is. You'd have to really want to be in there." "He was," I said. "I think he still is." Ryan paused. "You should get out." "I can't leave, not until I know." I couldn't explain it, not even to myself, but something in me refused to abandon the house. Maybe because the idea of leaving meant giving Craig power. Me fleeing my own life because he wouldn't stay out of it. That felt wrong, like surrendering. By noon, I'd made up my mind. I was going to open the panel myself. The police had bagged the stuff they found, taken their photos, and told me to seal it up for now, but they hadn't actually gone inside the crawl space. It wasn't technically large enough for an adult man to live in, they'd said. But then again, they hadn't seen the footage. I took the crowbar, a flashlight, and slid the panel off. The stale air hit me immediately dry, almost sour. I knelt down, shining the light inside. There was more space than I'd realized. The crawl space stretched farther than I thought. A narrow corridor that bent sharply to the left, just 10 feet in. I couldn't see past the turn. "Jesus," I whispered. I sat back on my heels, debating my next move. Then I heard something. A scrape. Soft. Deliberate. From inside. I backed up fast, heart hammering. I wasn't going in. Not alone. Not without knowing he wasn't armed. I called the cops again. 2 officers came, both younger, both looking like they'd drawn the short straw. They brought a dog, a 9 unit that sniffed around the opening, ears perked. The dog didn't bark, didn't growl, just whined. The handler frowned. That's not good. They slid on gloves and shined flashlights into the space. "I'm not crawling in there," one said. The other nodded. "We'll need to call in search and recovery, or someone from structural." The delay killed me. They marked the opening with tape, made notes, asked me the same questions again when I'd seen Craig last, what he said, what he wore. I repeated everything, word for word. But I could tell they weren't treating it like an emergency. To them, he was just a guy who overstayed his welcome, not a stalker, not a threat. That night, I went back to the motel. Not because I was scared, because I was tired, and because I needed to think. I didn't tell Ryan I left. I didn't tell the police either. But at around 2:50 a.m., I got a notification. Motion detected. I tapped the feed, dreading what I'd see. The hallway was empty. Then at 3:01 a.m., the panel slid open again. And this time Craig crawled out. Slowly, like he was stretching after a long nap. He stood up, brushed himself off, looked around, and then walked toward the kitchen. I fumbled to switch the feed to the other cam. He opened the fridge, drank straight from the orange juice carton, then shut it. He didn't touch anything else, just walked back to the hallway and disappeared through the panel again. I watched the whole thing unfold in real time. My breath caught in my throat. I was frozen, sitting on the edge of the motel bed, light from the phone casting long shadows against the wall. Craig was living in my house, coming out when he knew I was gone, making himself comfortable. He didn't want to steal anything. He wanted to belong. The next morning I took the footage to the station myself. I didn't bother calling. I walked in and demanded to see Harland, the lead officer assigned to the case. They brought him out after 15 minutes. He watched the clip with furrowed brows, expression hardening with every passing second. "All right," he said, "we'll issue a warrant. We'll sweep the whole property. If he's still there, we'll find him." Finally. They came in full force that afternoon, 2 cruisers, 3 officers, and a detective. They went through the crawl space with gear, gloves, headlamps. They found him, huddled behind the bend in the wall, curled in on himself like a spider in its web. He didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even try to run. Just said, "I thought he wanted me here." They cuffed him and walked him out the front door. As they passed me, Craig turned his head, smiled. Not big, not sinister, just calm, like he knew something I didn't, like I'd let him in. I stared at him and said nothing. He disappeared into the cruiser without a word. It's been 2 weeks. The house is quiet now. Still, I replaced the panel with actual drywall, painted over it, moved a cabinet in front of it just in case. I sleep again most nights. Sometimes I still hear sounds, a creak here, a soft thump there, but I tell myself it's just the house settling. And when I check the cameras, nothing. But every now and then, I walk past the closet and think I hear breathing. Just on the other side. You'd think that after someone's arrested for squatting in your crawl space, someone you once shared beers and jokes with, you'd sleep better. You'd assume that everything clicks back into place once they're out of the house, out of your life. That's not what happened. The first 2 nights after Craig's arrest, I barely moved from the couch. I'd doze off with the TV on, jerk awake at every commercial break, heart racing for no reason. The 3rd night, I forced myself into bed and stared at the ceiling until sunrise. He was gone. The crawl space was sealed. The police had taken everything: his blanket, water bottles, the charger, even a small notepad they found with nonsense scribbled in red pen. Pages full of loops, names, symbols, numbers that didn't mean anything. Still, the detective said they'd keep it as evidence, said it might show intent. But the feeling he left behind didn't disappear with him. It lingered. I kept catching myself glancing at shadows, jumping at the sound of the fridge kicking on. I'd come out of the bathroom and pause, listening, not for anything specific, just listening. And always, always, that damn hallway closet. It had been boarded up, painted over, and pushed behind a heavy cabinet. There was no way in anymore, but still, I felt its presence. Like if I walked past too slowly, I'd hear breathing. Or worse, I'd feel someone holding theirs, waiting for me to pass. I told Ryan all of this over lunch. "You've got trauma," he said, tapping the side of his head. "What he did living in there, watching you, it sticks." "I get that," I said, "but it's more than just nerves. It's like he didn't leave, like there's a version of him still in the house." "You mean like a ghost?" Ryan said, half laughing. I gave him a look. "I'm serious," I said. He didn't laugh after that. The following day, a letter arrived. No return address, just my name, typed on the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, typewritten, neat. "I'm sorry I used the closet. I didn't know you'd find it so soon." No name. I sat at the kitchen table holding that paper with both hands, trying to understand what I was reading. I hadn't told anyone where I moved the cabinet. No one knew I covered the panel. And the police still had Craig in custody. I called Detective Harland immediately. "Has he been released?" "No," he said. "He's still being evaluated." "Evaluated?" "Psych hold. He's not cooperating, barely talking. We're waiting on the psych team's report." "Why?" I read the letter out loud. Harland went quiet. "We'll send someone to pick it up," he said. That night, I barely made it through a shower without yanking the curtain back every 30 seconds. The light flickered once in the hallway, and I damn near tore the breaker box open, convinced someone was in the basement. But again, nothing. 3 nights later, I heard my name. Whispered. Not loud, not panicked, just whispered. I was lying in bed, the covers pulled up, barely asleep when I heard it. "Hey." Then again, a little louder. "Hey, man, wake up." I sat up straight. Silence. I grabbed my phone, checked the camera app. No alerts. I got out of bed, barefoot, and made my way to the hallway. The air felt colder than usual, like a window had been left open. I checked. All shut, all locked. Then from the kitchen a click, like the sound of a light switch being flipped, only no light came on. I moved toward it, slow. The switch by the pantry was already up. I flicked it down, up, nothing. I backed away, heart pounding, feeling the weight of the house press in. That's when I noticed the front door. It was unlocked. Not wide open, just unlocked. I always locked it, always. I turned it slowly, locked it again, and stood there for a long minute trying to breathe. In the morning, I installed a second lock on the front door. Then I bought a motion-activated camera for inside the hallway, pointed directly at the closet. Even if I didn't believe in ghosts, I needed to see that nothing was coming in or out. I turned to old habits, coffee at all hours, Late night TV on mute, lights always on. The camera gave me some comfort at first. Then, on a Wednesday morning, I found a new notification. Motion detected, hallway cam, 3:43 a.m. I sat down, opened the app, and played it. The timestamp appeared, then the hallway empty, silent, bathed in that dim yellow light from the fixture overhead. At 3:43 and 21 seconds, something shifted. The cabinet. Just a tremble, a soft shudder. It moved forward less than an inch like someone had pushed from behind. Then it stopped. That was it. No one entered frame. Nothing came out. But the cabinet had moved. I checked it myself an hour later, measured the gap between it and the wall, took photos, compared it to the night before. It had definitely moved. That afternoon, I visited Craig. Not by choice. Detective Harland called, said Craig had asked to speak with me. "He's lucid today," he said. "Might help you close this out." Close it out. I hated that phrase, like it was something you could pack into a box, tape up, and move on from. I met Harland at the facility, a beige building with security glass and a smell that clung to your clothes. Craig sat across the table from me, wearing scrubs, no restraints. His hands were folded neatly on the table. He looked calm. Healthier even. "Hey," he said, "like we just run into each other at the grocery store. Thanks for coming." I didn't reply. He looked down at the table. "I know you probably hate me." Silence. He sighed. "I just didn't want to be alone. That's all. You were always kind, back in school, even when I was weird." "You broke into my home," I said. "I didn't take anything," he said quickly. "I just wanted to be there. You ever feel like you don't exist unless someone's watching you?" He said it like it made perfect sense. "I knew your routine," he continued. "I never meant to scare you." I leaned forward. "Did you send the letter?" He tilted his head. "What letter?" "The one that said you were sorry, about the closet." His eyes shifted, just for a second. "I've been in here," he said. "Haven't left." I stared at him. He smiled. Small, closed lip. That same expression from the hallway footage. "You sure I'm the only one you let in?" I left without another word. And that night, the hallway camera caught something new. A light flickering under the closet. Just for a second. A dim glow, then gone. Like a candle had been lit, then snuffed out. I didn't tell anyone about the candlelight. Not Ryan, not the cops, definitely not the detective who sat across from me while I tried to explain that something was still inside my house, something besides Craig. Because if it wasn't Craig and I was starting to believe it wasn't, then who the hell was it? Or worse, what? The next few nights were quiet in the literal sense. No motion alerts, no new sounds, no creaks or whispers or shuffling cabinet. But that was the problem. It was too quiet. I couldn't sleep in my room anymore. The hallway outside felt like it was holding its breath, like something waited just out of sight. I started camping out in the living room again, back on the couch where this whole thing began. the security feed always playing on a tablet next to me. The hallway camera stayed still, but I didn't trust stillness anymore. Stillness was waiting. Stillness was watching. I woke up around 4 in the morning on Friday, sweating. Not from a dream. I don't even think I was sleeping. My shirt was soaked. The kind of sweat that comes from dread, not heat. I sat up, rubbed my face, and glanced toward the kitchen. The hallway light was off. I never turned off the hallway light. I stood slowly, every hair on my arm standing up. My foot hit the floor too hard and made a dull thud that echoed more than it should have in a house that small. I looked down the hall. Darkness. I checked the camera feed on the tablet. Black screen. No signal. That was impossible. The camera was hardwired into the wall. I took a breath, held it, and walked toward the hall like someone stepping into water. Each step creaked. I reached for the light switch. Flipped it. Nothing. I backed up, slowly, one foot behind the other. And then something tapped from inside the wall. Once. Then silence. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I ripped the cabinet away from the wall. It hadn't moved, still flush against the baseboard, still blocking what used to be the crawlspace entrance. The drywall patch I installed, still intact, but when I knocked on it gently, like someone approaching a wild animal, it sounded hollow again. Worse than before. I grabbed the claw end of the hammer and started chipping at the edges, pulling the drywall off in small pieces. And beneath it, the panel. Not the one I had installed. Not the one the police had sealed. The original. Like the wall had never been touched. I stumbled back, heart racing. This wasn't just paranoia. Something was undoing what I'd fixed. Something was maintaining the access. I called Ryan. He didn't pick up. I left a message that probably sounded half delirious, then drove to his place, pounding on the door until he opened it in a hoodie and jeans, blinking like he'd just woken up. "Jesus, man," he said, "you look like hell." "Come over," I said, "right now." He didn't ask questions, just grabbed his keys and followed me back. When we got inside, I showed him the wall. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know." "You sealed this. I watched you." "I know." He ran a hand through his hair, then stepped forward and knocked. 3 sharp taps. Something knocked back. Not loud, not fast. Just enough. He jumped. "Okay," he said, backing up. "You need to leave this house. Not until I know what's in there. You're not thinking clearly. This isn't just Craig. This is, I don't even know." We stood there, breathing heavy, staring at the wall like it might open on its own. Ryan turned toward me. "If you open that panel, you better be ready to find something you can't put back." That night, I didn't sleep. I sat across from the hallway, crowbar in hand. At 2:57 a.m., the hallway light flicked on by itself. No click, no hum, just on. 3 minutes later, the panel slid open. Slowly, smoothly. No one came out. but the air changed. It felt thicker, harder to breathe. I stood, camera in one hand, flashlight in the other. I stepped closer, shined the light inside. The crawl space looked deeper than it had before. Longer, wider, like it had grown. I stepped back. Then I heard it. A voice. Soft. Childlike. Whispering. I don't like it in here. I froze. It wasn't Craig. It wasn't anyone I knew. It was a girl. I turned and ran to my phone, dialing Harlan directly. Voicemail. I didn't leave one. I called Ryan. Straight to voicemail. I stood in my living room, shaking, unsure if I was still awake. Then I heard the voice again. Closer. Why did you stop looking? The police arrived at 7:00 a.m. They found me in the hallway, sitting against the wall, the panel wide open beside me. I hadn't moved in hours. I told them everything. Again, the voices, the wall changing, the panel reappearing. They said it was stress, sleep deprivation. They told me Craig's evaluation had come back. He wasn't considered a threat. He was being released under supervision. I laughed when they said that. I asked them to look in the crawl space again. They did. And this time, they found something. A small red hair bow, tangled in the insulation. It didn't belong to me. It didn't belong to Craig. It was old, faded. And when they took it in, they ran it against a local missing persons database. They matched it to a girl named Lily Kearns, reported missing in 2002, 12 years old. Last seen at this address. Before I ever moved in, before Craig ever squatted in the walls, before I ever met him. And just like that, the story changed. This wasn't Craig's obsession. This was someone else's house. And I had walked into it, uninvited. The day they confirmed the bow belonged to Lily Kearns was the day the house finally made sense. Or maybe not sense, maybe just context. You don't live in a place like that and come out of it feeling sane. But at least now I knew I hadn't been imagining everything. The crawl space, the voice, the feeling of being watched from within my own walls. There was a history here, and I had stepped into it blindly. They reopened her case. Turns out Lily Kearns had gone missing from this very house over 20 years ago. She'd been in foster care placed with a couple who'd vanished shortly after she did. No one had connected the house back then, not after it was flipped and sold a few years later. No one remembered, or maybe no one wanted to. The bow was enough to shake things loose. They sent a cadaver dog into the crawl space the next week. And that's when they found her. Not just her remains, but the toys, the blanket, a name carved into the wood. Lily, etched by a child's hand into the back wall. They never found the foster parents. And as for Craig, he hadn't known about her. When they showed him the pictures, the carving, the bow, he broke down. They said he wept like a child, said he never saw her, never heard her, said he only chose that crawl space because it felt safe, familiar, like someone was protecting him. Harlan told me that part. I didn't respond. The house sat empty for 2 weeks. I stayed with Ryan, sleeping on his couch, drifting between exhaustion and something worse. Not quite paranoia, more like residual dread. Like even though the danger had passed, my body hadn't gotten the memo. The closet stayed boarded, the cabinet untouched, but I couldn't stop thinking about that voice, the one that whispered to me, "Why did you stop looking?" I hadn't told anyone about that, not even Ryan, because part of me knew it wasn't something I could explain. It wasn't just a memory or a hallucination or a leftover echo from trauma. It was real. She was real. A girl who had been trapped, forgotten, hidden so deeply that even when someone lived right above her, they didn't know she was there. And somehow, I think she forgave me. Or maybe she just wanted me to finish it. I went back to the house the following weekend. Alone. Ryan offered to come with me, but I needed to face it without a buffer. I needed to look it in the eye and prove it didn't control me anymore. The locks had been changed. Again, standard procedure. There were still police markers on the doorframe, warning tape on the crawlspace wall, but no one was watching anymore. I walked the house in silence. Kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all untouched. Then the hallway. The panel was still open. I sat down in front of it, legs crossed like I was waiting for a confession. There was nothing inside now. No drafts, no breathing. Just stillness. But it felt different. Less like waiting. More like resting. I pulled out a small box I'd brought with me. Inside was a new hair bow, not an exact replica, but close, red velvet. Neat little knot. I'd found it at a second-hand shop and knew it had to come here. I crawled inside, just far enough to reach the corner. And I left it there. No cameras, no photos. Just a gesture, an acknowledgement. You were here, you mattered. I backed out slowly and sealed the panel myself, with screws this time, then covered it with drywall, sanded it, painted over it. No more access. No more hiding places. 2 months later, I sold the house. Didn't make a profit, didn't care. The buyers were a retired couple, sweet people. They didn't ask many questions. The real estate agent kept it light, focused on the updated appliances and big backyard. No one mentioned Lily, and I didn't offer. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because it wasn't mine to share anymore. She was found. That part was over. I moved to a small apartment near the edge of town. Nothing special, just a clean, quiet space with no crawl spaces, no closets near the hallway, and no drafty walls. It took me a while to sleep without checking the cameras every hour. Took even longer to shower without leaving the bathroom door open. But time passed, and the tension eased. Craig was transferred to a long-term facility. He writes me letters sometimes once a month, always the same tone, friendly, measured. He signs them "your friend," like nothing ever really went wrong. I never write back. I don't hate him, but I don't want him in my life. Some people are shadows, even when they're standing in the light. One morning, I got a call from Detective Harland. He was brief, as always. They finished the crawl space inspection, he said. Turns out it was a retrofit, part of an old bomb shelter built in the 60s. Must have been hidden for decades. Explains the size, I said. Explains how she went unnoticed, too, he added. Hell of a thing. We didn't talk much after that. I think he wanted to say more, but didn't know how. So I thanked him. And hung up. It's been almost a year now. I still think about her. Not Craig, not the house. Her. Lily. Sometimes I wonder what she saw in those final moments, what she thought about, whether she believed anyone would come for her. And sometimes I think about that voice in the night. Why did you stop looking? And I say quietly, when no one else is around, I didn't. I found you. That's what matters in the end. Not how it started, not even how it ended, but that the silence was broken, that someone listened, that someone cared. She's not in the walls anymore. She's free, and so am I.